I'm Gail, and I have been with the Haunted. Hi, I'm Gail, and I have been with the Haunted Basement since I moved to Minnesota, so it's been a few years. I never really know how many. I started when we were still at the soap factory. I started as a volunteer, helping to build, because I was scared. So I volunteered. I built a lot of walls. I painted a lot of things. I did the grunt work. And then they asked if I wanted to stick around and do some acting. And I did. And now I haven't left. It's a really fun experience. It's an amazing group of people. It's something that I come back to every year because I enjoy it so much. Outside of the basement, I'm an artist, I'm a teacher. I enjoy perspective. I like thinking about how people think and the experiences that we have. And one of the things that really attracts
Um, I don't like this. Okay, so that's what happens if I do my video. Uh,
Liam, you're muted. You've been muted this whole time. I have a little mute button next to you. Oh, yep. Yeah, it is. Here, let's try this. Yeah, I think so.
Got full voice control here.
Yep, you are all set. So they heard none of what you said, so you can. There we go. All right.
We're good now?
Thank y'all.
Hi, everyone. Technical difficulties on our end. What? I have no control over that. I'm like it says I'm not muted on my end. All right. Welcome everyone to technical difficulty hour on the Haunted Basement's first digital live stream, because this is just absolutely fantastic, isn't it? But I am your host, Liam, as you probably heard, as we're figuring all this nasty stuff out. And I will be here with you today from the 12 to 2 p.m. hour. First, joining me in several minutes is going to be our board. They'll be talking about the behind the scenes of the inner workings of us being a nonprofit, followed by Professor Brian Watson-Jones interviewing Eric Castellanos of Dapper Skull Creations. Then at 1 to 1:30, we have a video by one of our company members about what it's like to find them in the dark corners of the basement. And finally, at 1:30 to 2, we have Terror versus Horror, the Beautiful versus the Sublime, tag team cage match of the 18th century, presented by Brian Chaffin, which I'm personally quite excited for. So I hope you will all join us as we get this thing rolling. Now, let me pull up the chat. Our board should be joining us very shortly now to discuss what it's like to be a member of the company board, as we're a nonprofit and continue to operate as such. My technical person, can you call in the board? Oh, here they come now. Digital media, absolutely lovely. There they are, happy and smiling and mostly still. Hi, Nikki, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Oh, just diddly dandy. And now we have Alex Dalby joining us. Alex, how are you? Yeah, damn right. And then we have Preston Irish. Preston, how are you? And then finally we have Lord Baron Brian Chaffin. Chaffin, how goes it?
I'm distressingly sober.
I wish there was something other than coffee in this mug. I completely understand. So, board, I'll let you introduce yourselves and talk a little bit about your roles and what you do.
My name is Nikki Weiss, and I am the board chair. Basically, what I do is lead meetings of the board every month and kind of wrangle cats and form committees and that kind of thing.
Now
All
we're
right, great. Alex, you're second most important.
I am Alex Dalby Thomas. I am the vice chair of the board of directors, and I was elected to that quite recently. So my job is generally to help Nikki run meetings and also be a liaison between the board and company.
Beautiful. Preston?
Hey, I'm Preston Irish. I'm a member at large. I think this is going to be my third term. And most of what I do is just kind of make sure stuff happens, check up on stuff, help whenever I can, and just, yeah, be there for whoever needs it.
Lord Brian, what do you get up to?
Well, I too am a member at large, or more specifically, a member at 2X large. And I'm also a creep group, generally striving to support the creeps in their noble endeavors.
All right. Well, before we really get going, can we start digging into what is a member at large? Because I feel like it's important to start at the bottom and work our way to the top. Can you guys kind of talk about that?
Well, it's like you said, Liam, we're at the bottom and we need to work our way to the top. Technically speaking, with most boards, organizations, everyone starts out as a member at large, serving on the board in any particular role, and then we'll collectively decide who we want to lead us. And this year we got a great group of people. Nikki is leading us in her second term, and we're all really excited to have Alex with us as our and 5 other people that joined us this year also as members and secretaries. So it's going to be a lot of fun this year. We're doing a lot. So I think us members at large are going to be a little more active in our minor roles and committees and whatnot as they start to develop and, get things growing.
Thank you. So, Alex and Nikki, can you tell us a little bit more about what y'all do as the chairs and co-chair?
Sure. Well, what we do is we kind of set the agenda together for the meetings, and with the input of the company members and the exec team as well, and just sort of figure out what our general plan for the upcoming weeks and months is going to be. We also do a lot of fundraising and long-term planning. Basically, it's the board's responsibility to make sure that the haunted basement continues to be a thing long after all the other board members have left.
Awesome. So,
Yeah.
Oh, Alex, please go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna kind of elaborate on that. So like that, like specifically that can look like board members reaching out to other performance arts organizations in the Twin Cities and developing those relationships, applying for grants for financial viability, and also like working with experts outside to like plan for the future of our organization.
Thank you. And if anyone watching has any questions, please feel free to drop them in the chat. I'll be sure to interrogate quite forcefully the board. But can you tell us all how you all got involved? Like, what made you want to join the board?
Well, I started out as a member at large and then became secretary. I just really wanted to be a part of a company from the ground up. And at that point, we had only been a company for a year. And so I just really wanted to dive as deep as I could into the basement.
Alex, you're next on my screen. I'm gonna force you to talk more.
Okay. I guess like I like first like had an interaction with the haunted basement in 2019 at a makers fair and slowly got subsumed into the community as my spouse became an apprentice designer and then a company member. And I've always loved horror. I mean, that's not true. I've loved horror for the past like decade of my life. I didn't for the first part of my life. But it's I've also always really loved like immersive experiences. But because of like my mental health, like that horror and immersive experiences together wasn't something that I could participate in until I found Haunted Basement. And then when I discovered that, I was like, okay, I need to find a way to get more and more involved in this and just embed myself in this world because it's everything that I love.
Preston, my friend.
Well, a long, long time ago, it was like back in 2012. I just moved back to the Twin Cities, and I was looking for a place to make new friends and do some art. And I remember hearing about the Soap Factory, and at the time that I was looking into it, the Haunted Basement was going on. So I pretty much walked in off the street and helped out at front of house, and you know, just got hooked. The people there were, and still are, just the most welcoming of folks. And you know, I jumped in both feet. I loved the Soap Factory, and did an internship there for one of their spring shows, and just kept sticking around and helped with buildings and just a little bit of everything. Eventually, when we parted ways with the Soap Factory and became our own nonprofit, it was a very exciting time. And you know, eventually I'd heard that they were looking for new board members, and I was like, yeah, okay, maybe. And you know, then they asked a second time, and I was like, all right, I should apply. If I don't, someone needs to. I need to do this, and I'm really glad that I did. I've been able to really help out in ways that I wasn't before, and really develop a stewardship. I think that's a lot of what our board is really for, is making sure this thing keeps alive, and you know, stewards of the weirdness, and I love it.
Awesome. And Brian, I feel like you alluded to being a creep groupie. So how does that work into your history as a 200-year-old sorcerer and joining the basement?
I wish I were a sorcerer. That would be some real power.
That's
no,
what every sorcerer says.
Well, I too just love the Haunted Basement. I've been attending for about 7 years and desperately wanted to become involved with the community, but my issue is I have absolutely no talent or value as a human being whatsoever. So the only course was to become part of management, where those are actually assets. As a board, we have two primary functions: to make important decisions, or at least decisions that they pretend are important, and to take the blame for the effects of those decisions. And when you're in the creep community, taking the blame can involve, being eaten alive. So it's important that the people who take the blame don't really have any purpose and are essentially expendable. And I fit right in that way.
Brian, I don't think I would ever describe you as expendable or useless as a human being, personally, because I think you have plenty of organs I can harvest as needed.
Well, thank
Yeah,
you.
if
You're
any
high on
monster
board,
were to
sure.
consume me, I'd want it to be the Haunted Basement.
Well, so Preston, you alluded to us being a nonprofit. Can anyone elaborate on what that means for us as an events and arts organization?
Yeah, it basically means that our end goal is engaging with the community in meaningful ways, whether it's workshops or education or things like this, where we can display the wonderful works of other makers, and have these fairs that promotes art and creativity and life.
Yeah, I'd like to say further that I never really appreciated what it was to be a nonprofit until we've survived this pandemic year, and now we are so nonprofit. We are nonprofit in a truly scary way, and not in the way we like to be scary.
So, what to address the nonprofit in a scary way, Brian? What would you recommend people do?
Well, give us money.
You heard it here first, folks. Company at large, Lord Baron Brian Chaffin demands that you hand over your wealth to us as a nonprofit. Nikki and Alex, as our chair members, can you describe a little bit, like, how is the basement going to continue forward as a nonprofit?
Sure. So right now we are employing, intend to employ the services of a strategic planner, and we are getting our books certified and intend to change our nonprofit status slightly with the IRS so that we can hopefully gain more access to grant funding and business loans and that kind of thing. So that's like the big overarching plan to bring money in, but every single little penny helps. So every donation we get from, people who love our community and people who love our makers and love to be a patron of the arts, every little bit helps. So it's all important.
hauntedbasement.org/donate.
There is a link in the chat for anyone watching. But so, as you can see in the chat, if you're watching at home, it says Catacomb Collective - Haunted Basement. Can anyone address this?
So, the Haunted Basement originally just was a one-off kind of project. And as we have come together as a community, we have become something bigger than just a single project and needed a separate name to address that thing that is these makers fairs, that is our panel presentations, that is the tutorials that we offer, all of the different events that we have going on and have coming up. And that is what Catacomb Collective is.
Awesome. So part of us, go ahead, please.
Sorry, I had a thought about like what our future as a nonprofit and that stuff, like, because Nikki did a really good job covering like sort of like the nitty gritty behind the scenes side of it.
Boring financials no one cares about.
Yeah. Something I was gonna talk about is that I feel like something we're looking forward to doing is like kind of trying to be an example for other extreme haunts of how you can do this in ways that like challenge expectations and make haunts more accessible to everybody. Like the thing that I always give as an example for like my experience at Haunted Basement is the fact that the creeps there are taught like how to recognize if somebody is shutting down and like isn't able to say uncle but they need out, and like that's not a thing that you hear about all the time. And so that's a way that Haunted Basement is a nonprofit specifically in this space of horror arts, by trying to operate in a way that sets an example for other organizations and haunt companies to operate.
Yeah, I definitely think you're right. We definitely would rather someone have a memorable experience than be terrified for the rest of their life. I've definitely seen it firsthand. People beginning to shut down, and then an actor comes up and changes the tone just a little bit, and they either keep going or we pull them out, talk to them, and they end up usually leaving happy. But it's all about that experience and that memorable experience that you leave with that we always want people to have.
Yeah, we're about terror, not trauma.
So,
And I just
Brian, please go ahead.
I'd just like to add that the way I view it is that the Catacomb Collective and the Haunted Basement are just two of the many, many, many voices that are speaking gibberish in our heads.
And some of my favorite.
I like that description, and I guess my question is going forward. Horror has traditionally been, in the eyes of the public, largely white, largely straight men dominating the scene. How are we as a nonprofit trying to address this for our wider community?
I'd say for starters, sorry, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
I'd say for starters, we're a very queer organization. A lot of our board, company members, and community members at large are in the LGBTQ community. But also it's, I'm so sorry, I completely lost my train of thought. That we are a part of what we're going to be working on with the strategic planner is equity and inclusivity initiatives to grow that diversity more and give people opportunities to to share their own horror stories that are often overlooked.
Wonderful. Well, I think that answers that question. As members of the board, is there anything you want the public to know about us?
Well, yeah, we've got a lot more coming up than we usually do in a year. The last couple of years, we've been able to host makers fairs about every other month, I think, or it was about every quarter or something. Obviously, this year we were able to put on some radio shows from our Catacomb Collective Broadcasting, and those have been coming along super, super nice, really developing a new and fun activity for us. We've also started having some scary game streams with our creep friends. And in a couple of weeks, we're also hosting an online auction that has been in the works for over a year now, and we're all really excited about it. A lot of excellent artists and local businesses have donated items for this, and so look out for that coming up soon. That auction should be up for, I think, a week or two. And like this last fall, we had a sort of virtual haunt that people were able to view and interact with, and we're hoping to develop that a lot more for another spring kind of virtual haunt, which should be a lot of fun. I'm really excited about it to see what we can do in a completely different way. And still interact with people, even though we're still far apart. And hopefully we should also have some behind the scenes coming up from our 2019 haunt at Rosedale. We have a little documentary being made about how everything was done and how we do our things. I'm really looking forward to that, and I think a lot of people are really gonna love seeing that. So we've got a lot more coming up this year than we have in our off season before, and I'm really excited about it. Yeah, actually, we have a lot going on today. Do either one of you want to talk about what else we've got coming up today?
Oh man, there's so much. Now I got to look at the schedule.
Yeah, I was looking at it last night, and I'm like, wow, how did we get these people?
Alex, I'm personally excited for your panel.
Yeah. Well, we'll see if it's me or somebody else.
Oh.
Yes, I will. Me or somebody will be sharing some very important information about how to ethically, responsibly, and safely seduce monsters. That will happen in the evening, because that's an after dark presentation.
I thought sunset was like 6:45 now.
Well, that's why
are you gonna ask everyone to turn off their lights and close their shutters and all that?
Maybe for their own safety.
There we go. Perfect.
It
All right,
it will
and then-
be a full moon.
And Brian, I know you have something coming up in a little over an hour. Do you want to give everyone a teaser?
Well, a warning, I should say. Yeah, it's 1:30. I will be gibbering inanely about the history of the Gothic Romance, talking about Mrs. Radcliffe and such figures you've probably never heard of and probably don't want to. So you can take your lunch at 1:30.
So what I'm hearing is we have the family-friendly version at 1:30, followed by an After Dark special later tonight from absolutely not board member Alex Delby Thomas. Wonderful.
I just want to say, if you understand what I'm talking about, it's not family friendly at all. But that's just me.
Well, maybe
Alright.
somebody's family.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Oh, very sad family.
Well, we still have 5 minutes in this segment, and I've run out of things that I'm supposed to push you to say. So I'm going to ask that you all just start saying things simultaneously, and preferably in monosyllabic chants.
I think you're asking a bit much, Liam.
I don't think so. It is afternoon.
Something like that.
Yeah, that's perfect. But as board members, is there any last thing you want to get out? Anything you're excited about?
Well, I just want to reiterate that you should give us money because if we go belly up and we're forced to put the creeps on the street, that's really not something anybody wants to see. It's cruel to the creeps and it's cruel to the public at large. So give us lots of money.
Yeah, littering is bad. Like, subscribe, donate.
Yeah, those cages don't come cheap.
That's true.
Sure,
We need to keep them clean, rust free. Botulism is a real thing.
I was gonna say, I'm sure Nikki, Preston, and Brian, you remember back in 2016 when we did our Creeps on the Street campaign.
Oh yeah.
Which one was that? Was that when they terrorized the Stone
the
Arch
State
Bridge?
Fair, the Stone Arch.
Yeah.
We did make it to Mall of America, and then we're barred entry there as well, which I can't say I blame them.
Yeah.
Yeah, they probably saw you coming.
Well, board, I'd like to thank you and play the alarm to play the alarm. Play the alarm. Thus ends our segment. Thank you so much, and please take shelter. Have a lovely day, and duck and cover, board.
Thanks so much, Liam.
Yeah,
Thank you,
you.
sir.
All right, now get out. There we go. Forceful. I like it. Nikki.
I'm trying. I'm not good with the tech.
Nikki. All right. Well, my friends, we are 2 minutes away from Professor Creep, Brian Watson Jones. Thank you, TheDarkCloak. I believe I know who that is, but as this is a public broadcast, I will not be naming names. But we are 2 minutes away now from Brian Watson Jones, Professor Creep, bringing in an interview that I'm honestly not sure what exactly is about. But if we could get Brian on the air. Yes, wonderful. Thank you, TheDarkCloak. Shout out to you. If we could bring Brian on to start talking a little bit, that'd be wonderful. If that'll ever happen, or else I'm just gonna play a nuclear alarm for another 5 minutes. Brian is somewhere in this, so I'm just gonna start playing a nuclear alarm.
Okay.
Oh my goodness.
Am I here? What's going on?
I'm not sure. Welcome, Brian. I hear you'll be doing several interviews.
Yes, I have the good fortune today to be interviewing a couple of the makers that are featured in this particular Makers Fair, assuming that I don't have horrible, absolutely destructive tech issues, which time will tell. I assume you can hear me. Can you also see me? I don't know how this works.
I personally cannot see you, but I also have my eyes shut while being wide open, for I do not wish to gaze upon the horror that is reality.
Exquisite. Okay. So I can see stuff happening, maybe, or maybe I need to do something. If there's nothing else we've learned in the last year, it's...
There we are, Brian. I'm so
excellent.
happy to see you.
It's how to deal with about 5 different video streaming apps. So,
It's true.
hello, Liam. It is a pleasure as always to see you.
Sideways, by the way. If our tech people know how to brilliance. Ah, there we are. Perfect. Wonderful.
Okay.
Next portrait. Anyway, my lovely audience, I will hand this over to Professor Creep, BWJ, and allow him to continue.
Exquisite. Thank you very kindly, evil Liam. So yes, my name is Brian Watson-Jones, BWJ, Bear WJ, Professor Creep. All of these apply in the world of the Haunted Basement. I have had the good fortune to be involved since 2010. I am not the most senior member of the basement at this point, but I am dang close. I have spent the last couple of years doing predominantly the actor training, which means I haven't been too involved on the physical side, the presentational side, but I have gone to most of the Makers Fairs and been blown away by the amount of talent we have in creation of physical art just in our immediate sphere around the basement. Even if they're not directly involved, we've made a lot of good contacts, and it's our joy to present several of them to you today. I will be starting with 2 of them. So whenever they want to pop in, I feel like I've vamped enough for the introduction. So we'll see how this goes. I believe the first artist I have the good fortune to be interviewing today is Nell Dobesh. There you are. Hello, Nell. Dobesh,
Hi.
right? I pronounced that correctly?
Yeah, Dobesh.
Perfect, Dobesh. So, why don't we just open up with, tell us about yourself. Tell us about your art. What sort of things do you create?
Well, I do a lot of embroidery and sewing. And I create just embroidery hoops for decor, as well as really tiny ones to wear as jewelry on necklaces, and t-shirts as well is kind of something I've started doing too.
Excellent. Yes, I'm looking at your Etsy now and loving it. There's a lot of stuff on here that I don't know how to describe it. I want to say it's adorable, but I don't know if that's a condescending way to put it. But I really like the
No, that's okay. Yeah.
the No Face necklace. No Face is one of my avatars, so every time he pops up,
Nice.
it's joy
Nice.
to me.
Yeah, I kind of have a lot of stuff. Some stuff that's a little spookier, some stuff that's a little nerdier, and it's all kind of but the same shade of like cheeky and cute at the same time, I think.
Right.
There's a lot of overlap in that market, I think. Because I do the Minnesota Comic Book Association does Spring Con and Fall Con every year. And so I table at those as well. And there's a lot of overlap. You get a lot of people there who kind of like the spooky stuff, and a lot of people at the Haunted Basement Fairs kind of like some of the nerdier stuff too. So it's kind of a nice little Venn diagram of people there.
Right. Yeah, I love whenever I'm at a Maker's Fair. Obviously, the spooky stuff is what connects you to us, but then I always walk away with some cheeky political stuff or just
Yeah.
strikes my fancy.
Yeah.
And yeah, looking at this, absolutely love it. I love the comeback with a warrant home embroidery. The grandma.
That's a popular one. I've sold a couple of those. The one I'm working on right now is kind of a cross section of the two. If you can see, not quite done. Only got one hand finished, but I think both comic fans and it was made into a popular Netflix series recently. Will enjoy that one once it's finished. So I'm excited.
Excellent.
To add a couple more designs.
So tell me, what got you into embroidery? What was it that drew you to this particular style of artistic expression?
Well, I've been sewing since I was a kid, and my kind of little elevator true story is that I wanted to be Michelle Pfeiffer's Catwoman for Halloween when I was like 6, and my mom was like, maybe not, you're going to be a fuzzy kitty instead. And I was a little disappointed that I wasn't in pleather as a child. And but I did eventually do kind of a Catwoman later when I think it was about 19. Finally made that dream come true, but that was what my mom told me, was that, well, if you want to do it exactly like you want it, you're going to have to make it yourself, because I'm not doing that for you. So yeah, so I just kind of learned the basics from my mom, and then kind of taught myself kind of garment sewing and sort of using patterns and mixing them together to get exactly what I wanted. And then later in life, I always really liked embroidery. I thought it was very pretty. My grandmother's family was from Hungary, and that's kind of all over Eastern Europe. There's a lot of really cool traditional embroidery stuff, very vibrant florals and things. So she had like hankies and doilies and stuff all over her house that were just really cool, and I always thought were really neat. And then later in life kind of was just like, well, why don't I try to figure out how to do that? And I started playing with it, and then saw it kind of has been having a resurgence with sort of the crafting community and the Etsy crowd and things like that, of people getting into it and taking it into, you know, more the cheeky direction, and getting a little rebellious with it, sort of taking a traditional medium and making it a little more in your face than it has been. And I like that style. I think that's a fun thing to do with art. So yeah, I just kind of got into that and slowly started learning different stitches. I don't actually do that many, to be honest. There's a lot of really, really elaborate things you can do with embroidery. I do very simple things, technically speaking. But yeah, so you kind of, yeah, kind of got into it that way.
Very nice. Very, very nice. Yeah, no, it is something. I don't know. There's been a lot of talk about how people in the current round of generation, although I'm probably a generation behind now, prefer to spend their money more on experiences and travel than things. But there definitely feels like there's been a resurgence in small things, just small ways to fill the corners of your life with tiny bits of art. It makes sense that it becomes more snarky than a little more.
Yeah, I think it's a little more unique, and people, you know, as much as mass producing are always going to be cheaper, and I understand none of us, especially right now, have a ton of extra money to spend on luxury items or anything, but people like supporting artists, and they like going to the makers fairs and like having a conversation with the person who made the thing that they're buying, like because it's fun, because you end up seeing the same people, like I said, between the comic fairs and the horror fairs. There's a lot of overlap, so I see both kind of the same makers and the same guests kind of like at both of them, so you get to know people and you get excited when you have something new and stuff. So it feels more special that way, of that it's just like, someone goes, oh, I like that embroidery hoop on your wall, and you go, oh, really think it's the local artist who does these makers fairs with the haunted basement. Have you been there? And it becomes more of a story instead of just like, oh yeah, it's super cute, I bought it online somewhere.
Right. And obviously that's been a lot more challenging this last year, since physical fairs have been basically completely kiboshed, but the community still exists.
Yeah,
So-
yeah, I was really happy to see you guys were trying to make something work now again, because my human interaction is just at an all-time low, and
Right. And we will get back there probably in some altered form, but in the meantime, it's still possible to get a hold of something that was physically made and see that handcrafted aspect to it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, on that oddly somber note, I'm sorry I steered us that way, but it's been on all of our brains for a year, especially mine. I'd like to thank you for coming out today, and why don't you go ahead and throw your Etsy, your Instagram, whatever you want out there, so that people can take a look themselves. Maybe adorably let them know that they need a warrant.
Yep.
All right, so your Etsy is Nanyoki?
Yeah, that one, oh boy, I don't even know. I believe it is Trickster Hungry is the store on Etsy, and then my Instagram is going to be Nell on the Water, and I'm going to have some extra stuff in my stories that I didn't have a chance to write listings for yet. So, so make sure to check out both if you're interested.
Excellent. Yes. I don't know. We must have those linked somewhere, but I am not high enough in the chain to know
Yeah,
what's
they should
happening.
be on the website on the list of makers. I should be up.
Excellent. So yes, I encourage everyone to go check that out. Maybe considering buying yourself a TIE Fighter necklace. Why not? Treat yourself. It's February. Thank you very much, Nell. Thank you for joining us.
Bye.
All right. And now I have no control over what happens next, but I believe the next person joining should be Eric Castellanos. Eric, do you exist? If you don't, I can just vamp. I can do it. Do you think I can't make up words for 15 minutes? I teach haunted house actors how to haunt. I can absolutely wing words for an hour. Ooh, spinning squares. Excellent. All right. Hello, Eric. Can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, can hear you fine. Excellent.
Perfect.
Welcome. So, Eric Castellanos, right?
Correct.
Correct. Excellent. I'm 2 for 2 for today. Is another one of our great makers. Eric, why don't you tell us, in your own words, style of art you do? What are you drawn to when you make?
Sure. Well, a lot of my inspiration draws from just living as an artist, and I feel like as artists we tend to kind of get in our own heads about what we're doing. And I think what kind of comes with that is some form of like imposter syndrome and fear to like pursue projects and kind of move forward and improve. And that's always been a personal struggle of mine, is like figuring out my process. And it's like kind of like this ideal of like, why do I have the right to do this? You know, just like weird little mindsets like that. So I kind of started exploring, you know, a medium that could help me express those thoughts in a way. And I felt like pen and ink was the one that resonated with me the most. So that's kind of where a lot of my inspiration draws from, is depicting images or ideas to kind of help with self-empowerment and kind of pursue, you know, your inner creativity. And that's kind of how Dapper Skull Creations was born.
Right. So would you say it was more of a just instinctual flow than an intellectual choice?
I'd say so, yeah. I kind of just let experience take its course, and then I just followed my intuition and whatever led me along that path, you know, with choosing my medium, and then just going with the concept and just, you know, listening to myself and knowing what gave me the most inspiration.
Excellent. Yeah, I'm looking at your Etsy now, and I'm seeing a lot of what comes to mind is dark fantasy, but expressed in a very realistic way. Would you call that fair, or am I just winging it?
That's pretty fair. Yeah, I do appreciate that. And you know, a lot of it is inspired by, you know, pop art as well. I mean, I'm a horror fan, So a lot of my artistic adventure started with, drawing Universal monsters, being inspired by, guys like Basil Gogos. He was a huge inspiration on me. And then after that, that's when I kind of decided to start going off my own path and, thinking of these deeper concepts.
Good. Yeah, I think I am not a visual artist, but as I understand it, every visual artist starts tracing somebody else before they find their own style. So that certainly fits.
Absolutely. Yeah. Reference is definitely important. And part of that's, looking at who your art parents can be, essentially.
So who would you say, if you had to pick one art parent to say, well, yeah, this definitely changed my direction, would you have an answer?
Oh, geez, it's tough to say. There are so many. It depends on the kind of work that I'm doing. But at the top of my head currently, and it's pretty consistent, I would say Bernie Wrightson. As far as just, his knowledge of anatomy and able to depict these black and white images with such extreme detail and fine precision and draftsmanship. I think he's definitely one I would consider an art parent. Was a legend. I mean, his pen and ink is what really opened my eyes to like what you can actually do with that one medium and make it look so diverse with just some correct line structures and laying them down. So yeah, I'd say Bernie Wrightson.
Excellent. I enjoy how I ask that question as if any answer would mean anything to me, a non-visual artist. So, yeah, I'm going to spin a little bit off my first interview. How would you say your interactions with the art community have changed over the last year?
Oh, immensely. I think one thing that's very important with art is to, have that sense of community, and you learn and you grow from each other, especially basement shows, being in that environment and just vibing off of everybody. And even just, having interactions with people that are, more advanced than you. I think it really shows you, and for me, personally, it really taught me to like push myself and push my limits, as hard as scary as it can be. Especially if you have a good mentor, they will lead you in the right direction. So I think it's definitely important to listen to people and like build that sense of community, because you're all going to learn off of each other. We all have different experiences and we all come with our own biases and our own styles of art, and to kind of intertwine that with one another, I think is pretty crucial, I'd say, as an artist.
Mm-hmm.
Even though we tend to be pretty isolated kind of easily. I know I do every now and then, but it's good to get out and hang out with other artists for sure.
Right. Well, I mean, I don't know if you find this as a visual artist, but as a performer and a writer, I find that it's almost like the iceberg metaphor, where the bit where you're in isolation is the obvious part, and then the gathering of what will fuel the isolation, which can be done in public, be done in the community, is the hidden underwater part.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a great analogy.
Great. Yes, compliment me during your interview. So then I guess let's guide people towards your art so that they can take a look for themselves. I'm glancing through. I see As Above, So Below is a particular favorite for variations that you put out. So we'll call that one the spearhead for this conversation. It looks like a not quite human skull, almost Neanderthal skull, with a tree rooted out of it growing an eyeball, which definitely was the thing that made me think dark fantasy in a realistic format.
Mm.
I don't even know why I bring that up. It's just cool as hell, I guess. So,
awesome. Thank you. Appreciate that.
That can be found. Your company is Dapper Skull Creations?
Correct.
And that's what I'm seeing for your Etsy, for your Instagram. Is there any other place you'd like to steer people, or would that be the main one?
Those are my main ones. I also have my own personal, which is Eric Castellanos Art. For that one, I do stuff that, I'll promote Dapper Skull stuff on there every now and then, but it's more of my personal art. When it's where I do like a lot of my pop, like horror art, Star Wars art. Lately, some guitar videos. So I'm still learning how to marry the two in a way. So, but
Right, naturally. Yeah, I don't know. Blending music with visual art, unless you have animation experience or somebody to do that for you, is that more inspirational, or are you still looking for a way to actually blend them into one output?
one way I was actually thinking is I like to do time lapse videos of my process when I'm working on a piece. So I thought it'd be cool just to do my own music. Now that YouTube and social media platforms has gotten pretty strict with using other people's music, in the background's like, well, shoot, I'll just make my own then, and then just call it even. So I figured that's one way. Possibly even starting a YouTube channel where I can kind of do that same thing. I can show some time lapse videos, have some original music, eventually put it on Spotify, stuff like that.
Very nice. Yeah, that's a nice way of getting people involved in your process without actually having to have them in the room with you, I guess.
Right, for sure.
Well, excellent. Thank you for joining us today. I know you had limited time today, and I'm glad you were able to make it out.
Thank you so much for having me. And yeah, I think this is awesome. The Haunted Basement's doing this today. I love them. I miss doing live shows, but this is just as great. And I think it's making everybody a little more creative in how we can all still keep in touch and communicate with one another. So thank you very much for this.
Excellent, and thank you. And hopefully all this practice we're getting is ultimately will look like a very long temporary situation.
For sure. Agreed. All right, well, you stay safe. Thanks for having me on.
Absolutely. Thank you for coming out, Eric.
Bye.
All right, so that was just two of the makers we have today. We have a series of interviews throughout the day, mostly on the half-hour to hour block. So I think 2:30, 3:30. I don't have the schedule in front of me, but you can pull it up on the website, or you can just stick around for the entire time and be surprised every time a maker shows up. We have a lot of very talented people who do a lot of very excellent things. And as both of the interviewees touched on today, that it's not the same as having everybody in the same room where you can just wander from table to table and let impulse guide you. But we still have a lot of very interesting stuff that happens, and a lot of ways to get at them. So please check out our website. That should at least lead you to links to all of these makers, all these people who, whether they worked with us for years or whether they're brand new to the Haunted Basement Makers Fairs. There's a lot of very, very cool stuff being made in the local community still. And by supporting them, you support art as a whole, which is all we can really ask for. Everybody is having a rough time this year, obviously. Artists, no more, no less than anyone else. So as much support as you feel you can give, please give it. We're happy to have you here, even if you're just going to watch. So I am now vamping because I don't know how to wrap this up, because it is Saturday and I am still asleep. It's a great pleasure to be a part of this community, and it's a great pleasure to see it expand into new realms. When the Haunted Basement started doing Makers Fairs a couple of years ago, I wasn't part of the idea of that. That was just something that would not come to my mind, which means when it did happen, it was a glorious surprise and an extraordinarily pleasant one. And as we go on, as we find more and more makers, more and more different styles, we started obviously with a lot of horror stuff, and we still have a lot of horror stuff, but it's expanded out into different mediums. And as those interviewed makers mentioned, a lot of pop culture stuff just grew up around it. And even if it's not directly horror related, it still feels like part of the Haunted Basement, which, I don't know, it's just a joy. Sometimes I'm out of words.
Thank you for that very heartfelt speech there, Brian. That was very meaningful. So I guess to help fill in the next 5 minutes, everyone's heard us refer to you as Professor Creep. Can you tell us a little bit about yourself?
I am a human being All right, as I mentioned at the beginning of the stream when I was doing the opening vamping to fill time, I first became involved with the Haunted Basement in 2010. I've been involved every year since then, sometimes just for a couple of volunteer shifts, sometimes as assistant director. It's varied year to year depending on my abilities and the basement's needs. And the last few years, I've worked my way towards putting together an actor training at the beginning of the year. When I started, our actor training was very bare bones. I looked it up recently, and it was literally you had to attend a half-hour training at one of 3 different times. And it was literally just things like basic safety concerns, now go. Which some performers thrive just as well with that as with a full training course. We certainly did great work in the past, and I cannot deny that some people know what to do immediately. They don't need the full round of training to bring their all. Some people, though, get more comfortable when they have had full training, a full list of tips and tricks, a whole bunch of stories from the past that they can draw inspiration from, so that when they go out and create their own stuff, there's less of a learning curve at the beginning. And by putting together training courses, I think it did help, because we have a shorter amount of time between the beginning of the basement and when everyone's firing on a full cylinders. And I put that together not because I had a lot of experience in teaching, either acting, performing, haunting, or anything else, but because it was something I thought I could do, and I could see we had the lack. And the basement, fortunately enough, either agreed with me or got tired of putting me off and put me in charge of some stuff. And I've seen a lot of actors thrive in that environment since then, which brings me joy every single year. Obviously, it's been weird lately. Last year we moved over to a full virtual house where it was entirely mailing boxes, entirely video promotion. There was no acting training for that. Everybody just brought what they knew. There's a decent chance that'll happen again this year, in which case we'll just see how it rolls for 2021. But when we do reach the point where everyone feels comfortable going back to a physical haunt, I hope they will bring me back as the professor so I can tell people what to do, and they can mostly ignore me, but occasionally listen.
Well, I've always appreciated your iron fist of education and guidance, because I started back in 2014 when we did the Unhinged year, and I don't remember how involved you were. I wasn't as involved as I would have wished. But I'm glad we've been able to build this friendship and career together as terrible, terrible people who lurk in shadows.
Yes, it's a subtle, when you work with the Haunted Basement, it's usually a very subtle change where at first you're just doing something fun, and then slowly you realize, I'm tied to all of these people on a sinking ship, and we're all floating or going down together. It's been a pleasure being tied to you, Liam.
Pleasure being tied to you, Brian. So I guess on a lighter note, let's say, can you, in the next 3 minutes, can you tell us your favorite story from your time as an actor?
There are a lot. It's very, and by this point there's a good chance most of our audience knows, it's very easy to get Haunted Basement performers and executives and staff going off on creep story time, because there are a lot of stories. I'd say, okay, I don't know if this is my favorite, but it's maybe what I'm most proud of that I created as a performer, and it's from the Unhinged year you brought up, 2014. That year we tried something new, and it was more like having traditional theatrical roles where there was something you did and your character had an arc, and it was still very Haunted Basement-y, but it was much more structured than normal. There was a beginning, a middle, and an end, and you did basically the same thing every performance. And what I came up with, I was in an entirely dark room called the Interrogation Room. It didn't have a soundtrack running in it. It had a door you could close and seal it off from the rest of the basement. It was empty inside except for a strip of carpet that led to a corner where there was a single chair, and there was a table off to another side you could keep a couple of things on, and a night vision camera pointed at the chair hooked up to a television outside the room so people could watch their friends getting messed with. And when you closed the door, it got nearly silent in there. It was actually possible to slowly shuffle over towards someone and have them hear the scraping of your feet the whole way, instead of it being drowned out by whatever horrible drill bit sauce noise the soundtrack people had put together. And what I did to sort of invert expectations is I would sit people down in that chair, mess with them, noises, brushing. Sometimes I'd steal hats. I think we still allowed hats at that point. And when I found a person who was particularly fun, I would go over to them, take their hand, and put a wooden knife into it, and then drive the knife into myself and hit them with a squeeze bulb full of hot water. Just because, obviously, I'm not going to stab anyone. Hopefully, obviously. But to force them to stab me and then stumble away screaming and leave them sitting in the dark in a corner, I'm not entirely sure how to get out and not entirely sure if they're guilty of something. That was the sort of feeling I liked leaving people with.
That's nasty. I love
Thank you.
that. Oh dear, Brian, it's that time again. We've been
That
so
time?
sleepy. Oh God, everyone take shelter. Brian, thank you so much for having joined us.
Is it the
Professor
first Wednesday of the
Creep,
month?
everyone.
What's that noise?
I don't know, nuclear? Who cares? It doesn't matter. Brian, thank you so much for joining us this segment. It's been a pleasure seeing you. Been a pleasure listening to you. And I hope everyone in the audience agrees. Now get the hell out, please.
Yep. Yes.
Wonderful. So shout out to the chat. Thank you, Sal of TheDarkCloak. Sal is one of our makers listed in the event. Preston, lovely to see you. Alex, lovely to see you. Betsy Giles, welcome back. I do remember. Oh dear. I do remember our lovely New Year's time, but it is now 1:01. We will be featuring a video from one of our company members, Gail, as they make their way through the basement.
Hi, I'm Gail, and I have been with the Haunted Basement since I moved to Minnesota, so it's been a few years. I never really know how many. I started when we were still at the soap factory. I started as a volunteer, helping to build, because I was scared. So I volunteered. I built a lot of walls. I painted a lot of things. I did the grunt work. And then they asked if I wanted to stick around and do some acting. And I did. And now I haven't left. It's a really fun experience. It's an amazing group of people. It's something that I come back to every year because I enjoy it so much. Outside of the basement, I'm an artist, I'm a teacher. I enjoy perspective. I like thinking about how people think and the experiences that we have. And one of the things that really attracts me to Catacomb Collective and the basement experience is that every person is going to have a completely individual experience. Every night is different. Every time I go in to act, it's different. Every costume is different. Even if I wear the same costume 2 nights in a row, I might have somebody else doing my makeup that night, and all of a sudden this creature, this being that I get to be that night, is different. It's It's completely different. So I love the variety. And I love that no one has the same experience, which is true to life. It's true to life. None of us have the same experience with anything. We could all be looking at the same thing and experience it a completely different way. So that is what I ultimately love about Catacomb Collective and the Haunted Basement experience, is that it's so individualized. Even though there's tons of people going through, even though you might have 5 or 6 people in your group, no one is going to experience it in the same way. So what am I going to do to entertain you? I'm going to read some stories that I think highlight my horror sensibility and what you might encounter if you run into me in the basement. So these are from a book, 100 Fiendish Little Frightmares. It's an anthology. It's a collection of short stories. All right, this first story is called Dollburger by Lisa Tuttle. When she listened hard, Karen thought she could hear the men downstairs searching for dolls. Although she didn't know what they looked like, she thought of them as hairy, troll-like men with the large, square teeth of horses. She glanced at the attic door. All her dolls were safe in there. Surely the men would never come upstairs to her room. The thought made her clutch the blankets to her chin, her body rigid with the effort of not breathing. The bed was safe. It had always been a sanctuary. But she didn't know the power or limits of these doll thieves, and could only guess at protection. She'd learned about them just that morning from her father. "Daddy, have you seen Christina?" "Let Daddy read his paper, sweetie. He doesn't know which doll Christina is," her mother said, flipping pancakes. Daddy dipped a piece of toast in his coffee and looked at it thoughtfully before biting. He replied with his mouth full. "Did you leave her downstairs?" "Yeah, I think." Daddy shook his head. "Shouldn't have done that. Dangerous. Don't you know what happens to dolls that get left downstairs all night?" Karen glanced quickly at her mother, catching the half-smile on her mother's face. Karen raised her eyebrows skeptically. "No," she said, in a tone that dared him. Daddy shook his head again and consumed the last piece of toast. "Well, if you leave your doll downstairs, you can just expect that when those men come looking..." "What men?" He looked surprised that she should need to ask. "Why, the men who eat doll burgers, of course." "Doll burgers?" "Just like hamburgers, only of course made out of dolls." "No." "No? People don't eat dolls, and doll burgers are just tiny hamburgers, like what Mommy made on my last birthday, which you feed to dolls. But dolls don't eat. People do." "You pretend," Karen said, exasperated with him. He was shaking his head. "I don't care what you call little hamburgers. What I happen to know about doll burgers. People eat them, and they're made out of dolls. There are people who just love them. Of course, they're illegal, so they have to sneak around looking for houses where little girls have forgotten to put their dolls safely away. When they find abandoned dolls, they pop them into a sack until they collect enough to grind them up into doll burgers." "That's a story," Karen said. Her father shrugged. "I'm just trying to warn you so when you lose a doll you'll know what happened to it, and maybe you'll be more careful in the future." Her mother came to the table. "No doll burgers in this house. Pancakes, though. Karen, get your plate if you want some." Karen suddenly remembered where she'd left Christina. Of course, last night, before she went to bed, she and Christina had been lost in the wilderness and had crawled into a cave to rest for the night. Christina must still be in the cave. "In a minute," she said, and went purposefully into the living room. The bridge table was the cave, but there was no doll underneath. Karen dropped to her hands and knees. Christina was gone. Something gleamed in the corner by a table leg, and she picked it up. A blue eye gazed impassively up from her hand. There was some shards of pink plastic on the carpet. Christina. Karen, do you want pancakes or don't you? In a minute, she called, and carefully picked up each tiny piece and put it in her pocket. She looked at the eye again. Christina's eyes were blue. She put the eye in her pocket. Daddy, she asked over pancakes, do the people who eat doll burgers, do they ever just, eat dolls? I mean, right there, where they find them. Her father considered. I suppose sometimes they get so hungry that they might just crunch up a doll right there with their teeth, he said. You never know what they'll do. I'm sure Christina is perfectly safe, said her mother. I'll help you find her after I do the dishes. After breakfast, Karen went up to her room and examined the eye and the pieces of pink plastic, the last remains of Christina. What Daddy had said about the doll burger eaters was real then. Not just a story like the grizzly bear in the cedarwood cupboard. Karen had the attic room. Her closet was actually the attic itself, without wallpaper, beams bare overhead and decorated with bits of discarded furniture and boxes of old clothes. She kept her toys there, and it was home to all her dolls. She took Christina's eye there, climbed into a rickety chair, and put it in a secret place atop a ceiling beam. It would do better than a funeral, she thought, since there was so little of poor Christina left. The dolls watched her steadily from their places. Karen looked around at all of them, from her position atop the chair, feeling queen of all she surveyed, giant queen mother to all these plastic rag and rubber babies. Hard-faced Barbie sat so stonily beside doltish Ken in front of their dream house, her clothes spilled out of the upstairs bedroom. 2 nude teenagers, Barbie's friends, sprawled in the kitchen. The bride doll sat next to Princess Catherine, where she'd sat for months undisturbed. There was dust in her hair, and the shoulders of her white gown looked grimy. Princess Catherine's crown was bent, her green satin dress stained, and her lower right leg secured to the upper leg with band-aids and masking tape. Raggedy Ann, Raggedy Andy, and Teddy Bear slouched together in the rocking chair. The talking doll, Elizabeth, Jane, and Tina sat grimly silent. The baby dolls had been tossed into one crib where they lay like lumps. Susan, bald and legless, had been wrapped tenderly and put in the blue plastic bassinet. Karen looked at the top of the old dresser where Christina used to sit with Beverly. Now Beverly sat alone. Karen felt tears in her eyes. Christina had been her favorite. She suddenly felt uncomfortable standing above her dolls, felt that they were blaming her for Christina's disappearance. She felt guilt, a heaviness in her stomach, and thought she saw grim indictment on the still staring faces. Poor Christina, she said. If only someone had warned me. She stepped down from her perch, shaking her head sadly. If only Daddy had told me before, then I could have protected her. When I thought of all the times I've left some of you out, well, now I know I'll be sure to take good care. She looked around at all the dolls, who had not changed expression, and suddenly the silence of the attic became oppressive. Louisa, Karen's best friend, called that afternoon. Would you and Christina care to join me and Isabella in having a tea party? She asked in her best high society lady voice. Karen assumed a similar voice to reply. Oh, my dear, I would love to, but Christina has been kidnapped. Oh, how dreadful, my dear. Oh, yes, it is, my dear, but I think I shall bring my other child, Elizabeth. Very good. I shall see you in a few minutes. Ta-ta. Ta-ta, my dear. Elizabeth was one of the talking dolls, always her favorite until golden-haired Christina had come as a birthday gift. Louisa's little sister Anne and her rag doll Sally Lou were the other guests at the tea party, treated with faint disdain by Louisa and Karen for their lack of society manners. Why don't you let Elizabeth eat her own biscuit? Anne demanded as Karen took a dainty bite. Elizabeth had politely refused the biscuit. Be quiet, silly, Louisa said, forgetting her role. Dolls don't eat biscuits. Yes, they do. No, they don't. Uh-huh. No, they don't. Well, if they don't, then what do they eat? Nothing. Pretend food, Karen amended. They have to eat pretend food because they only have pretend teeth and pretend stomachs. Anne shook her head. Sally Lou has real teeth, and so she has to eat real food. Oh, she does not, Louisa said. All you do is mash biscuit in her face, so she gets crumbs all over her. Show me her teeth if she has them. I can't, 'cause her mouth is closed, Anne said smugly. You're just being stupid. Later, when they were alone, Karen told Louisa what had happened to Christina and watched her friend's eyes grow wider. This was no story. It was real and immediate. And the proof was the blue eye now lying on the bed of dust and staring unceasingly at the attic roof. Karen's ears ached from trying to hear movement downstairs. She always lay awake at the top of the house, feeling silence and sleep wrap the house from the bottom up until it finally reached her and she slept. But now every distant creak of board, every burp of pipe, made her tense and listen harder. She'd left no dolls downstairs, of course. But what if those men should not be deterred by stairs, but were lured on by the scent of dolls in the attic? She thought of Louisa across the street and wondered if she too lay awake listening. Louisa, she knew, had put all her dolls under the bed, the safest place she could think of. Karen suddenly thought of all her own dolls, more frightened than she, sitting terrified in the dark attic, listening to the sounds as she did, and wondering if the next creaking board would bring a dark sack over their heads, labeling them doll burger meat. It was her duty to protect them. She went on bare feet to the attic door, the full moon through her window giving her light enough to find her way. She opened the attic door and thought as she did so that she heard a movement inside, as if perhaps a doll had been knocked over. She had to go inside the attic, several feet to reach the light cord. Her bare foot nudged something as she did, and when the light came on, she looked down to see what it was. Poor, bald, legless Susan lay naked on the floor, and Karen noticed at once that Susan was not only legless, but armless as well. When she picked her up, small shards of pink plastic fell from the arm sockets. Karen felt an almost paralyzing fear. They were up here. Somehow, in the attic, without having come past her bed, and already they'd begun on her helpless doll. Holding Susan to her, she began to gather all the other dolls in her arms. She lifted the skirt of her nightgown to make a bag and tumbled the dolls in there. They were scattered around as if they'd been thrown, none in their right place. Barbie on the floor, Ken in the rocking chair with Raggedy Andy and the bride. Every time she bent to pick up another doll, she was sure she could hear the muffled breathing of the hungry doll eaters and feel the pressure of their eyes against her back. She began to pray, whispering and thinking, "Oh, please, 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 please." Finally, she had all the dolls together, and she stumbled to the door and closed it, leaving the light still burning in the attic. For safety, she pushed her chair in front of the door. Then she went to bed, arranging all the dolls around her, lying down, falling asleep sandwiched by their small, hard bodies. She may have dreamed, but she never woke as they began to move closer to her in the night, and she didn't see the crumbs of plastic that fell from Elizabeth's open, hungry mouth. Alright, this next story is called Grandma's Hobby by Elizabeth Engstrom. I'd forgotten all about Grandma's Hobby, but then it had been years since I'd spent much time with her. Daniel and I had moved in with her for a couple of weeks while our new house was being finished. Grandma, I was distressed to see, had become quite frail, so to help earn our keep, we did a few badly needed odd jobs around the place. Daniel fixed the gutters, the sprinklers, pruned the apple trees, rehung the shed doors, and that kind of thing. I relined the pantry shelves, cleaned the attic, reorganized the linen closet, and then tackled the fruit cellar. Ugh, the fruit cellar. My grandpa died in the fruit cellar when I was a little girl, and for years I wouldn't go near it. Grandma said it was a simple heart attack one morning when he was going down for a fresh jar of jelly, but the fruit cellar had always been too dark, too damp, too spooky for me. And knowing that my grandfather, my wonderful grandfather, had given up his ghost in there, well, it was still too much for me to take. So when I asked Grandma what the next job was to be, and she said in her adorable, innocent, irresistible way that the fruit cellar really needed the cobwebs swept, I swallowed, nodded, and mentally scheduled it for a rainy Sunday. The next Sunday it rained. I snuggled up to Daniel's back in bed that morning, listening to the water run through the new gutters, and I whispered that he ought to take advantage of this good cuddling, because I was about to descend to no man's land. I might not return. He thought I'd probably return, but he took good advantage of the cuddling anyway. Soon I was up and showered and into my old clothes, ready for anything. So I thought. I had toast and coffee for breakfast, quietly, just the rain on the windows and me in the tiny breakfast nook, while Grandma took her Sunday morning soak with half the Sunday papers, and Daniel went back to sleep. And I thought about the fruit cellar, and thought about the fruit cellar. The more I thought about it, the farther away it became. The larger it grew, the deeper it sank, the ranker it smelled. The more unreal my chore began to be. I chugged down the last of my cold coffee, grabbed broom, bucket, and mop, basket of rags, and bottle of ammonia, and opened the cellar door. It was now or never. No place in the world smelled as wonderful as Grandma's basement. It smelled like coal dust and aging apples. It smelled like little kids playing school. It smelled like old dresses stored in leather boxes, and mothballs around great-great-grandma's precious few things. I clanked my way down the stairs, taking a deep breath of that wonderfully perfumed air of my childhood, and turned to face the fruit cellar door. It was a barn door, slatted with one crosspiece. It was dark wood, with one knot punched out at 5-year-old eye level from the time when Randy, my brother, wanted to see if Grandpa was still in there, dead. And he was too scared to open the door. I wanted to bend down and look through the knothole first, too. But that was silly. That was silly.
That was silly.
That was silly.
That was silly.
And I lifted the latch, and the door swung open. What a relief. I almost laughed. You nut, I thought, and stepped into the musty room and viewed it with the critical eye of a cleaner. It was a mess. Grandma was right. It did need the cobwebs swept. The one little window was too thickly encrusted with webs and dust and dirt to let in much light. So I turned on the bare bulb overhead. The little room was maybe 8 feet square, and ringed by wooden shelves. In the faint light, I could discern rows of canned fruits and vegetables. And then I remembered about Grandma's hobby. There was a big box on the top shelf of the closet that was filled with hundreds of ribbons. Red, white, gold, but mostly blue from the county and state fairs. Grandma took all the prizes for canned fruit, vegetables, relishes, jams, and jellies and sauces. Grandma turned food preservation into an art. She grew most of her spices as well as her fruit and vegetables, and her reputation was as widespread as her recipes were secret. I leaned against the dusty wall and crossed my arms over my chest. When Grandma was my age, she had a house, a husband, 3 little kids, and was winning blue ribbons for food preservation during the Depression. She was quite a woman in her youth. It was hard for me to imagine her in her 30s. Vibrant, sharp, energetic, witty. Look what time does to a person, I thought. All that energy, all that ambition gone out into the atmosphere, leaving Grandma old, frail, and not quite all there. But at least she's had 3 children to hold her memory, and a lot of people that she's touched and helped, and secret recipes that must be around here somewhere. What am I doing besides chasing the almighty dollar? What am I doing that's worthwhile? Cleaning the fruit cellar, I thought, and grabbed the mop. I looked again at the half-empty shelves of bottled fruit and vegetables and saw the rings of where the used ones had been. their rings in descending order of dustiness, according to when they were taken upstairs. Boxes of empty mason jars and wide-mouthed lids were lined up along the bottom row of shelves. Grandma hadn't canned anything in a long time. The most recent, red-bordered, gummed label read 3 years ago in Grandma's fine hand, and she still had a lot left to eat. I put my hands on my hips and looked around, pleased with myself for once. I had faced a mindless fear and won. Not only that, but the fruit cellar was so terribly filthy. I'd be able to see real progress. I wrapped a rag around the broom and began to dust away at the window. Daniel brought me a sandwich and a cold beer at noon. We sat together on the damp floor and ate. I began telling him about Grandma's fame, and while I did, a memory floated up of Grandma holding 2 beautiful peaches, ripe to perfection. "These are wonderful," she said. "God meant for peaches this nice to be preserved." My throat filled with sadness for Grandma, and it crowded out my sandwich. Time caught up with a person, and I needed some silence to ponder that. I pushed away the tears of fear about my own aging, chugged the beer, wrapped the rest of the sandwich, and even though Daniel still had half a sandwich left, I stood up and brushed him gently out of my way. I had to get back to work. Late in the afternoon, the rain clouds parted, and shafts of light came in through the newly cleaned little window. I was wiping down the last of the shelves, had only the bottom shelf and the floor left to do, when a little jar caught the sunlight, caught my attention. It looked out of place, being smaller than the other jars on the shelf, and of a different color, and stashed way in the back, in the corner next to the wall. I dusted my way over to it, reached behind the jars of apricots, and picked it up. It was small, maybe half a pint or so, of fancy cut glass, with a miniature rubber seal and a wire snap top. Those wire snap tops were so old that not even Grandma used them anymore. I held it up to the light, but as I did, the sun went behind a cloud. The bare light bulb in the ceiling showed through a clear, golden green substance. It looked like jelly. I was intrigued. Almost enough to open it, but not quite. It wasn't mine to open, and besides, maybe it was special to Grandma. I set it on the floor next to the door to remind myself to take it upstairs and ask. But by the time I was finished, my muscles were howling. I was not used to this kind of labor, and when I emptied the final load from the dustpan into the garbage, I barely had enough energy to look around the little room in satisfaction before hobbling up the stairs to the bath. I left the little jar next to the bucket of filthy water, the broom, the dustpan, and the pile of rags. I'd fetch them all the next morning. But the next morning, it wasn't there. I moved the mop around in the bucket, but the jar wasn't there. Then I looked on the shelf where I'd first found it, and there it was, tucked back in the corner behind the apricots, next to the wall. A little chill ran through me. I reached in and brought it out, wondering again at the strangely rich color. By the time I'd finished cleaning up the cleaning tools, Grandma was having her toast and marmalade in the sunny breakfast nook. "You did a beautiful job with the fruit cellar, Jan," she said. So she'd been down to see. She'd put the jar back on the shelf. "Thanks, Grandma. It was a real challenge." I sat down next to her, thinking that I noticed something a little different in her manner, and I wished I'd left the jar on the shelf where she was telling me it belonged. Suddenly I felt a little shy. But I knew if I didn't ask her now, that curiosity would certainly torture me. I pulled the jar from my pocket. "Grandma, what's this?" She looked at it without surprise, but with an indefinable look that seemed to be a little melancholy, a little misty. Then that passed, and she returned her look to the newspaper. "Jelly," she said. "It looks so old." Grandma smiled to herself. "Can we try some? Or were you saving it for some special occasion?" Grandma looked at me, looked at the jar, looked back at me. "Well, no," she said, hesitating. "Not really. Sure, let's have some." I opened it, and the fragrance was deep, pungent, and spicy. It didn't smell like any kind of jelly or jam I'd ever smelled before, but it did smell sweet and quite irresistible. I spooned out a gentle amount and put it on my toast, then passed the jar to Grandma. She smelled it first, too. Then, without comment, she scooped a dollop onto her toast. She spread it around carefully, then lifted it up. A toast of toast, you might say. And she said, "To Grandpa." And we both took a big bite. It was delicious. "He loved my homemade jelly so much," Grandma said around a mouthful. "I always said he'd someday turn into a jar of it." The toast caught in my throat. There was a glazed, slightly hysterical look in Grandma's eyes. She wiped a few toast crumbs with jelly from the corner of her mouth and then looked at her napkin. "And now look at him," she said.
Well, I don't know about the rest of you, but I'm definitely going to be haunted by Jar of Grandpa Jam. Thank you very much, Gail, for that terrible. That really bothered me, I'm not gonna lie. So let's continue on then, I suppose. Our next I'm sorry, I'm still horrified by Grandpa Jam. Yeah, I actually had toast for breakfast this morning with jam. So I'm like, ooh. So continuing onward to only rated X if you understand Gothic Romance is Lord Brian Chaffin. And the cage match of the 18th century. Brian, I'll let you take it away.
Okay, thank you. Let me share my screen here. Can you see the initial slide?
Yes, I can, and it's beautiful.
All right. Well, just a note here, since I have a time slot to fill today, I did something I wouldn't normally do and wrote out my presentation word for word. And reading it through for time, I noticed that doing that sounds really stilted and wooden, which deprives you of an opportunity to hear my gift for sounding stilted and wooden when I'm ad-libbing. So I may depart from script at some point, but for now, here we go. I'm Brian Chaffin, a member at large of the Haunted Basements Board of Directors, a position for which I am qualified almost exclusively by the fact that I am the living dead. In life, about 25 years ago, I was an academic studying ancient and modern languages and literature, and one of my particular interests was in the Gothic novel of the 18th and 19th centuries. Unfortunately, I was subsequently zombified into a shambling and glazon-eyed civil servant through the arcane power of money. And so you find me here today. Before I begin my remarks, I want to make it clear that the views expressed herein are not those of the Catacomb Collective, the Haunted Basement, its board of directors, the Mincast Corporation, the Elder Gods, or any other unspeakable entities whose own opinions on the matter can be found in the inaudible whispers of your nightmares. I've chosen as my topic today the Gothic romance as it flourished in England at the very beginning of the Romantic movement there, in the 1790s, specifically in the works of its most popular and influential practitioner, Anne Ward Radcliffe, universally known simply as Mrs. Radcliffe. First, though, we must briefly visit the mists of antiquity, assuming they haven't closed their doors to Americans during the pandemic like every place else. And we need to say a few words about the origins of the romance in general. Did you see the slide change? I hope.
Yes.
Okay, good. Thank you. We're lucky enough to have no fewer than 5 complete tales, which we characterize as romances, surviving in their ancient Greek original, along with various synopses, fragments, and stories embedded in other types of work. The ancient Greek romances are distinguished from the 2 surviving Latin works we now call novels, partly because the latter, even when dealing with extraordinary plot elements, treat their subjects more or less naturalistically, while the romances are highly idealized. In fact, if you squint your eyes really, really hard, you can almost see all the surviving romances as sort of like prose versions of the Odyssey. Just as Homer's epic is the story of the hero's adventures while trying to be reunited with his beloved Penelope, the ancient romances are tales of couples cruelly separated by fate, usually in the form of pirates, slavers, or jealous gods, as they endure innumerable vicissitudes in their struggle to come together again. Let me point out here that while these ancient stories are not primarily intended to provoke terror or horror, one element is the ubiquitous threat to life and, more importantly, to virginity, for both the heroine and the hero, because the ancients were, after all, rather modern. That these works aren't better known today owes in part to the fact that they were popular literature and generally lacked the artistic and intellectual sophistication that invites and rewards study. Indeed, their popular nature is attested by their very survival, not only in the original, but in translations into Latin and various European and Near Eastern vernaculars, all the way through the Dark Ages. Not only were there versions in tongues from Old English to Persian, but there are also translations attesting the enduring appeal of similar stories, sometimes categorized as romances. These are tales of kingly adventures such as the Alexander Romance and Apollonius, King of Tyre. As such, we can be confident that the ancient Greek romance was a primary influence on the medieval tales that added the adjective Gothic to Gothic Romance. Unfortunately, we need to pass those over today, partly due to time constraints, and partly because I don't want to brush the rust off my Middle English. And as my mentor, the occult literature expert Dr. R.D. Stock pointed out to me 30 years ago, the Pearl poet isn't Chaucer. I am going to digress for just a minute here and convey an anecdote about one of the translations of one of the romances, Apollonius, King of Tyre, which survives both in the Greek original, in an early Latin translation, and in a 9th century Anglo-Saxon translation into Old English. And long ago, when I was in that most blissful condition, grad school, I picked as my project for my Old English class translating the Anglo-Saxon translation into modern English. And the text I used was a Loeb's Classics translation, which had the Latin translation on one page facing the Anglo-Saxon on the other. And since at the time my Old English was approximately at the same level as my Latin, I would finish translating a page of the Old English, turn the page, and without noticing the language change, I would begin translating the Latin and not notice until I got to the top of the next page when I wondered why I'd translated it twice. So I effectively had to prepare 2 translations of that work. But I digress. We're passing over the Dark Age romance tradition to proceed into the origin of the Gothic Romance proper in the 18th century. Next slide. The author who enjoys the more or less undisputed credit, if credit it can be called, of inventing the Gothic Romance is Horace Walpole, who much later became the 4th Earl of Orford. He lived from 1717 to 1797 and was the younger son of Robert Walpole, arguably the first Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, and the subject of that supreme satire, The Beggar's Opera. The younger Walpole, having inherited copious funds from his less than scrupulous politician father, lived the life of a gentleman antiquarian, and out of his interest in things medieval, invented not only the Gothic Romance or novel, but Gothic Revival architecture as well. The latter he did through the creation of his extraordinary home at Strawberry Hill. The word Gothic, besides describing various of the barbarian tribes that had ravaged the waning Roman Empire in late antiquity, had become a word that essentially meant crude. Walpole adopted the word and used it to categorize the various styles of the Middle Ages, which he held to have been unjustly maligned. At Strawberry Hill, he realized his impression of a fanciful medieval castle with interiors conducive to an atmosphere he called gloomth, Gloomth. If you have the kind of imagination I expect from you, you can almost conceive of this as a remote ancestor of our own modern haunts. I don't really have time for digressions today, which, as you know, I already have done, so I lie. But at this point, I want just to tip my tasseled smoking cap to a later writer whose career had remarkable similarities to Walpole's, William Beckford. His father had been one of the elder Walpole's lieutenants, and from him he had similarly inherited a vast fortune. In fact, by some reckonings, William Beckford was the richest man in the world up till the modern day. A generation after Walpole, Beckford wrote a still more extravagant Gothic romance, in French no less, Vathek, and he depleted his fortunes on a still more outrageous palace, Fonthill Abbey. Its tower was the tallest structure on Earth at the time, and when it collapsed shortly after completion, Beckford said his only regret was that he hadn't been there to watch it fall. He went bankrupt, after which he began to rebuild Fonthill on a slightly smaller scale. The doors at Fonthill, I believe, were gold-plated and 25 foot tall, and they were opened by a little person wearing cloth of gold livery, to give you some idea of what it was like. Unlike Fonthill Abbey, of which very little survives, Strawberry Hill still exists and was extensively restored in 2011. I haven't visited yet, but I certainly mean to, if only to pay my respects to the birthplace of Gothic culture. The Castle of Otranto, Walpole's novel and the first Gothic romance proper, is a story featuring the now familiar elements of a family curse, a ruthless nobleman, an attempt at forced marriage, a ghost, and the restoration of the righteous order through supernatural means. While it has remained consistently popular among us fans of the dark historical fiction, it is still more important for its place in literary history. Walpole wrote 2 prefaces for the work, one for the first edition in which he claimed the story was merely a translation of a 16th century Italian original, which likely had its origins in a still earlier codex from the time of the Crusades. As such, the book can be considered the ancestor of subsequent found footage productions from Ambrose Bierce to the Blair Witch Project, in which the menace is enhanced by either hints or the bold assertion of historical foundation. In his second preface to the book, after it achieved popularity, Walpole acknowledged authorship and outlined something of what he was attempting to achieve, namely a marriage of the ancient and modern species of romance, by which he meant a combination of the fanciful circumstances and incidents of the Greek romance with the naturalistic portrayal of a modern novel. How well he succeeded is something everyone has to decide for himself, but this is certainly the origin of the Gothic romance, also known as the Gothic novel. Originally published in 1764, from the beginning it was a wildly popular sensation. Next slide here. A quarter of a century later, the form was to achieve still greater popularity and sensation in the hands of its foremost practitioner of the 1700s, Anne Radcliffe. She lived from 1764 until 1823 and was a middle-class woman of her time, daughter of a shopkeeper and wife of a journalist. While she did have ties to some of the most distinguished people of the age, we know next to nothing about her beyond a few basic facts. Several people, including Charlotte Bronte, have set out to write biographies of her, but have given up from a near total want of material. The dearth of data, as it often does, has given rise to legend, and it has been reported that at the height of her career, Mrs. Radcliffe went insane from the effects of her own chilling tales. As is often the case, rather than any mystery, the truth is much more likely to be that there simply was nothing to tell, and she was just personally boring. No, that's boring. So I'm going to tell you that actually she was one of the reversed vampires, and she was secretly the mother of Lord Byron by an affair with the Prince of Wales. No, not the Prince Regent. I mean Prince Charles, who went back in time having been lent a TARDIS by Doctor Who. So there you have it. Isn't it much truer to your experience of human nature that the lack of surviving details about her life is much more likely due to a gigantic conspiracy of silence than to the fact that she spent all her time collecting sewing pins? Her works include 6 Gothic romances that she is known for, as well as books of poetry and a travelogue of her only trip abroad to the Low Countries in Germany, undertaken after her literary career was otherwise substantially over. It's interesting to note that she never saw the locations in France and Italy in which her most of her fiction was set, and of which her descriptions were highly celebrated. Like other great writers, she drew her inspiration from other great writers, rather than from anything as sordid as actual experience. So her advice to aspiring authors out there is write what you've read, not what you know. That is sage advice, by the way. Her best-known work, both today and in her lifetime, is The Mysteries of Udolpho, published in 1794, for which she received the enormous sum of £500, or about $20,000 in today's money, making her the highest-paid author of the 1790s and proving once and for all that trying to compare the value of currency at the time and the currency of today is almost completely pointless, which is also the truth. You can't really compare the value of money between a culture where, A, most people produced a substantial portion of what they used themselves, and where they didn't have anything that was just produced as disposable. They took care of their things and passed them down from one generation to another, and that makes it really hard to compare what a pound was worth then to what a dollar is worth now. So when I say she got £500 for The Mysteries of Udolpho and that's worth $20,000 today, that's essentially meaningless. Her last work of fiction, Gaston de Blondeville, was published posthumously in 1826, and we don't really know when it was written. Likely shortly after The Italian in 1797. A dialogue that was intended to form part of the preface was published separately that same year as On the Supernatural and Poetry, which became a foundational work of literary theory in the genre. We will return to that in a moment. Next slide. Down the banister of imagination and into the amazing world of Mrs. Radcliffe's fiction. The stories share a number of important characteristics so typical of her work that they eventually drew a certain amount of satire. The protagonist of these works is generally a young female who is increasingly unprotected and vulnerable as the story progresses, losing her parents, guardians, and contact with the hero, not necessarily in that order, and coming more and more into the grip of sinister persecutors who seek to marry her by force or worse. There is an enormous, typo here, I'm trying to figure out what I wrote. There is an enormous focus on landscape and description, which goes hand in hand with the sympathy typical of the nascent Romantic movement with nature in preference to civilization, standing traditional Enlightenment judgments on their head. In The Mysteries of Udolpho, the heroine's father, Monsieur Saint-Aubin, pays the supreme compliment to the hero, the young Valancourt, and that is, he has never been at Paris. In other words, he's a man of nature rather than civilization. The stories are set 200 to 300 years in the past, following the tradition established by Walpole, where there is less skepticism of extraordinary events removed from the present day. We are more willing to accept deeds, both heroic and villainous, as occurring in a historical context than in a present one. One ubiquitous source of menace in these tales is gangs of banditti, who haunt all the isolated places in sharp contrast to the inherent virtue of the natural environment around them. The tension between terror and the consolation of the natural environment is instrumental in promoting the expressed goal of the works, the experience of the sublime, and the emotions of rapture and transport, to which we will return in a moment. One of the most typical and satirized characteristics of Radcliffean fiction is still clinging to Enlightenment values even in the face of the work's more generally proto-Romantic ethos. The world in which they take place is fundamentally rational, with no room for supernatural occurrences, however much the characters and the readers may be tempted, indeed very nearly coerced, into belief in them. These stories are the Scooby-Doo mysteries of their day, in which all the ghosts are eventually explained away, not only as deliberate deceptions, but as nearly incredible coincidences. A great deal of the fun, both for the reader and I suspect for the author, is asking yourself, okay, how's she going to explain away this one, as the apparently supernatural elements become more and more outrageous. Next slide. One thing we don't have to wonder about is how she is going. One thing we don't have to wonder about how she is going to explain it away is what she's trying to achieve in her works, because she told us in what has come down to us as On the Supernatural in Poetry. I mentioned it a moment ago, as having been intended to form part of the preface to Sir Gaston de Blondeville, and it was published separately in a magazine as an essay when that was posthumously published. In it, she discusses the artistic aim of the experience of the sublime and analyzes whether it is to be approached through the contrasting emotions of terror and horror. In this, I'm afraid, she advocates staunchly for the path that subsequent literature and Gothic culture have not followed, including our own humble haunt, I might say. She writes, "Terror and horror are so far opposite that the first expands the soul and awakens the faculties to a high degree of life. The other contracts, freezes, and nearly annihilates them. I apprehend that neither Shakespeare nor Milton by their fictions, nor Mr. Burke by his reasoning, anywhere looked to positive horror as a source of the sublime, though they all agree that terror is a very high one. And where lies the great difference between horror and terror? But in the uncertainty and obscurity that accompany the first, respecting the dreaded evil." That's one of the most famous passages in 18th century literary criticism. And I am way behind schedule. So I'm going to have to cut some here. But let me proceed because the next bit's important. Terror and horror are so far... Oh, no, that's the last bit. So what exactly is the difference between terror and horror, two words often used synonymously in the modern world? Since I'm a classical philologist by profession, my first instinct is to look at the Latin roots of the words just to demonstrate the expensive education your, or more likely your grandparents' tax dollars provided for me. A quick visit to ancient Rome provides us with the revelation that terror means terror. Oh, and I forgot to advance the slide. Terror means terror. This is entirely in keeping with the tenets of the Latin language as explained in the best of all possible books of Aldous Lennox's The Structure of Latin, which also includes the startling statements singular signals singular and plural signals plural. In short, terror is fear, even in antiquity. Horror, on the other hand, beyond somewhat startlingly meaning horror in ancient Rome, stems from the verb horreo horrere, meaning to bristle, like the beards on the autumnal barley crop. Horror is something that makes the hairs on the back of your neck stand up. Barbers and stylists and random guys on the street corner who just hate hippies and want to cut all your hair off always offer to shave the back of your neck. Don't let them. I'm convinced it's all part of an insidious conspiracy to numb our sense of the horror of modern life. Horror is emotions of shock, revulsion, and disgust. Mrs. Radcliffe argues that terror is from the shadowy and mysterious, whereas horror is our response to things that are shockingly clear, like the rotting corpse at a feast. Next slide. So what is this feeling of the sublime that our author is aiming to achieve through her works? In her remarks quoted, she alludes to the philosophy of Mr. Burke, meaning Mr. Edmund Burke, MP, 1729-1797, best remembered today as an advocate in the Parliament of American independence, but as hostile to the revolution in France. In 1757, even before Horace Walpole invented the Gothic Romance, Burke had published his Inquiry into the Origins of the Sublime and the Beautiful. While Burke largely is in the religious context of divine providence, I find it helpful, if anachronistic, to look at them in the modern context of the ideas later established by Charles Darwin, the son of Mrs. Radcliffe's only known childhood friend, Susanna Wedgwood, yes, of the pottery people. Burke maintained that we have a natural enjoyment in exercising the emotions that are beneficial to us and promote what we now can think of as our evolutionary success, specifically love and fear. The proper object of love is the beautiful, the circumspect, the comprehensible, the attractive, and our enjoyment of this emotion is self-explanatory and easily experienced. To exercise the emotion of fear, however, while similarly necessary in promoting our survival and enjoyable as being necessary, is less straightforwardly accomplished. This is where art comes in, since through sympathy with the characters in literature, we can vicariously experience fear without actually endangering ourselves. The tension between safety and the illusory sense of peril is productive of the sublime. Indeed, the two sensations most often associated with the sublime in Mrs. Radcliffe, rapture and transport, refer to being carried out of oneself and can be seen as alluding to the otherness of the literary experience. And since I'm virtually out of time, I'm going to skip Immanuel Kant. Pompous and pretentious as it would be for me to talk about him. I have been told I can go a little over. So briefly to recap, Mrs. Radcliffe's expressed intention in penning her romances was to produce the effect of the sublime, which she considered possible through eliciting fear and terror rather than horror. The fact she was prompted to explore this contrast at all results from the existence, even at the apex of her popularity, of a rival school of authors who show bounds of her Gothic world and venture into the realm of horror. Foremost among these was Matthew Monk Lewis, who published his Ambrosio or the Monk in 1796, a year after Radcliffe's final novel published in her lifetime, The Italian. Lewis introduces new elements of shock and revulsion into the genre, or exploits emotional aspects previously only hinted at. One means of educing horror employed by this new school was the inclusion of taboo subjects such as incest and homosexuality, at least by implication. The man who threatens to ravish the heroine turns out to be her father, or it is only revealed at the last minute that one of a pair of men involved in a passionate relationship is actually a maiden in disguise. It is likely that the facilitation of the ability to explore an expanded concept of human experience is one of the reasons for the ultimate triumph of horror over terror in subsequent fiction. And I'm going to skip another digression there and proceed to the next slide. Oh, I skipped. I didn't put up that slide. Well, there's Monk Lewis. Finally, just to mention Jane Austen was both a satirist of Mrs. Radcliffe's work and an intense and sincere admirer in her earliest surviving novel, Northanger Abbey, which was also not published till after her death. And one of the most interesting things about it is she includes discussion of 7 books in Northanger Abbey, which are part of the reading list for the heroine, and of which she inquires, but are they all horrid? Are you sure they are all horrid? And these were thought for a long time to be simply made up by Miss Austen, but in the middle of the 20th century, they were all rediscovered. They're now in print again, and they are delightful, and I'll leave you to judge for yourself whether they're all truly horrid. And I will bring things to a close there. I'm sorry to have run over. Thank you.
Well, that was absolutely lovely, if you ask me. Thank you very much, Brian. I always do love hearing you go on. Like, your tangents are fantastic. But our time has come to a close, my friends. I will be handing you off to our next host. It looks like they're here. Mike, are you with us? Not quite sure yet.
Hello, I am here.
Oh boy. All right. Well, thank you all so much for joining us in this 2-hour period. I will see you later tonight. Mike, take it away.
All right. Well, thank you everyone who's been tuning in right now. As Liam said, my name is Mike D. I'll be your host for the next 2 hours here from the 2 to 4 Central Time slot. So thanks again to Brian, who gave us that riveting and knowledgeable full dissertation there. We're going to get things started here in the 2 o'clock hour with one of our makers, Jenny Stice. So Jenny is an educator, and she is an artist who will teach us how to marble paper at home using a little bit of shaving foam, watered down paint, and some watercolor. You can check out some of her work at jennystice.weebly.com. Jenny, do we have you on the line?
Okay. Awesome. Let's see if I can get my camera going here.
We can see you just fine.
Perfect. All right. Well,
whenever you are ready, take it away.
Thank you very much. All right. Well, we're going to go ahead and talk through some demonstrations on how to make some marbled paper today. This is a really great at-home project. It's really applicable to using some materials you might have around your house or all that and such. Some finished examples of the marbled paper might turn out looking like this or this. Supplies that you'll need for this project, you'll need some shaving foam. You want to make sure you get the foamy kind, otherwise it won't work. You'll need some paper. There's 2 different kinds of paper you can use. You can use some watercolor paper that'll end up having some nice texture to it, or you can use some paper that's like a wet medium paper, like mixed media paper that has like a really nice smooth finish on it. You just want something hefty enough that it won't melt when you get it wet. You will want some paint. I'm using acrylic paint today. You're going to want any type of paint that, like, I guess, like, you could use watercolor, or not watercolor, you could use washable paint. If you are using acrylic paint, remember that acrylic paint is permanent and might get on your clothes and stain. I've even done this with food dye before, so it's really applicable and will work for multiple purposes. You want to water down your paint so it's a little liquid. You can kind of see it in here. I just have mine in some squeeze bottles. You want a surface that you can get your shaving cream on so that it's not staining whatever surface. I just have a turned over cutting mat here. And then the final thing you're going to need for your project is you are going to need some form of flat edge, plastic rulers, an actual squeegee. You'll see as I start the demonstration, you just need something to scrape the foam off of your paper. You will also want some rags and a bucket or garbage can or something to put the dirty shaving foam in when you get done. So those are kind of the supplies we will need for the project today. I'm going to run us through a demonstration and then show you some ways that you can play around with it, some ways you can take in different directions, and really kind of play around with the colors and everything you get. Okay. Let's see here. So the very first thing we do is we look down at our surface. What we want to do is we want to spray out some of our shaving foam. And all we're trying to do is we're trying to make an area big enough that it'll cover how big my paper is. So I'm going to spray out my shaving foam. And yes, the best part of this project is getting to play with the shaving foam. So, all right. And then we're just going to take our flat edge and kind of make a clean surface here. We want it a little thick, like at least an inch. I'm going to put some more over here. We want to make sure you're kind of flattening it out to make a nice flat surface, just like that. And then you can kind of, I like to have a bucket on hand that I scrape the excess shaving foam into. You can do that however you like, if you would prefer to use a paper towel or such. Okay, so I have a flat surface of my shaving foam. Now comes my kind of second decision part, is I want to think about what colors I'm going to mix into this. Marbled paper becomes a lot of playing with different mixtures of colors and really playing with how they're going to mix together. You can go for kind of a limited color palette like this one, or you can go for a more rainbow-esque color palette here. So I'm going to start out with blue and green. And what I'm doing is I'm just taking my watered down paint and making some drops onto the foam there. Okay. If you look, you can see. Right. And then taking my green paint. And there's not really an exact measurement process to this. It's just play around and see what happens. So in order to get that marbled effect where the colors really swirl around, what we need to do is we need to take either an object, you can use your hands, this is a fun time to play in the foam, get some sensory play in, and you want to start kind of swirling around the paint. See what you can create here. For a pretty even measure of like color to foam. And that looks like a pretty good start for me. So I'm going to do a practice with my paper. And the fun part kind of comes when you start playing around with all these different colors. So to do our first pull of our marbled paper, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my paper and press it down like yay. And I want to let it sit for a little bit just to kind of soak in that paint onto it. I'm not pressing down super hard. I don't need to like mush all of the shaving cream out of it, but I want to run my finger over the top of it to get it so that it's pressed down into that paint. And I'm going to let it sit there for a couple minutes just so that it can really absorb the paint really well. And while we're letting it sit, kind of thinking about some of the ways that you can use this paper. This paper is really great for handmade cards. It's really good for bookmaking if you've ever done any sort of hand-sewn books. It makes really great like covers for recipe cards. Any sort of time that you just really want a fancy coloring on your paper, this will work out really great for it. I will caution you when buying your shaving foam. I made this mistake when I went and bought this shaving foam. I got really, really scented shaving foam, and your paper will continue to smell like whatever kind of foam you end up getting. So just, keep that in mind. If you get a really strongly scented one, your paper will linger with that scent. So just, proceed with caution if you end up with a really strongly scented one. All right, so our paper sat there for a little bit. What we're going to do now is we're going to carefully pull this up. And you'll see our paper here has some of that foam on it. And this is kind of where some of the best part of this project comes in. Because what we're going to do, show our camera here. So we're going to lay it out flat. We're going to take a straight edge. Like I said, plastic ruler, an actual squeegee will work. And we are going to slide that over the top of our paper, scraping that foam off. Can get rid of that. And then you will be left with a marbled paper. So some of the fun part of this also comes in that this foam that I have here, it's not just like one stop, use it once and then have to redo our foam. I can take this foam and level it back out here and add in some more color. So I have kind of a blue-green thing going on there. I'm going to add in some magenta now. And swirl that around. This is a really great project if you want to do it with younger artists because it starts to play around with color theory and learning how colors mix together. So if you were doing it with just the primary colors. Right, and I think I need a little more blue in here. Starting to get some nice purple. Take another piece of paper here and press it down. Like I said, we want to let this sit for a couple minutes here. I've found with papers, if you are wanting to do this at home, if you're going to use watercolor paper, you want a thinner watercolor paper, something that isn't super hefty. The heavier watercolor papers tend to have a lot of texture, and they sometimes will give you a really like distextured marbling to your paper. But it's really kind of an experimental, like, will this paper work? Will this paper work? This whole project is about a lot of experiment and play and just see what happens. Lift that one up. That's how it looks right now. Lay it down. All right. So there is our second one. So we have some more purple coming through in there. Right. And then when you get to the point where like your foam is maybe getting a little too muddled up or you're not liking the colors anymore, you can just take your straight edge and kind of scrape it off. I've had some really cool ones turn out where when your foam does get super colored and super like mixed up with all your foam and just like starts almost turning like gray, and then putting bright colors on top of it, that does turn out some super cool effects. I'm gonna add some more foam. And spread it out here. And I'm actually just going to put some magenta down because I want to try and layer some magenta over the top of this one that I have already made. So we're going to see how I can like add in some color into it. And I'm just going to do it down the middle. So I'm going to like create a straight line of marbling. I'm actually going to clean off my ruler. And just another reminder, if you're using acrylic paint for any of this, even once the acrylic paint is in the foam, it's still a permanent paint, so it will stain surfaces. It'll wash out of your hands pretty quickly, but say if you like go to rinse the shaving cream down your bathroom sink and you have a white sink, it might stain your sink a little bit. Not that I'm speaking from experience of completely staining my own sink, but if you do happen to do that, baking soda is really great for getting acrylic paint out of sinks. So, you know, just rub some baking soda over it. It'll take it out. All right, so just creating a little bit of a marble in a straight line here. And I'm going to lay down my paper that I've already marbled and see if I can add more of a pattern into it here. And this is one of the reasons why you want a paper that is going to hold up well to getting wet. Is because the shaving cream is already soaking into it, and we want it to not like start to disintegrate and turn into a big ball of paper. Again, pressing down gently just to make sure it's touching all the paint. We'll lift up. That's what we have. Let's see if it worked. All right, so we got a little bit of color in there. We got a little more magenta over the top of it. Kind of added in some more layer. It's really kind of fun to use some transparent paints, like your lighter colors, yellows can create these really cool transparent effects. All right, let's do a couple more here. All right, I think my next one, I'm just gonna do some blue and magenta. We've got there. Let's see. All right. All right, so while that one is letting it sit, I'll talk through some like problem solving tips for if you go ahead and do this project. Some problem solving if your paint is not holding to your paper, like you do the whole steps and it just isn't soaking into your paper. You might need a stronger paint. If you're using like a washable paint or something like that, it just might not be opaque enough. You might just need to add more paint too. Sometimes I've done it where I've watered down my paint too much, so I just need to use less water in it. Those are kind of the big struggles that can kind of come along with this project, is like over-watering down your paint or just using a paint that doesn't have isn't strong enough to hold on to the paper. So just trying a different paint or even trying more paint. All right, let's see. There as we go. Got that one. All right. Something turned out pretty bright. I was just adding more paint into it. Got a nice bright color. I do like some of these marbles that the paper starts to actually show through them. So you're not covering the whole thing. You have a lot of the paper showing through. It'd be fun to try this with like a colored paper. Something that already has some color to it. And so the color of the paper is showing through in contrast with whatever paint colors you're putting down on here. All right. So in cleanup for this project, there's a couple things we want to think about. Our papers, we want to make sure we have the foam off of them. So just kind of going around and kind of getting all the foam off of it. And then you're going to want to let your paper dry for, maybe 4 or 5 hours before you do anything with it. Just like if you're making a painting, letting your painting dry until you're done with it. And then sometimes the paper will curl when it's drying, like especially if I'm using a lot of paint on the marbled paper. So just pressing it under a book, no harm done with it. It just needs some weight to kind of keep it pressed down. For cleanup of your space, shaving cream will melt in water, so you can totally just put all your shaving cream in a bucket, put some water in there, swish the water around, and it'll dissolve into the water. And then the water can just get poured down your sink. So that's kind of just like one way to do it. You can also just scoop it all into your trash can and do away with it that way. I personally like collecting all of it in the bucket and seeing what kind of like rainbow color foam thing happens in here. And then kind of making one final marbled paper with all of the foam and just kind of see what happens with it. So you can make like a surprise rainbow one. And I think that is what this one turned out to be. I think this is one we made in a class where we took like everyone's foam and just like put it all in one pile and turned it into this. So you can kind of see down here where you're getting some of these colors starting to make a gray. And it actually turns out really cool. All right. So we have time. I will do one or two more here just because I have the time. All right. Let's add some green in here. Get a little crazy. And we're just going to plop all that back out. We'll make kind of our rainbow one at the end here and see what we end up with. The foam itself looks really pretty, so we'll see what we get. We'll use this paper. All right. We'll let that sit for a minute. This process differs from traditional paper marbling. Some traditional paper marble practices are where you float inks or dyes on top of water and then press paper into it or on top of it. And it requires more materials and can use chemicals and is just a little bit more finicky and it's not as at-home friendly. I like this version just because it is pretty quick to set up, pretty quick to clean up. You get some really nice results, even if they aren't as maybe clean as maybe doing in the traditional processes. This is also really age friendly, so no matter what age set you're working with, you can do it without worrying about them like getting stuff anywhere. All right, so let's do our reveal for our kind of rainbow one here. All right, so this is kind of our final rainbow one that was all of our foams mixed together. And I would say one of the big differences is there's no white shaving cream showing through with it, so you don't get any really big areas that are marbled with the like white shaving cream, where like this one you have these big white areas. These are kind of all color and they all kind of marble together like that. So completely fun in its own right and can turn into some really cool artwork. Yeah, so that is a really quick demo with paper marbling. You can find me, my information is shared on the Haunted Basement website. If you have more questions about like how to do this or like want private lessons on how to do this, I do private lessons as well. So hope you enjoyed it and have some art time today.
All right, awesome. Jenny, thank you so much for sharing that. So we have a little bit of time here in between performers, so let me just go ahead and share my screen here. And 1 second here. Hopefully everybody can see the screen here. Just showing a little bit, Jenny, of your website here. So again, that's jennystice.weebly.com. I believe you also got an Etsy store down here, which is etsy.com/shop/Jenny Stice. Do you want to talk a little bit about any of your artwork, kind of your influences?
Sure. Yeah. So I'm really influenced right now by a lot of like Dungeons and Dragons monsters, and then a lot of like sea creatures. I've done a lot of octopuses recently. I've done like 3 or 4 of them. So that's been a big inspiration, and don't know where that's come from. I have like 5 of them in my house right now, and I'm just like, okay, octopuses right now. Yeah. But anything that's kind of like crawly and has ooze, like weird arms and legs are kind of up my alley for art.
Right on. So what's one of your favorite Dungeons and Dragons creatures to go up against or deal with?
Ooh, I think, I'm trying to remember what it's called. Over here, I can show you. I'm doing a big drawing. I think it's a moon beast, I think that's what it's called. But it's this big, like a big purple dude. I've never gone up against Dungeons and Dragons, but I really like drawing it. So that's my like inspiration there.
All right, awesome. Well, I do believe we are ready for the next segment of our show here. So again, Jenny, thank you so much for sharing your craft with us there. Again, you can check out Jenny's work here at jennystice.weebly.com. You can also check out her stuff along with all of our other makers here on the Makers Fair page, which is hauntedbasement.org/fair. So hopefully we're going to bring in here in just a moment Alex DT, one of our board members here for the basement, who is going to be interviewing a couple more of our other makers here. I'm not sure where they are with bringing those folks in, but hopefully we can vamp for a little bit more here. While we're waiting for them, again, we just want to make sure everybody can check out our website there at hauntedbasement.org. You can find the stuff there for the makers, as well as our donate page, which $5 donation gets you access to our virtual haunt we did this October, as well as the Vladvent haunt that we did in December. So I believe we've got Alex DT here, who's going to be, again, like I said, interviewing some makers that we got coming up. Alex, whenever you are ready to appear on the screen, we will have you.
Hello.
Alex, are you excited to do some interviewing?
I am very excited. I'm looking at the folks that I'm going to be interviewing shortly and looking forward to it. Oh my God.
All right. So I believe you're interviewing Ashley Hay and Lindsey Rue coming up, correct?
Yes, that is correct. Starting with Ashley Hay, who should be here momentarily.
Awesome. Well, I believe we have your first interviewee coming up here. Alex, I will hand the reins over to you.
Right. Hi, Ashley.
Hi.
Oh, I can not hear you. Let's see. Oh, there we go.
Just takes a second.
Perfect. Yeah. All right. How are you doing today, Ashley?
I'm good. How about you?
Doing well. We're great. We're really happy to have you here for the CYBERFAIR. I was just looking at your Instagram and realizing that one of your art pieces is on my spouse's keychain. The little bat with like the coffin door.
Yeah.
So
oh, that's amazing. Tell them thank you.
Yeah. And thank you for making it.
Yeah.
So I wanted to start by just asking you to sort of talk a little bit about your creative work and what inspires you.
Sure. Yeah. So I have a graphic design background. And for a day job, I do graphic design, user experience, user interface. So I don't always get to make the things that I want to make, right? Just like any job. And so I decided to just start making things that I thought I would like and like to wear, or, make a sticker that I thought would be hilarious. And it just kind of spiraled from there, right? Because I found that other people like the same things I do, whether that's, some pop culture things, occult, comics, nerdy stuff, as you can see in the background of my study. And yeah, I mean, a lot of the times ideas will come to me while I'm either walking my dog or having a funny conversation with someone, and I kind of marinated on it for a little bit, like, okay, how am I actually going to do this? Is anybody going to really like it? And then sometimes I'm like, I don't really care if anybody likes it, and I just like it. So, and a lot of my stuff is smaller batch for like pins and patches. And so I think, well, if anything, people can just, I can just give them away as gifts if they don't sell. So yeah, it's not my day job, which gives me a lot of flexibility in what I can and can't do. So yeah.
Fun. I am okay. So this is not a question that's on the list of questions to ask, but it is a question that I just wanted to ask you because I really like some of your work. Something that I always want to buy, but have not chosen to indulge in before is like the sort of like luxury colored cones that you make.
Yeah.
I would love to hear you talk about that.
Yeah, so I like to smoke. And I'm terrible at rolling joints. I don't know about other people, or just even like cigarettes or whatever, like just terrible at rolling things. And I found a manufacturer who creates the cones, and I could pick the colors, and then they'll put your logo on it. And some of the it's very time consuming, but like the deluxe fancy ones, the cherry blossoms, I literally go in, I put on some horror movies in the background, and I have to glue with this, it's actually really great glue. I'm glad I found it. It's like a non-toxic and environmentally friendly glue. And I literally just do like dot, dot, dot. And then I take my tweezers and I put the little cherry blossoms on there. And it's very time consuming. So I don't make a lot. And that's why they're a little bit more expensive than just the plain cones. But yeah, I mean, I just figure for that grab and go, if you don't have a pipe with you all the time, or you're just going on a walk, it's such a nice, there's 10 of them. So you have a lot of variety, and they're pink and red. And yeah, it just feels very spring to me with the cherry blossoms too. And it's just a lot of fun to make.
Love that.
Thanks.
It's so much of those accoutrements are like not cute.
Right.
And so it always makes me so happy when I see those, or like the rolling tray with the skeleton, where I'm just like, cute.
Right. Yeah. And then that's, again, it's just like making things that why are there cute things? There should be more cute things for this kind of stuff. So.
Absolutely. Another question I wanted to ask is how you got involved sort of with the haunted basement community.
I got involved because one of my good friends, Mike, was an actor during the Haunted Basement I think he started a couple years ago, and just told me that they're doing a market for the first time. And he goes, I feel like you would be a really good fit. And I love the markets. I had so much fun. COVID is such a jerk, and so I really miss the community, because it's one of the greatest communities in the Twin Cities I have found, in terms of just the other makers and the actors and the people who run it are just wonderful humans, and I'm just really happy to be a part of it. So yeah, it's a big round of applause for Mike for connecting me, and yeah, right. And I there's no looking back. I'm just really happy to be part of this group.
We're really happy to have you.
Thanks.
Sorry, just going back to my notes.
Yeah, totally.
All right. This is a question that isn't about your work, but is just a random fun question. What's your favorite dinosaur?
My favorite dinosaur is probably got to be a Stegosaurus.
Why?
I just love the pointy babies. I love that they have, all the things on the back, and they were, they look intimidating, but they were herbivores, right? They're just, hey, I'm just chilling. Just don't bite my back, Mr. T-Rex. I got all these points. Don't hurt me.
Mostly there to chill, but also to mess you up if you disrupt their chill.
Exactly.
So do you have any ideas for like creative work that you're really looking forward to doing that you'd be willing to share with us?
I can give you a little sneak peek. I am going to be, hopefully by the end of this year, I'm working with my dear friend Erica Williams on a collaboration that is going to be very like fortune teller divination type products. And yeah, we're super, super excited. I haven't told anybody really. So you guys are like in the know, right? We literally haven't even done a lot of the artwork yet, but we're just every day like, oh, what if we did this? What if we did this and this? And we already figured out like some of the products we're going to do, and it's going to be so exciting. And they're going to be very, very limited, from like 25 to 5. So super, super excited. So keep an eye on that.
That sounds so cool. And thank you for sharing that news exclusively with us.
Yeah, of course.
See, I remember hearing that you have a discount code for this Makers Fair. Do you want to share that with people?
I do, yeah. So it's Haunted 20, all caps and Haunted. And yeah, the whole store is 20% off. So go crazy, whatever you want. You know, if there's something that's a little bit more, pricey that you wanted, and you get a discount. And there's no limit. Literally everything is on sale because spring is coming, and I just want to put some of that love out there right now because we need it.
That's awesome. Thank you so much for doing that. And I hope that you get some sales through that. You will certainly get some from me.
Awesome. Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm looking at the time here, and I think we've got just a few minutes left. So other thing I want to ask you is, what do you think is your favorite enamel pin that you've designed?
Oh, that's a great question. I would say my favorite ones now are the new Yashahime pins that I did. The first ones where I actually was able to use, the crystals in them, like the Swarovski crystals. That is a mouthful. Yeah, and because they're inspired by Yashahime, which is a sister series or a sequel to the Inuyasha anime series, which is my first love. So yeah, and they're very loosely inspired. Each one is based off of the 3 main characters. And yeah, I just think they're really beautiful. Even if you don't necessarily know that it's based off of Yashahime, they're just really pretty pins. So those are my favorite, I think. And then I've got a new one coming out that I'm really excited about. It's going to be a space witch. So it's going to be it's a little UFO, and the alien has like a little witch hat, and then it's raising up a cauldron instead of like a little cow. So it should be here soon. I'm so excited for it, but shipping takes forever right now. So
oh my gosh, I am going to buy that as soon as I can. I love UFOs and I love witchy stuff. So you just put my 2 favorite niches together.
Oh, that's it's like my favorite things too. So I'm glad. You're in good company for sure.
Yeah. That's got to be the most fun thing of doing this design, is that when you have an accessory that you want, you can design it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And it's funny because I don't have like a huge fan base, but the people who do come buy my stuff are literally my favorite people. Like, there's horror stories of customers. I have 0 of that. Like, everybody is so wonderful, and I'm just so lucky, right, to just be able to make cool things that people like, and that we get to share in that weird nerdiness, because it's how can you not have fun with it? It's a UFO. It's witches. It's anime.
That's
It's all that stuff. Yeah. Yeah.
That's so cool that it's that you actually have positive community with your return customers as well.
Yeah, I do, right? I'm half the time I'm just like, oh my gosh, you came back, have free stuff. Here, I love you. you validate my designs, and it's, you know, it's just so important for a creative person, for even just one person to buy something and just be like, I really like this, I'm gonna put it on something. And it makes my day every time I get a sale. You know, I'll just yell in the other room to my partner, be like, oh my God, I made like a $30 sale. Woo! You know?
Streamers, champagne poppers.
Right? Yeah. It makes us makers very, very happy. So
did you hear that, audience? When you purchase something from one of our makers, be sure, and I say when you purchase something from one of our makers, be sure that you send them a message and tell them how much their art means to you.
Yeah, I've been getting some messages lately, and they're just like, this is so good, thank you for making it. And I just want to be like, you make me cry. Thank you. It really is. It's wonderful. That's why I do it.
Yeah, that makes me so happy.
Yeah.
All right. I think that we are reaching the end of our time because we've got 15 minutes split in half. Oh, yep, and there's Mike probably telling us that very same thing.
That's right. Here I am.
Hi, Mike.
Once again, thank you Ashley for coming on, who is a friend of mine, and I happen to drag her into this craziness that we call the haunted basement. So, again, you can check out her stuff at AskPayDesigns.com. And then, Alex, coming up, you have Lindsey Rue of Wild and Rue coming up. So, whenever the powers that be in the technological sphere bring them up, we can definitely do that.
Thank you so much.
Ashley,
have
a great day.
You have a wonderful rest of your evening.
Wonderful.
And again, you can check out Ashley and all of our other makers at hauntedbasement.org/fair.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Yay.
So, Alex, how is your Makers Fair going while we wait for Lindsey to come on?
It's going very well. I have a few things sitting in carts ready to purchase once I'm done doing all of my work. So I'm sure I will be tempted by more things very shortly.
Good deal. Well, speaking of things very shortly, it looks like we do have Lindsey here on the line. So, Lindsey, how are you doing? I don't know if they're quite with us yet. While we wait for them to join us here, so you've got a little project coming on in our 6 o'clock. A quick preview of that for folks to stay tuned a little later.
Oh, my presentation later?
Correct.
Well, I'll say that it may be me, and it may be somebody who looks quite a bit like me, but the important thing to know is that we'll be handling the very delicate issue of how to ethically, responsibly, and safely seduce your average monster.
Oh, that's definitely an important thing in these times. All right, and I believe Lindsey is on now, so Alex, I will leave it in your capable hands. Yet another interview.
Hey, Lindsey, how are you doing today?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing well. I'm so excited to have you and to talk about the creative things that you do, that you're selling.
Yes.
So the first thing I want to ask you is, like, obviously you're certainly inspired to start doing this stuff by the cuteness of animals, but I was wondering if there was like a specific look or pattern that made you start wanting to make these bandanas and accessories.
Yeah, so I think, what really started it was I realized how expensive it was going to be to get all of the different types of bandanas that I wanted for my dog, because I was like, she needs, holiday ones and every single sports team that we like to watch. So that's kind of where I started. And then I saw how fun it was to see people really like love different fabrics. So I've tried to make all of my business as customizable as possible. Instead of having like set amounts of things made, everything I do is custom to order. So I don't have just like products I'm trying to push out. It's really what my customer wants for their fabrics.
Super cool.
Thanks.
So, see, what is, so since it's mostly custom made, like what does the process look like for that? Like, is it something where they pick out a fabric, or will they say, I'm looking for this kind of theme?
Yeah, so I have like a set group of products like masks, dog and cat bandanas, and baby bibs, and then they come in a bunch of different fabric types. So usually people on my website can shop by fabric type, by product, and then all of the different fabrics are listed as product options. So that's usually how it works. But then I do completely customizable products as well. Like I did masks for someone's wedding in January. So they were all customized with their name and the date on it and things like that. And I have a spot on my website where you can just request a custom order for a specific t-shirt, mask, whatever you're looking for.
Yeah. Do you want to, could you say what that website is for our viewers?
Yeah, my website is www.wildandrue.com, and it's wild, A-N-D, and then R-U-E, not R-O-O, .com.
Oh, right. And so, like, it seems like there are a lot of people who are excited about getting matching masks and stuff with their dogs.
Yes.
Do you want to talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, so my friend Cassie Sawyer, who's also a maker at the Makers Fair today, Root to Crown Healing and Wellness, she was the first one to ask for a matching mask to one of her cat's bandanas. And I was like, oh, this is genius. So once she got it, we got some great pictures of her in boots or mittens. I can't remember which cat it was that she took the pictures with. But anyway, people have loved that. And, you know, I've done one that I did was they had matching family masks in buffalo plaid. And then they have the baby in a buffalo plaid bib. And the dogs had buffalo plaid bandanas on. So it was like 7 pieces of Wild and Rue stuff for their family to match.
That is so cute. And I'll actually when know that you had sold baby bibs, and once I heard that, I was like, oh, I know somebody who is pregnant right now who is going to get one of those, and
yay,
and matching masks.
Yes. Good. Thank you.
You're welcome. Now, this is not a question specifically about your work, but more about your relationship with the Haunted Basement. How did you sort of come into this community?
Yeah, so last year, my friend Cassie told me about the Makers Fair, and I was super excited about it. At that time, I had kind of just launched my brand and made it a bit more official. So I was super excited to do an event, and then we had a ton of fun last year together. We got to be next to each other at the Makers Fair in the basement there. And that's how I found out about the community, and now I've just been a part of it for just a year so far, but happy to be here and support all the events. Yeah, except for I am terrified of haunted house. I don't go to the Haunted Basement, and I will be honest, so this is my way of supporting.
Look, I'm a board, the vice chair of the board, and I have never gone through a full touch tour of the Haunted Basement. I've only done Frady Cat and no touch, and that is perfectly okay. In this community, about accessibility and inclusivity, and we would never shame somebody for not feeling comfortable going through that experience. Because it is quite
Yes.
So, a silly question. What
love it.
Your favorite dinosaur?
Oh, okay. So this has been my favorite part of working from home because my boss has a 3-year-old who's obsessed with dinosaurs, and he frequently comes into our meetings and teaches me about new dinosaurs. But
Oh my god.
I would have to say that velociraptors are my most favorite, and I can do a pretty good velociraptor impression. It's very loud though, so I don't know if we want to go there. But they're my favorite.
I'm gonna turn down my volume and give people like a 3-second countdown so they can be ready, and you can do a velociraptor impression if you feel comfortable. Do not feel pressured.
Oh, I'll do it.
Okay. All right. 3, 2, 1. Velociraptor. That was great. That was a really good velociraptor.
Thank you.
Now, do the dogs in your life appreciate the velociraptor noise as much as I do?
No, my little Riley is not about that life. Oh man.
How long have you had Riley?
She will be 4 in May, so we've had her for a little over 3 years. She's a miniature golden doodle. Yeah.
Sweetie.
Yes.
Well, so this is okay. I have like a ton of questions popping into my mind about like dogs and stuff.
Sounds good.
What is a like kind of fabric pattern that you would want to make like dog bandanas with that you have just not been able to find?
It's hilarious because I actually have an answer. So people have asked me for this and I cannot find it, but I've been trying to find like little pizzas that are melty as the print, like small print pizzas. And I like, this is these little hamburgers I have and I love them. So I want like that with pizzas, and people have asked for it, and I look online. I look every time I'm at the fabric store, and I've never been able to find pizza fabric. So if someone finds what I'm looking for, let me know.
That makes sense because everybody loves pizza, and I have to assume those fabrics are out there and just like bought up instantly.
Yeah, I don't know. You know, food ones have been very popular, especially with the masks. So people like to have silly food masks or prints like that.
That's fair, especially like now you want your mask to be able to like communicate something about your person, because like people can't see your facial expression. You just want to be like, oh, I like pizza. Trust me.
I'm a fun person. You can't.
I like pizza. I know you said that you're not like can't go through the haunted basement, haunted houses. Totally understand. But do you like horror in general, and what kind of horror do you like?
So when I was really a lot younger, I like loved the Saw movies. I don't get scared of gore or things like that. For me, like I can't watch like ghost horror like The Ring or things like that. That's like very terrifying to me after. Probably because I think it's real. So and like gore could totally happen, like what happened in Saw, but for some reason I'm less afraid of it. But I remember this girl in elementary school must have had very strict parents because she told me that I was like a sadist. And I was like, okay, first of all, that's very judgmental. And second of all, I don't really care what you think. The movies are good.
So, like, if you're not doing the action, you're just watching it. You're not really like, you know, that's not a fair assessment.
Yeah, I feel like I didn't like come up with the plot or do it. So, but other than that, sorry.
Oh, I was just gonna say it's totally fair to like be super spooked by ghost stuff. Like, I still, all these years later, if I look down a long dark hallway, I still feel like a thing in my chest ever since I watched The Babadook.
Yeah.
Every time I look down a hallway, I'm like, oh, he's down there. He's going to get me. No.
Absolutely not. Yep. Ugh.
I've never watched any of the Saw movies, though, which is
They're pretty terrible. Like, they're not very good movies. I'm not gonna like come on here and say that, but the first one's all right, and they just for some reason entertained me.
you know, and gore effects in themselves are like their own kind of entertainment to look and be like, how did they make the body look like it was doing that without like CGI? Oh, it was ground meat.
Right. Oh man.
I think. Nice. I went to look at the clock to see how much time we have left, and we have about 15 seconds.
Oh wow.
Yeah, we got good timing. So, gonna tell the people viewing again that the place to go if you're interested in buying Lindsey's work is www.wildandrue.com. And is there anything else that you would like to share with our lovely audience, Lindsey?
I don't think so. Thank you so much for supporting this community, and I'm happy to be part of it. So, thanks.
Thanks for being here with us. It was great talking to you.
You too. All right. Bye.
All right. And thank you again, Alex, for your wonderful interviewing skills, as well as everything you do with the basement, being on the board, and just your general presence as well. It's just so heartwarming for all of us, otherwise undead creatures of the lagoon. So yes, thank you so much from the bottom of my cold dead corpse. All right, well, coming up here in the 3 o'clock hour, we are going to have Ollie Schminkey come on, and they are going to talk about pandemic advice for artists during this trying time. Of course, we are doing this fair virtually instead of in person like we've done in the past. It's been a delight since we've done it from the get-go. So Ollie's going to be kind of explaining to us how they are maneuvering the waters of COVID and being an artist right now. So, and again, if you want to help support all of the artists who are taking part in this, you can check out hauntedbasement.org/fair. You can also help contribute to us at hauntedbasement.org/donate. So again, we have Ollie coming up here next. He's going to give us a presentation. Ollie, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
All right, excellent. I will hand the reins over to you to give us a little knowledge.
Sounds great. Okay, so can everyone see my screen? No, because it's a YouTube channel, so nobody can respond to me. Are we good? Okay.
Not yet. I see your shining face.
What did you say?
I said we can only see your face right now.
Only my face. Okay. Oh, weird. I'm doing the screen share button. Can you see it now? Did that do anything?
Don't see it yet.
Hmm.
Oh, never mind. Being told others can see the screen.
Ollie, I can see your screen.
Okay.
Yes, let me double check the YouTube though. Yeah, I can see your screen on the YouTube.
Okay, wonderful. Then I will go for it. Oops. Okay, hi everybody. I'm Ollie. I'm not that good at technology, as you can tell. This is my little guide of advice for artists adapting to the pandemic. It's just my opinion. I'm not a professional. I did some research, and a lot of marketing research comes off as creepy and kind of unethical. But so I'm just gonna give you the stuff that I feel okay about. There's tons of marketing psychology that like gives you a really bad feeling. But if you want to like manipulate the people's emotions on a hardcore level, you can do more research. So welcome to the new hellscape. If you're like me, you're like, oh my gosh, it's March pandemic, I sold my work primarily in person. I had an online shop, I had an online Etsy, but it was not very good because selling in person was just so much easier. And, you can just like make a lot of money in one day and get to chat with a bunch of cool people at the same time. And now that we have the vaccines, people are like, oh, isn't it gonna be back to normal like really soon? But it's not. It's a pandemic. It's not. Let go of your hope. It's holding you back. Prepare for the present we have now, which means having an online shop, having a good online shop, and being connected with people online. Okay, so this is basically my story. Selling in-person events. The natural urge that I think I see a lot of people having is that they used to be selling on online events. They started an Instagram for their business. Maybe they had them before. Maybe they started one in June. I think maybe I didn't start mine until September. So you started an Instagram. You're like, Etsy. Oh my gosh, that seems like so much work. What if I just do everything through my Instagram DMs? That's going to be totally fine. I'll do an Instagram story sale. It'll be so wonderful. My answer is don't do that. Don't do that. There's a couple exceptions. Like, I know if you sell food, it can be really hard to actually sell it online. But unless you're selling food, my recommendation is really set up an online shop, a real online shop. There's 1,000 different options. If you just Google it, a bunch will come up. I personally use Etsy. I think they have a really clean user interface, and they do a lot to promote their artists. But if you don't want someone's fingers business, I think big is a lot less business. But I think Etsy's super nice. Also Shopify, Society6, etc., etc. There's tons of different ones. Okay, why should you have an online shop versus just selling things through your Insta stories? It's because people like to buy things that are easy to buy. But you see, log on to my Instagram at 12:36 p.m. and scroll through 17 photos in my Insta story and then message me for prices, which I didn't mark it off for some reason, even though no one wants to buy something without knowing the price. And then coordinate with me over payment. I only accept expired gift cards to Taco Bell. What's so hard about that? Seriously, that's how people sound when they try to sell things through Instagram stories. I've seen a couple people be really successful at this, at Instagram stories. So if you're watching this and you're like, oh my gosh, Ollie, we're friends and you secretly hate me. I don't. And if it works for you, that's totally fine. But I see a lot of people who are trying to sell things through Instagram and make it work. And then they're very confused as to why no one is buying their stuff. The same thing with like Facebook. A lot of people, they're like personal Facebook to try to sell stuff and be like, message me. For anytime somebody has to message you to buy your thing, you're going to sell a lot less. And then you're going to have to do all of this back and forth, back channel work to like get them to send money to your PayPal. And then you need their address, blah, blah, blah. And Etsy just has all of that all built in. The second reason I think that you should definitely go with a real online shop and not just Instagram or Facebook is that it is literally not more work than you are already doing. So right now, you're doing all of the work of photographing all of your stuff, communicating with a bunch of people, blah, 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 but you're selling less than if you would just have a real online shop. Adapt and be legit. One of the things that I think about a lot that I think people really like about selling in person is the flexible reporting options when they file their taxes of being paid in cash. And I put this on the packet, and I have all of this information on a packet if you want to. It's on my website, which is ollieschminkey.com. And what happens between you and the IRS is your own business. Your own risk. But the nice thing about Etsy, which I love, they even give you a little summary report at the end of the year that shows exactly how much you made, how much went to shipping, how much Etsy took in their fees, etc., etc. What about the online fees? They're really not that bad. If you're used to paying a tabling fee at an in-person event, I found that they are pretty similar. They're a little bit higher depending on how much money you make, but it's literally like 2 to 5%. Etsy personally has a 20-cent listing fee for each listing, and I think your listing stays up for 4 months. So if you can afford 5 cents per month per listing, I think you're going to be okay. Right now, I think I have 72 things in my shop. I normally have about 100, and it really doesn't. It's really not a big deal, the listing fees. Okay, another reason I think you should really have an online shop is going off of all of this marketing psychology that all of these ethically questionable people did. Buyers really only buy things from people that they trust. And maybe you're like, oh my gosh, but I'm so trustworthy. Anybody who's ever met me knows that I would never eat a grape out of Walmart without paying for it. While that may be true, I don't know you. I don't know. Like, I don't want to send $50 into the PayPal ether and hope that someone with no visible online reputation is actually going to get me my thing that I paid for. The thing about being in an in-person market is kind of built in because people go up to your booth, they can see your items, they can hand you cash, and they can walk away with your items right there. So it's very easy. Trusting someone through a less legitimate site like Instagram DMs is a lot trickier. And there have definitely been circumstances where I've seen people not get the stuff that they ordered through stuff like that. And at least with Etsy and stuff like that, buyers have actions to take if they don't receive their item, etc., etc. So I'm always going to say use a legitimate online selling platform. Use it, use it, use it, use it. Okay, I get it. I made an Etsy, Ollie. Okay, I get Etsy. So now that you have some sort of legit online thing, and don't get me wrong, photographing your work and uploading does take a significant amount of time. So plan that. But I don't think it takes more time than packing up all your things. I'm a ceramist, so my packing up and unloading shows takes a long time. I really don't think it's any more work than that. If you need tips on how to photograph your items, Etsy has a huge community like blog thing, resource thing, and they have so many tips about how to photograph your pieces and make them really shine. Videos are the new thing, so you can take videos of your work and it will help boost your sales. So unlike in-person shows, when you're selling things, I think you have to work a little bit harder for your sale. Like when I'm in person, I just repeat the same 3 things over and over again and try to be like really charming and attractive. And that usually does pretty well. Online, I think cultivating that kind of like personality draw is a lot longer process. So the first thing that everybody's saying all the time is you have to manage your social media presence. Based on the research that I've done, people will be most engaged with you and most likely to like buy from your brand if you're posting at least 5 times a week. For me, I'm a little bit of a tech grandpa, which I keep saying, but I'm not that bad. I'm a little bit of a like tech resistant person. Like I still listen to mixed CDs in my car. And so the thought of posting 5 times a week across 5 to 6 different social media platforms, because I'm also a poet, is very overwhelming to me. And so actually what I ended up having to do is build in regular practice of doing that, just like you would build the habit of like brushing your teeth, building the habit of posting every day on your social media. And at the very first, I was very overwhelmed doing all of this stuff because I was like, oh my God, you're telling me I have to make a new cup every single day. I can't do that. I won't have any time. But you really don't need to. People love seeing your process. They love seeing your face. They love seeing your cat. People just want to be engaged with you as a person and your work and the process. So even if you're like an illustrator and you get halfway through the first sketch of a finished piece, go ahead and post that. People like that stuff all the time. And all of this stuff is totally available if you just do a little bit of research. So don't feel like you have to trust me. You can go talk to someone less sassy if you want to. All right, so this second part of working for your sale, which I feel like I should not have to say, but I have to say, is that you have to be nice on your social media platforms. The amount of people in the arts community, just locally to the Twin Cities, who I've seen, who I have met and personally respected, and then they went and trash talked customers on their Instagram, has been like a lot more than you would think. Oh my gosh, but what if a customer asked a question that was presented on my website? No one cares. Be nice to them. It takes about 5 seconds to respond to someone's question. Sometimes people have questions. That's totally fine. In a couple instances, I've seen artists who have complained about their customers, raked them over the coals, posted screenshots of their questions that they had sent in to publicly ridicule them, about information that was supposedly on the website. Then I went and checked out that person's website, and the information was actually very difficult to find and very unclearly marked. And so if you're getting a lot of feedback like that from customers, you should ask a friend to go through your website and see if it's actually really difficult to find, because sometimes it really is. And I'm coming from a place of experience too, because I used to have my Etsy without any categories in it, because you can organize things into little categories, and now I have cups, mugs, clocks, etc., etc. And I started off with no categories, so you got into my shop and it was just a big puke pile of amazing ceramics, but it was just this big slush pile to kind of dig through. And my partner lovingly was like, Ollie, this is horrible, you can't have it like this, this sucks. And then I took 20 minutes to organize them into categories, and my sales have increased a lot. And I think I've made a much better customer experience because of it. So don't complain about your customers. That's my rule. Okay, so you're nice, you have an Etsy, you're still not selling anything. It's really hard because when you're at a market, you're relying on all of the other people's customer base. You're relying on the organization's customer base. So your customers are basically there and thirsty to buy things. They're so ready. They went to the ATM ahead of time so they can pay in cash so you can cheat on your taxes. They're just ready to go. When you're doing online sales, it is not like that, because buyers need two things in order to buy things. They need a sense of urgency and a limited yet varied set of products. So I think for me as a buyer, when I started learning about this sort of stuff, I noticed all of the ways in which I was actually doing this. And I came across this flow chart that I thought was really interesting, where it's when you're in an in-person event, you see an item you like. You maybe walk around the other booths to make sure that you like it more than all of the other stuff there. Then you buy it and you leave, and the whole process takes maybe a half an hour to an hour. When you are buying something online, the trajectory for a lot of people, myself included, is you look at that site, you look at another site, you look at this, and you're like, oh no, Amazon's evil, I can't buy it from Amazon. Maybe I'll support a local artist. Then you look at a bunch of local artists, you put about 10 things in your cart, but you're not planning on buying 10 things. You just put them in your cart so you don't forget them and don't have to go find them later. Your cart sits around for several days, and then eventually you pick one thing to buy. So helping people create that sense of urgency so your stuff is not just sitting in their carts. A couple ways you can do that. Why would you buy it now? One is you can have an event like this one, like the Haunted Basement CYBERFAIR. And so or you can have a sale. So what I like to do is every time I do an event, I also do a sale. So today I have a sale for 10% off everything in my Etsy. Shameless plug. 10% off everything for only today, because this is only the event. But you don't have to have an event in order to have a sale. I had a sale for my birthday. I turned 27 and I did 27% off today only. It's my birthday. So having like short sales where people feel like, oh my gosh, I have to buy it today in order to get this good deal, that's a great idea. Another thing that I see is talking about this limited yet varied set of products. The yet varied thing is really important. I've seen a lot of people who have like 5 things in their Etsy shops. I will almost never buy something from someone that has so few items. And the reason goes back to that sense of trust that we were talking about earlier. When people only have a really small amount of items, I don't trust that they have built the business protocols necessary to be able to effectively like fulfill orders and ship them out on time. So I think it's really good to have at least 20 items in your shop. I think 100 items is even better. Like I said, right now, I think I have 70 something in my shop. So get making stuff. If you're like, crap, I only have 5 things in my shop. That's okay. Make more, put them in. Because people really like to have some kind of choice, and 5 things is not quite enough choice. Okay, so tips for increasing your sales. Once you've done all these things, you made 100 things. I wanted to talk a little bit more about the variety aspect of that. So like, it's great to make a niche thing, but if you make that thing, there should still be variation in between it. And I'm not gonna like tell you exactly how to make your art, but it's like I don't want to use like personal examples and then insult anybody. But so let's say you make portraits on paper plates, but you only make portraits of Beyonce. You know, like having 100 portraits of Beyonce on paper plates is probably like a little too niche. So expanding that a little bit to give some variation so people feel like they actually have a choice. Okay, so you did all these things. You're like, dang, I'm still not making any sales. Nobody knows about my Etsy. Blah. There's a lot of things you can do. You can be part of an online event like this one. A lot of organizers, especially during the pandemic, are doing this stuff for like basically free. I hosted an online Christmas queer market called Make the Yuletide Gay, and I charged everybody $5 for advertising. So the like thresholds to get into these things are very, very cheap. It's like $0 or like $5. If you are part of an online event, be kind to the organizers, which I also feel like I should not have to say. But the amount of people I've worked with who are just, oh my gosh, if you're not sure if you come off like a D-bag on your emails, have someone read them because it really like makes a long-lasting impression. That being said, if someone is trying to charge $60 for an online event to be a part of it, you should avoid it because it's not worth it. You're not. I think if an online event is successful, you sell about 50 to 70% of what you would sell in person, just because of the online format. I think that's just how it is. Another thing you really have to do is advertise. Because online people cannot just wander into what you're doing. They have to be there intentionally. And getting people to do things intentionally is very hard. Okay, so you're part of an online event. You're having a sale. Some long-term strategies is make friends. I see a lot of people talking about like networking. And I personally think that networking comes off as like really skeezy, as like a use people for their capital, social capital, blah, blah. And so I really think about it as just being an active member of your community. I started doing ceramics, selling my ceramics maybe 2 years ago. And what I did at all of the in-person events is I went around and introduced myself to everybody who's there. And I said hello to everybody. And I learned a lot from their knowledge. And we became like really close and really friendly. And now I feel like I'm really part of my community. And you can do that online. Follow people's pages. Ask them to trade work if they want to. You know, like compliment them on their stuff. People want to be friends with people who are nice. and people who are really supportive. So you have to take the initiative to be friendly and supportive first before you can expect that someone is going to be like friendly and supportive back. Okay, so you have an online shop, you're doing sales, you make a lot of friends, you're feeling really connected to your community. Then you just have to pay attention and promote yourself. I know Facebook is like dying in some ways, but I do think Facebook is still a useful tool for a lot of stuff. And a lot of times I'll just be like wandering about, and somebody in a group that I'm a part of will be like, "Oh my gosh, I'm looking for a dresser made out of toenails," and you're like, "Oh, dressers out of toenails." Then you have to post your link to your shop. A lot of mistakes that I see people do with this is they'll be like, "I make dressers out of toenails," and they do not link to the shop. No, you have to link to the shop, and your shop link should be accessible everywhere you are. Very easy. It should always be in your Instagram bio. It should always be in your Facebook bio. Whenever you say I'm having a sale, you should tell people how to access that sale, because people want things to be really easy. They're not going to go hunting. I'm sorry, but you're not that special. Great. Keep your dang shop stocked. Zero stuff equals zero monies. One thing that I think about all the time too, and that someone brought up when we were talking about this packet, is how to sell really small stuff that used to be really easy to sell. I feel like a lot of people have stuff that's like $1 or $2, and when you're in person, I think it's really easy to sell that stuff because people are like, "Oh my gosh, I would love this for $1. Here's $1. Let's go on our way." But if you look at marketing psychology about selling online, people actually buy the mediumly priced item the most. So if you have like a low, medium, high, they actually buy the one in the middle and not the one in the lowest group, which is so weird because I grew up not very wealthy at all. And I'd be like at the thrift store, you know, like trying to find like which shirt was the cheapest, which is so strange to me that people actually buy the middle price item. So if you have these cheaper items, it's really helpful to create price variation even in between them. And you can do that through bundles. So like, let's say you're selling pins. You can do a like one pin for $2, or you can have a separate listing that says 5 pins for $8. And a lot of times people will go for those bundles and you'll sell more. Deals, free gifts. Honestly, with some of my smaller stuff, I end up giving them away as free gifts, which it's counterintuitive to think about, but giving something away for free can sometimes make you more money than selling it. There's also subscription services that you can do where you're like, join my pin a month club. And then you would mail someone out a pin every month or whatever, however many months. Offering free shipping on those really small things is awesome too. There's been so many times where I put a pin in my bag that was like $5 and the shipping was $6. And I was like, get out of here. I am not going to pay more for the item. So free shipping, especially if it ships with something else, that's awesome. Oh my gosh, it's over. That was like a total whirlwind. You have so many questions. Google them. Not to be too sassy, but all of this information is for free online. And there is so much. There is so much out there of how to run an online business. I think it's really helpful to know how to run an online business, even if when the pandemic is over. You should be building your online business. It's a really great way to reach more people and reach more people that don't live here, especially if you're thinking about like continuing to sell your work on a long-term basis. You should really have a good online job. Another thing that you can do is you can hire someone. I definitely had some business consultations with several different people, and you can pay them for their work. The consultation I had was about an hour and a half long, and I think I paid them $70 or something like that. So it's definitely an investment in yourself and in your business, but there's a lot of this information, and a lot of people are willing to give it out for free, and some people are not willing to give it out for free, and that's great, and you should pay them for their time and knowledge and expertise. As I always say, that everybody hates that I say, is that every problem is just an opportunity for creative solution. And right now the world is asking a lot of your creativity, and not necessarily your creativity in making unique, wonderful art, but your creativity in figuring out how to persevere, how to still sell that art, and just how to get it done, how to stay afloat. I will leave you with this one good piece of news, is that now is actually a wonderful time to be investing in your online business. It's a wonderful time. A lot of people have a lot of extra time, and they are not like going back and forth between like existential dread. A lot of people have a lot of extra time. A lot of people have a lot of extra time to shop. And a lot of time to buy your work. And a lot of people are really looking at this time as a time of really big generosity to invest in their local communities. And that is you. That is you. Anyway, that is my advice. Like I said, you can download a copy of this information if you want to from my website, ollieschminkey.com. Good luck spelling schminky. Wonderful. Also, always feel free to shoot me an email. All my information is online. I am not a hypocrite. Feel free to come hunt me down and let me know if you have any other questions. All right. Thanks, everybody. Have a good one.
All right, awesome. Thank you for that great advice you've given us. And again, you've got an Etsy store as well. Do you want to plug that as well?
Oh, yes. See, I was wasting my opportunity. Yeah, I totally. My Etsy is Sick Kitty Ceramics. Go there, tootle around of my 72 well-organized items that are all priced at varying price points.
All right, awesome. Well, thank you so much. And again, you can check out Ollie as well as any of our other makers right now at hauntedbasement.org/fair. You can get the skinny on everybody there. Thank you for everybody who's been in the comments and watching us so far. And especially thank you to all of those who've been supporting our artists during this interesting time in human history. All right. So we've got coming up next. Yes, thank you so much, Ollie. Have a pleasant rest of your afternoon. And coming up next year, we've got Logan, one of our long-standing company members and creep in the basement. He is going to be doing some interviewing of a couple more of our creators here. Let's see, Logan, you've got Sal V. Cloak on deck, as well as Christy LeXi Davis. So first up here, I believe you've got Sal. Logan, how you doing today?
Hey, how's it going? Glad to be here.
All right, excellent. Well, I think you've got Sal on deck here. Yep, they have joined us. So, Logan, I will let you take it away with your amazing interviewing.
All right. I can't hear Logan. Oh, no.
Logan, we aren't getting any audio from you.
We'll do a pantomime interview. Let me pop this.
We got him for just a moment. Well, Sal, while we're waiting for Logan to work on his audio issues there, how are you doing?
I'm doing good. I've been watching you guys all day, and this is going really, really well. And it's good to be connected with you guys again. It's not the same as Meat Space, obviously, but this is good. This is good. It's good to see everyone smiling and see everyone's faces again. It feels like a whole other reality, remembering our time together in 2019.
I know it feels like quite a while ago since we got to have real human interaction here. And I, for one, am looking forward to it once again. We can see people face to face. So, how have you been navigating the waters of COVID as an artist?
It's been interesting. It's been a lot of readjusting. One of the things that I predicted, when all of this was starting to go down, was having to readjust and look at the opportunities that lie within all of this calamity. readjusting as creatives, as business people, as entrepreneurs, as peers. Especially with so many game studios and film studios closing down, I think everything's been affected, and I've been making a lot of adjustments as a response to that. Not just as an artist, but also just embracing the idea of being an entertainer. Just seeing one, like all the things that I do and all the interests that I have, but also just seeing the rate at which things get consumed these days. Like shows and media and everything is just getting consumed immediately. It's crazy. We're all like hungry piranhas for entertainment and stories and connection. Oh, I thought I heard.
No. Logan, you back with us? No, I don't think so. Yeah. Still not getting audio from him. So, Sal, I know you've got some art you're sharing here on the screen here. I assume this is Mothman. So I don't know if you want to talk a little bit about this one in particular, or just kind of go through some of your art.
I can go through them. You can ask questions. We'll just like fill in the gaps here in the meantime. But yeah, I'm a big fan of cryptids. I'm a big fan of like 70s sci-fi and fantasy art. People like Frank Frazetta. Bernie Wrightson was mentioned earlier by Eric. He's another one of my favorites. Paul Bonner. A lot of these guys. One of my biggest influences, and I didn't know his name until recently, until like the last few years, but there's an artist called Noriyoshi Orai, and Noriyoshi Orai did the posters for a lot of the Godzilla movies in the late 80s and through the 90s, most notably. But he also worked on things like Metal Gear Solid. He worked on like Romance of the Three Kingdom games, and he has a very in-your-face, colorful style that's just like, it's very heavy metal, which is another thing that I'm really into. You could probably see a bunch of them back there on the racks there. I have a pretty decently sized heavy metal collection. So I love all of that stuff. What you're looking at behind me is basically like my studio / museum / study space. And I do everything here. This is where all the stuff happens. But yeah, like I really lean hard into those influences, and I like giving my work a traditional feel. But I also like giving it that pulpy feel. Like this, I would love for anyone looking at it for it to feel at home, as if it would be the cover of like a 1970s horror novel or an 80s VHS box. All of those artists that worked on all of those things are very big influences of mine, and retracing all of those steps in education has been really interesting the last few years, and just leaning into it is just having me have a blast with it. And thankfully, I'm a full-time freelance artist and also independent artist. Thankfully, most of the work that I get these days is along these lines of this kind of visual style and narrative.
Right on. So I'm taking a look at your Etsy page right here, and I know you're sharing your screen on that, but we can definitely share the links to that Etsy page in the chat, as well as finding you all there on the hauntedbasement.org/fair there. But I'm looking through here, and I noticed you've got a lot of kaiju on here as well.
I love kaiju.
I'm
a big fan.
Godzilla got on here. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I love all that stuff.
I guess I'll ask you a little bit about your feelings about kind of the Godzilla franchise, as I'm a huge fan of it myself.
I'm a big fan of everything that's been going on lately with Godzilla. I like what Legendary's been doing with the MonsterVerse. I'm really excited. Can I swear on this? I'm really excited about Kong versus Godzilla. So excited. I've loved King of the Monsters. It was like being 7 years old again in that theater watching that. I went to the IMAX to see that, and I went to see it 3 times, and every time I was just sitting there like, like Shin Godzilla was fantastic, really weird, but I like what they did with Godzilla and Shin Godzilla. I even like the recent anime, CG anime on Netflix that came out. Was it last year? The trilogy, very interesting and different take on Godzilla, but it was a really good marriage of like the old classic 1960s Toho Godzilla movies and anime tropes and like fusing that into what we got. It was very weirdly like esoteric, but it reminded me a lot of Godzilla versus Biollani, which is one of my favorite Godzilla movies of all time as well. Does that answer your question?
No, I absolutely love it. Logan, just checking in with you quick. Are you working on audio?
Can you hear
Still
me?
trying to figure that out?
Oh, I can hear him,
Oh,
but
I
he's
think I can hear
really
you.
quiet.
Yeah, just a little quiet there.
Second. How about now?
It's a little bit louder. I'm turning you up on Discord, but that's not going to help the viewers.
How's this?
Whoa. Okay. Yeah.
Oh my god. So embarrassing. Hello guys. Mike, you did a fantastic job.
Well, thank you. I'll
Now
leave
it's
the
almost too
rest
loud.
Yeah, it's too loud. Okay, let me
There you
just
go.
tone it down. Okay. Mr. Cloak.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
See you again. Good to talk to you.
Yeah, Mike already talked to you about the inspiration and the pandemic, and he got to Godzilla. That's really good. Where are you at right now?
What's that?
In the physical shop.
Yeah, this is the shop. This is where this stuff happens. Here, I'll do a little pen up here. Yeah, there's all my art books and reference books and just inspirations. There's a few board games and comics and stuff up there, but mostly it's all just art books and reference.
Wow.
On the left there, you got my guitars, my bass, 'cause I do music as well. I do a little bit of everything, honestly. I mean, you know that. You saw my booth at the show.
Yeah.
But for people who don't know me, I do sculpture, I do makeup, I do a little bit of everything. And for me, it's not so much the whole jack of all trades, master of none like aspect. I know that's something that people bring up, but for me, it's all storytelling. Like really, my focus is on storytelling and creating experiences, and everything is telling a story. Whether it's a prop that you're making, whether it's a makeup job that you're doing on a character, or a sculpted piece or a piece of artwork, such as some of the stuff on my screen. And if any of you guys or people watching are curious about my process, I'd be happy to walk through some of that. One of the first questions I often get from people is, is this like on computer or did you like actually paint it by hand? The answer is yes and yes and yes. I do it by hand. I use a tablet and I use a pen. What's that?
Those were three of my questions.
Oh, awesome. Sorry to jump ahead. I get excited.
Right.
But yeah, this is I use a tablet, and this is a pen that I draw directly on the screen. I use a tablet called a Wacom Cintiq, Cintiq. And oftentimes a lot of my drawings are started traditionally, which means I'm drawing it on paper with ballpoint pen or pencils, sometimes even just like brushes and ink or watercolors and things like that. Then I'll scan that in and then rework it. Sometimes I'll print that out, rework it even further, scan that in, and it'll go through a lot of regurgitations. Sometimes it's just purely digital, but the way that I work is very stemmed in my traditional roots because I first learned traditionally drawing, sketching, doing that sort of thing. But with pieces like, for example, this one, this is actually a client piece for a company who is making a game called Monsters of Merca. That's a tabletop RPG. I think it's a 5D module that they've created. But one of the things that they asked me to do is they asked me to do a 1970s Star Wars style piece, mashing up Dungeons and Dragons with Star Wars, specifically with their game in mind. And immediately I thought of this poster because it's one of my favorite Star Wars posters of all time, done by the Hildebrandt brothers, Greg and Tim. And
I see tiefling there.
Yeah. Here, I'll walk through the characters. So in the original poster, you just have like Luke and Leia. Sometimes you have C-3PO and R2 back there, but they wanted like the full roster of characters in there. So you got Chewbacca, who I made into a bugbear with a heavy crossbow. You've got your Han Solo tiefling with a Millennium Falcon, of course. Also a joke at Robot Chicken, an aluminum falcon. I wanted to bring some of that in there. You have Leia, who's more like a Valkyrie, but with a hand crossbow. Han, of course, would be more like a gunslinger type. You got Luke, who's kind of like a squire / farm boy, but he's starting to become the guy, the hero, as just like in the original stories. So, and then of course we've got the C3PO and R2D2 placeholders, which are essentially based on constructs in the D&D universe. Yeah, looking at this, like people look at it and they go, "Wow, that's paint." Like, no, this is actually all digital. The only component of this that started as like a real sketch was on paper was when I did the thumbnails, trying to figure out the composition and the layout, both honoring the original poster but also making readjustments where necessary to bring the characters that they wanted in there and have it all make sense. The game's called Monsters of America, so with a name like that, there is an American satirical parody aspect of it. So instead of TIE fighters and X-Wings, you have these like demon bats uh, and American bald eagles with machine guns strapped to the wings, because of course.
Yeah, that's
So
amazing.
thank you.
So I take it Darth is a lich.
Yep.
What's the Death Star?
The Death Star is another construct. This is one of the wardens, the dungeon warden, just a very
nice.
large one.
Yes.
No moon, as they say.
That's
cool.
Oh,
I know we're gonna be a little bit cut on time, so I'll try to move through some of
that's
these
okay.
quickly.
I'm sorry, that was my fault.
No, it's completely fine. Happens. Tech. That's tech. This is what a sketch could look like before I color it. Sometimes it can get really, really detailed. This is for the same company, Monsters of America. This depicts a retail hell. This is a creature called that which clerks in the darkness, and it's basically the manager of this like hellish department store. And these people, the heroes, are all based on I guess their Kickstarter backers, because they sent me like details of the characters. The people sent me pictures of themselves, so I could get an idea of their likenesses and descriptions of like the type of characters they usually play in D&D. And I took all that information and created this. And what I'm expecting it to look like when it's finished is kind of along these lines. This is a double page spread. There's a few like little Easter eggs in here as well, but there's that which clerks in all its dark glory. A few little shameless plugs in there. Yeah.
Oh, we're running
then,
out. Mike's coming back. Were these off of? Okay, this was off of your desktop. Do you want to plug your website?
Yeah, my website is TheDarkCloak.com. It's TheDarkCloak. You can find all my links to everything else there, including all my various shops, including Etsy, as well as all my different social media. And I also teach. I teach creatives how to dig themselves out of imposter syndrome, how to get out of their own way, deal with creative blocks, but it also teaching them the fundamentals of art and how to do and achieve the things that they want to achieve, whether it's comics or animation, film, whatever it is. Especially because I have worked in all those fields, it gives me an insight I think that's a little bit rare in this industry, just because of the wide breadth of work that I've done over the years. And I've been at this for 20 some odd years.
Well, thank you. I'm very impressed. Always have been ever since I met you 2 years back. Mike?
All right. Well, yeah. Thank you again, Sal, and thank you, for sharing that there. And I just got a comment. I enjoy your stop sign axe there in the background. It's quite the menacing and impressive weapon. So.
Oh yeah, thank you. There's
again
quite a
for
few. And there's also the He-Man Power Sword, like right there.
Nice. I dig it. All right.
Thank
Well,
you.
Logan,
Thanks
up
so much.
next, you have Christy, LeXi Davis, and Sal, once again, wanted to thank you for your time on here. You've
Thank
got
you, guys.
Christy,
Thank
LeXi
you, everyone.
Davis of Steve Davis Jewelry to kind of finish out your segment. So whenever the powers that be do the transferring over and the technology thing, Logan, we'll let you take this whole interview, and I won't steal your thunder this time.
You did not steal it. You saved it.
Not a problem. While we wait for them to get over, Logan, how's your Maker's Fair been?
My Maker's Fair is going well. I'm doing technical stuff. Not very well, obviously. But up until now, I didn't have to have input from my desk. So, we almost, there we go.
All right, well, we've got it over. I'll hand the reins over to you and get my beautiful face off here.
Why, thank you, Mike. Hello.
Hi,
Hi, how are you doing?
I'm great. Thanks for having me here.
Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome. We try to get as many makers as possible, and we are so thankful for the ones that made it. And especially, well, I took a look at your website last night, and I'm very impressed. I want to ask right away from your website, what is a current piece you have that's your favorite?
Probably Moray. It's a lariat made with a big, huge tractor brake piece. I like using odd and interesting things in my jewelry that you wouldn't normally see and dressing them up, making them sparkly and pretty.
I've noticed that. I'm a fan of the bird skulls.
Oh, yeah.
I
Love
think
my bird skulls.
were wonderful.
Yeah, they're my favorite.
Mhm.
I have a ton of bird skulls.
May, is it rude to ask how many sources you have?
No, it's there's probably about 4 or 5 places that I get like my Argentium silver, my Swarovski crystal. You know, I have suppliers that I buy them from. Thankfully, I buy enough in bulk that I get wholesale discounts so I can keep my prices very low. Otherwise, the stuff would be super expensive. And then a couple of other, you know, like I like to just go to estate sales and, you know, like parts supply stores and find things.
That's very cool. That's very cool. I see on your website, for those who haven't visited yet, you could find it at thehauntedbasement.org/fair, about C. Davies Jewelry. You've been at this since 1998?
Yeah.
At what point did it stop being a hobby?
It kind of still is. I've just gotten a lot more serious about it in like the last 15 years. But I've been selling my jewelry pretty much since right away when I started beading.
And you started beading maybe with like the friendship bracelets, and soon it gets to tractor parts.
Yeah.
Tractor parts and bird skulls. It's wonderful. So, were you self-taught in this?
No, I have a really good dear friend who actually was a manager at Bobby Bead, and I used to be a multimedia collage artist, and I was looking for some bead stuff to do that, and I went and talked to her about it, and she showed me some stuff, and then I was like, I want to make some jewelry. And so she taught me, and she's really, really good. She, at that point, had already been beading and doing stuff for like 10 years. So lots of experience she had to share with me.
Well, I do say you have a lot of experience now, too, being serious for 15 years, as you said. Do you have advice for beginners that don't quite have a mentor yet?
There's so much information out there about how to do things and make things on YouTube. Just, you know, watch a lot of videos, I think, if you don't have somebody to show you how to do things. And don't feel like you have to buy every single thing or have to buy the most expensive beads or stuff. Just buy what you love and make what you love. If you don't love it, then nobody else will.
Is that how you find your inspiration, is through buying and then creating from that?
My inspiration comes from looking at architecture and color. I went to school for color theory, way back when in the 90s. And my grandfather was an architect. And so I used to, when I was little, sit in his office and play with architect tools and draw things and play with stuff. And so I look for lines and shapes and stuff in architecture. Once I find some like design or shape or something that speaks to me, I kind of use that to start planning how I want things to kind of drape. And I'm kind of known for doing a lot of weird and different kind of draping with some of my pieces. And yeah, and then I just dump beads on the table until they speak to me.
Nice.
It's kind of weird to explain, but yeah, like I'll put a bunch of beads out and it's almost like certain beads will like go like, yes, we belong. And other beads will be like, no, maybe not.
Yeah, the best art has no explanation.
Yeah, yeah. And I kind of have to go really deep inside and find this kind of center inside of me and pull that out to be able to do the beading. And I can't force it. I have literally tried to make things when I'm not in that space and it just doesn't happen. Like nothing comes out. But when I get into that space, then it just like flies. Like last night I was totally in that space and I made 30 pairs of earrings in one night.
You just said 30.
Yep.
That's 30
30.
pairs. So that's
Yeah.
60.
Yeah, we just got them listed on the website this morning. I got up super early to take pictures.
I'm surprised you slept.
A little bit.
Wow. Well, aside from your mentor near the beginning from Bobby B, do you have any idols, like beading or jewelry idols, or do your idols go beyond jewelry?
Mostly, a lot of them are music and musicians. I have to have music playing when I'm working, and it has to be loud. Kind of keeps the voices in my head from getting in the way of the process. But a big somebody that I really admire a lot is Iris Epfel, and I'm probably slaughtering her last name, but she's like in her 80s and she wears all this like crazy awesome like clothing and jewelry, and she's well known in the fashion circles and she's super awesome.
That's great. So you mentioned music. What's your go-to jam?
Oh, it's a lot of women rock. Tapping the Vein, Curve, Cocteau Twins, and Hybrid, Madonna, because she's badass.
She is, and she is very original.
Yeah.
So let's see here. We have about 3 minutes left. Do you want to plug your various sites?
Yeah. cdaviesjewelry.com is my website. And today and tomorrow I've got a special 15% off anything you buy with the code HAUNTED. And I'm on Instagram, cdavies_jewelry, and Facebook. I have a page, cdavies jewelry.
That's really good, and I've been checking them out. I suppose it would be too much trouble for me to share my screen. I just want to send everybody again to hauntedbasement.org/fair. C Davies is down there on the left. We've got a picture of their wonderful jewelry. C Davies, Christin?
Christin.
Thank you so much. I really appreciated talking with you today. I'm glad that we didn't have any technical difficulties with us. And I want to say Haunted Basement thanks you.
Thank you.
On behalf. And we would love to see you again in person.
Oh, I can't wait till we can all be in person again. But I love you guys so much, and I miss all of my artist friends. Like, that part's the part that's been the hardest.
Yeah. I suppose we could probably talk another half hour about how much we want to see each other in person, all of us here, and have a physical fair once again, because those have been wonderful. Haunted Basement has a new space. It's in Northeast. We can't wait to show it off to you guys.
Yay! That's exciting.
It is exciting. We just got it this year.
Oh, wonderful. Well, thank you so much for letting me be a part of this and for all you do to support artists and giving us a community and a home. It's so appreciated.
Yeah, it's what we're trying to do. We're trying to reach out to as many different art groups as possible. We started with set designers, and then we got actors, and now we got makeup artists. And after all of that, we decided let's bring in crafters too. And next, the board has plans on next, and we've got all sorts of people with plans, and it's just wonderful, and we're glad you could be included in that.
Yeah, thank you.
Now, I don't see... Oh, here they are. Let's let them put on their hood. Okay. Thank you.
Get a little sunburn here, you see, if I don't put the hood on, so. All right. Well, thank you, Christin. And then again, you can check out their work as well as the rest of our artists here, and I'll just pull up the page here just in a moment. But again, hauntedbasement.org/fair. You can check out links to the various social media for all of our makers as well as their shops. So we encourage you to go out and support them, help out artists during this trying time here. You can also check out our page here at hauntedbasement.org/donate if you'd like to help grow this individual's brain a little larger here. You can donate $5 to access the virtual haunt we did this October and what we'll probably end up doing again this fall, as well as the Vladvent calendar, which we did this fall. I happen to know an individual on there who made some fantastic cocktails and 2 terrible ones. Otherwise, if you're feeling generous, you can just go ahead and donate to our Give MN campaign to kind of help us out in our future projects. So as Logan alluded to, we've got a lot of big plans in the future, and we're hoping to do some great things, not only for the art community, for those who are makers, but, kind of just theater as a whole and all sorts of great performance art. And, kind of talk about that later on in the evening. We've got some other great stuff lined up, including a little discussion we're going to have with our CCBC panel, which is kind of the radio drama that we've been doing here as part of the Haunted Basement, kind of expanding the creative outlets of projects that we do here outside of the haunt. We're also going to have some more interviews with some of our other makers. And down the road here, I'm going to be handing off the hosting duties to the Pale Lady, and you can check them out as well as many of the other wonderful, lovely voices as part of CCBC. They are actually the host of that show. So I don't know if they're quite ready yet here, but I know they're the first order of business. They'll be introducing Bryce Burton of Strangely Rabid, who will be presenting a live drawing session where they kind of discuss the joys of creating horror in art. And I do believe we've got some folks joining us on the line here. Oh, look, the Pale Lady. You seem to be a little more behind the scenes than I am. How are you doing?
Oh, just fine. Although I don't usually come out in the daylight.
No, it's quite the interesting time to be out here. Usually I'd find myself, just kind of laying around in the dead of night, so to speak. It's a little gallows humor there, if you will.
How has it been going so
All right.
far?
Well, I understand you. I understand you've got 2 hours of some great presentations before we go into a PowerPoint party. What are you looking forward to? The rest of this Makers Fair.
I like to get to know the humans and what scares them and what seeps into their soul, and it all amuses me.
Right on. You want to talk a little bit about the CCBC for just a moment before we get Bryce on?
Hello. I'm Bryce.
Well, hello. I think Bryce is ready now.
I'm doing okay.
Lady, I'll hand it over to you. Everyone have a great rest of your Makers Fair.
Thank you. Hello.
Welcome, Bryce.
Hi.
Everybody, we hope you've enjoyed today so far. Next up is Bryce here, who will be talking about the catharsis of horror. Bryce Burton is of Strangely Rabid, and they will be doing a drawing while they discuss the catharsis. And you can find them at Strangely Rabid Eyes on Instagram, as well as... Is it also Facebook as well, Bryce?
Yep, and Facebook too.
Excellent. Bryce, if you'd like to get started.
Yeah. Hi everyone. My name is Bryce, and I am the illustrator for Strangely Rabid. So today, what we are going to be working on, hopefully you can see it, is I've been working on a poster all this morning, going part of my terror series, where I am interacting with kind of like the horrors and the traumas of my own self. And I'm going to talk to you a little bit about like how my art practice is going and like what's happening with it. So, for first and foremost, a lot of my nightmare art is how I am processing through a lot of different lifehood trauma and just different things that we all come up to in a day-to-day basis, and kind of like how I came into doing that essentially. So like one of the first things that I think about a lot is just like how often.
Hello. I'm very sorry. I have to interrupt real quick. Bryce, you're not sharing your screen.
Go live again. How's this?
There it is.
Haha! Is it still going?
Let's see. There it is. Excellent.
All
Perfect.
right.
All right.
I'm sorry for the technical difficulties, y'all.
Technical difficulties happen. Thank you so much. Okay, have fun.
All right, thank you. Yeah, so I often work through this trauma through illustration, and basically what I'm inviting you all to be here today with me in how we work through it and kind of like the ideas that I have behind it. So one of the first ideas that I think about a lot is just kind of like how humans and just in general people often, even like way before there was a notion of horror, we had folklore and like really dark folklore, and like how a lot of people would be like, oh, well, this dangerous, scary, is happening because of fairies, clearly fairies. And how oftentimes people would go through hardships and try and explain that away and try and problem solve that away through like this folklore type processing. And oftentimes what would end up happening with that, or even like today, how we have horror films kind of like The Babadook, where you're turning your grief literally into a giant fucking monster. I did not mean to curse. Into a giant monster and having to like process and live with that. And so a lot of my illustrations are along that idea of how do you process through these big scary things and then also make them much more easily digestible. One of my favorite ways of thinking about it, and also like with research that has backed me up, or at least some of my ideas up, but that might be confirmation bias, is people have done CAT scans of humans watching like horror films, and a lot of the parts of their brain that end up lighting up are problem solving and empathy, and also like the suspense of reality almost, and how that makes, it's like signaling, it's your brain signaling to you that you are safe and that you can like go through these heavy things and these heavy emotions and it'll be okie dokies. And that's kind of like what I'm trying to do with here. And be a little Bob Rossi with your nightmares. It'll be great. So a lot of also what I'm doing is just trying to create a safe atmosphere. Well, it's not really safe, but it's an atmosphere where you know that you can't be hurt. I can't be hurt. Nobody can be hurt by art, right? We can just feel really deep, horrible things and then breathe it out and it'll be okay. I'm just putting some like closed scribblies in here. And then, so I don't know if you can see it, but there's going to be a little giant monster face in there. So cute. So what is it? It is with the Catharsis of Horror. The idea of catharsis was kind of mused about originally by a dude named Aristotle, who was like, hey, I wonder if like humans see these really horrible things and like these really emotionally intense things, maybe, just maybe, they would be able to like reflect about the really scary things inside of them that they think all the time, maybe. I don't know. And so then that's whenever, not whenever, but kind of like this idea of going to see plays and going to see gladiator battles and the Roman empires. I'm smushing a whole lot of time together, but those are kind of like these ideas that if you see horrible things that happen around you and you have an outlet for them to feel these really intense things in a safe way, then maybe you'd be like a happier, healthier little human being just trying to get through your day. And this kind of goes into like some of my ideas of how we interact with horror today. So most of my horror experience isn't really, so I don't really like slasher films and like gore, and I wasn't really into the teenage camp horror of the 90s and 80s. But whenever things came out, so some of the movies that I ended up being like, yes, this is wonderful, I get this, was definitely this one film. I remember it from when I was a kid, and I think it's like Eyes Without a Face, but it was a French kind of like thriller about this girl who was in a car accident and her father does these horribly unspeakable things, and at the end, I'm gonna put spoilers because spoilers, in the end she has her own catharsis, but that catharsis was maybe not the healthiest thing, maybe not the best thing in reality, but I could see empathizing a lot with this character and like building parts of this character within myself on how I could potentially maybe not get revenge on people who've hurt me, but get control a little bit. And being able to empathize with this character, this victim who was also a monster and an outsider, could very easily, like, I empathized with her and how she dealt with the situation. And then eventually that ended up turning into, for more modern day stuff, is like The Witch. Like I highly empathized with Tamiasin's plot, and also with Hereditary. That's another one that's like super duper emotional and like emotionally unrelenting, but at the end I found it very enjoyable, mainly because I was able to go into these really intense emotions and like this really intense kind of like undercurrent, and helped me process through other things that I was feeling that maybe weren't quite connected to the plot of Hereditary. They definitely weren't, but it was still very, very helpful to go about these things. So I'm just going to keep drawing and talking. Most of like these really intense emotional depths and these really intense universal truths, and like, depending, some of it could be universal, and it could even go down to like very, very personal truths, and like very, very personal things. And I think that's like part of the beauty of horror, is that we're able to kick into these things and think about like unthinkable things and really horrible things and witness them through art, or like witness extreme loneliness through The House on Haunted Hill, and like feeling like you belong to something, even though your whole family and everything around you is like telling you you shouldn't belong to this, like you shouldn't be a part of this. And like a whole bunch of like other outsider stuff. Frankenstein's another really good example. This was one that I loved as a young little tween, and I empathized so hard with the creature, because basically the creature was forcibly brought into this world without like any of its, I'm going to color right over these, without like any understanding of what was happening, and it was immediately ostracized from this world that had brought it in, and it didn't quite understand all of that ostracization. And I thought that was stunning. And as like a little queer baby who was like, I'm from Texas, I don't know nothing, that I felt like I was being seen, and like understanding that this was coming from a female author who was also probably having those same really intense feelings and created this artwork out of it. Like it's a novel, but it's still artwork, and it's still a way of like processing how society treated her and how she went through her expectations, and like whatever expectations might be happening within her world and like her society. And it was just really lovely, and it was nice to kind of be seen for a little bit, even if it was from a person who was dead like 100 years ago. And I remember that was one of like my first notions of feeling seen and understood, and like being able to connect with these darker feelings that I had, and also just be relatively safe. And so like that was a thing that inspired me, and from then on I would dabble little bit by little bit into kind of like these really dark, really scary art motifs. And a lot of like, this is a little bit what you're seeing today. And at first they were really kind of overt and like really in your face. I want this to be a little bit more sickly colored, a little bit more like into your face. And then eventually, as I kind of got a better understanding of how I wanted things to be and seem, kind of like this understanding of everything's normal until there's this blip, or like there's this circumstance, or there's this really sharp turn, and then you know it's not normal, something's wrong. Which I think is like how a lot of kind of like darker internal thoughts happen, and like how a lot of, I don't know, kind of like alternate psychology or like darkness kind of lingers in, and how it all kind of fits together in this really kind of scary way. Yeah. Little face back there. And yeah. Oh, it's just, we're just gonna like sit in it for a little bit and know that we are safe and we're okay, and that's how we interact with horror, or at least that's how I interact with horror, and that's how I interact with a lot of other things in my life. And we still are drawing. I'm drawing a closet, and we can talk a little bit more about like how this is impacting my own artwork. Yeah. Oh, lines there. Look at the little spoopy face. Okay, I'm gonna put another spoopy face into the mirror. Yeah. And then I'm gonna draw this little guy over here. Looking back at you. Yeah, so I'm pretty much at this point, like how we interact with all of this, and also how I want the viewer not only to like, hey, maybe this is an alternate way of like digesting these things, but also a way of like looking at my art and like the things that I do, that there is this underlying reason for it. And it's maybe not ever the reason you were anticipating or thinking about, but it's there. Even if it's not quite what you're wanting. And also, sometimes if this is too hard to look at, then not how are you ever going to face your own, like the own scary things inside of you, but like if you can figure out a controlled manner of doing what you need and want to do, then maybe, just maybe, you can like kind of grow as a tiny little humanoid and be a tiny little person. Not always. You don't have to. I'm just inviting you to do this. What Bob Ross always say? Happy little trees, spooky little faces. That's where I'm gonna go with this. And so yeah, I'm gonna end up making this a little bit. I'm gonna probably push the corners on how unsettling I can end up doing this. Yeah. I'm getting into drawing a little too much. That's okay. So I think what I want to do is emphasize this area a little bit more. Hopefully you can see everything I'm doing. Yeah. And then if you have like any questions or concerns, I'm always happy to talk them out, even if this is my own like weird little theory that I practice in myself. It's like sometimes if you can't take looking at scary reality things, maybe you can look at scary not reality things and know that you're okay. And know that it's a way of processing and empathizing. Because like if there's a character who's going through maybe a similar thing, and hopefully it's not re-traumatizing. I know how that goes sometimes. There's been many movies that I've only watched once, and I was like, yep, let's not touch that again. But there's also been many movies that I'm like, yes, let's keep going back into this because I feel like I need to, because I feel like I want to keep figuring out like why am I drawn to this dark, horrible thing that keeps happening to this one character. Or I know I said I wasn't into teen camp horror slasher movies, but sometimes I watch them and then I'm like, you know, let's problem solve our way out of this because I don't like this situation. And that's okay. And like sometimes you need to see things that are violent and gory and just be like, yep. Like not in actual real life because that would be horrifically traumatizing, but you always need that good scare. Get some endorphins running. Get some, I almost said backpack pedalings, but that's not the words I want to go with. Not quite. Get some brain mechanics moving. And I want to say like not all horror could lead to catharsis. I mean, I guess that depends on what kind of horror you're looking at and like what your type of, like the type that you're digesting. Some of my favorite ones are, I can list them out because I have them right here. No, I don't. I'm lying. I tend to really, really enjoy. So one of them, obviously, like Bly Manor and Turn of the Screw, and any of Shirley Jackson's. Shirley Jackson's not a person, and if they are, I'm so sorry. Shirley Jackson stuff, because she also talked so much about existential like loneliness and being not quite what people would expect, and especially and like magical realism and like dealing with trauma in this really spooky kind of horrific way. One of my favorite novels is We Have Always Lived in a Castle, and ooh boy, is that just, I don't know if that classifies as horror or suspense, but it's horror in my book. Just kind of like everything that family was put through, even if it was by one person, but like how they were treated by the town and how they were already outsiders and how they only had each other and themselves. And then another outsider came in. It's just so good. Just, I love her stuff. And then one of my all-time favorite movies is actually on Netflix, and it's kind of weird and a little interesting, is I Am the Pretty Thing That Lives in Your Home. And that is, it reminds me a lot of like generational trauma and like how stories and like how internal things are impacted. Like it's not just you, it's everyone around you, and like how do you deal with that darker stuff? And like just how do you deal? You watch scary things, or you like simulate scary things in order to empathize and problem solve and just keep going. And that's okay. I'm just going to keep repeating that it's okay, because you know what? It's okay. You're, even for a little bit, even if you don't feel like it all the time, you're going to be safe and you're going to be okay. Oh my gosh, look at that, little faces. I think I want to add a couple. I want to add another one over here in that green. And then you're like, Bryce, why are you drawing faces like this? Stop it. These are my nightmare terror faces, which is what I'm trying to get through. See, we all have something, and it's easier for me to just be like, oh, they're so cute. Look at the little faces. And some other people totally have that reaction, and some people are like, are you okay? Do you need help? Yes. I want hugs all the time. But yeah. I'm sorry, I'm getting distracted by like little details here and there. But basically, catharsis. If you have intense feelings, that's okay. Go distract yourself with something really even more intense so you can help process those scary things. Or maybe just a little bit intense. That's okay too. Are we done? Yay!
Bryce.
Yes.
First off, your work is excellent. Thank you for creating this image for all of us.
I rambled a lot, but that's okay. I love all of you.
I enjoyed your ramblings, Bryce. I especially love the Bob Ross of horror.
One day. Oh, that's going to be the next one.
As well as I felt like it really resonates. I wouldn't assume not just with myself, but with others when it comes to connecting with your darker side. I think that's a really important thing for people to discuss or reflect on for themselves. So I really enjoyed hearing another being expressing those thoughts.
Yeah, and also like I feel like so much of our generation and the way that we were raised, maybe not just ours, but like so many people don't know how to connect with this darkness, and like how do you make it accessible and safe without having a major breakdown.
Completely agreed. That's why everyone should become friends with the Pale Lady, because I'm all about connecting with the dark side. Well, Bryce, thank you so much for giving your time today to put on the art as well as talking about the catharsis of horror. I very much agree with you on all of it. Again, you can find Bryce on Instagram or Facebook as well as our CyberFair right now, which if you go to hauntedbasement.org/fair, you will find Bryce as well as other artists that are selling their artwork. So please go check it out. You can also go to hauntedbasement.org/donation if you would like to give a donation to Haunted Basement, as we are always happy with that, so that we can keep continuing to bring artists and haunts and all sorts of other fun projects your way.
Yeah. And follow me on Strangely Rabbit on Instagram and Strangely Rabbit Eyes also on Instagram. They're basically the same account, but one gets a little extras of my cat.
Oh, that's perfect.
Goodness.
Thank you so much, Bryce.
Thank you.
All right, everybody. That was definitely lovely to sit through and to listen to Bryce go over the catharsis. I certainly agreed. I also love the book We Have Always Lived in a Castle. Definitely resonated with me. I would highly recommend checking out that book and other works of Shirley Jackson as well. Thank you, Bryce Burton, for putting that on. Next up, we do have some interviews coming our way. Ayshia will be our interviewer, and they will be interviewing two artists. First up is Kat LaCroix, who is Junk Punk on Instagram. You can also find them on our hauntedbasement.org/fair and find their artwork there as well. So they should be coming here soon. Until then, the Pale Lady will sit here and stare at this daylight. You can join me. One does not know what to do with this daylight. I usually work in the dark. Oh. They approach. Hello, Ayshia. I see there is a cat with you. Who is this cat that you have? Barry White is now my cat. Thank you. Every cat loves being with the pale lady. I am the first crazy cat lady. Excellent. Ayshia, where is Kat? You seem to have left them behind somewhere. Well then. Was poor planning on your part there. Okay, all is forgiven then. Where is the second cat? Excellent. That's all right. We will be content with these cats until Kat shows up. How is your day going, Ayshia? Someone approaches.
Hi there.
Excellent. Hello, Kat.
Hi, can you guys see me?
We see your screen, but not your face.
Well, I don't know how to do that because it says that my camera's on. Yes. If I
There we go. All right, I'm going to leave you two with your interview. Meanwhile, I am going to be scrolling through Kat's web or artwork so that anyone who can see the screen share will be able to see the artwork while the interview is going on.
Oh, awesome.
Have fun, you two.
Thank you.
Great. So, Kat.
Yeah, hi. Why didn't you see me?
I am not sure. I mean, I see a really lovely little figure.
Yeah, that is. I think it.
Hello.
Oh man, 2021. How are you doing today?
Pretty good. How are you?
I'm pretty good. I'm excited. There's been a lot of stuff happening today. I've had the YouTube up just listening. It's been a really nice day.
Oh, good. That's awesome. I love that for like an otherwise gray Saturday morning.
Yeah, just get to like an experience to see. Sorry, an opportunity to see like other artists and kind of just at least hear them. I've met a lot of these guys through other shows, and it's just really nice to see like their faces again. It's been so long.
Oh my god, I know. So do you wanna tell us a little bit about your stuff?
Yeah, my
You
name
got
is
a big thing in front of you right there.
This is Chiron. This has been a piece that I have been thinking about for the past 3 years, and I've actually had in process for the past year and a half. I've been really lucky to have the time and the space to be able to pursue it. It's such a I'm not a mosaic worker. I'm an assemblage artist. I make art out of things that I find, things that I save out of the trash. So when I started this project, I had an idea, I had a visual, but I had no idea how I was gonna like put it together. So about 80% of this process has just been thinking. I've got 2 notebooks full of sketches.
Oh my god.
This is my home planet because I'm an Aquarius, so I'm an alien baby. And this past year has really had me thinking of escapes. So I built kind of like you would build a world in D&D. I built this planet. It's similar to Venus in that it's really, really warm. And it's quartz based, so there's a bunch of quartz mountains and the people that live there are empaths, because that would be lovely to be on the same page with everybody that you meet. So there's a whole lot of lore with this, but it's been a lot of trouble and error and learning, which is my entire process. I'm not really classically trained. I went to school for graphic design, but that didn't really teach me. It taught me like how to communicate with designers and creators, but with the way that I use my creation, a lot of it is just experimentation. It's all real fun.
Oh, I love that. I also went to school for graphic design, so I totally get that side of it.
Yeah.
Can you take us into like this piece? Like, can you bring the camera in there?
Oh my goodness, yes I can. All right, so
I love that you got so excited about that.
the materials, a big part of my process is the materials, because I like to make art out of trash, things that I find. Now, this red glass I got from a really close friend of mine, Maya Boldwan. They're also a photographer, if you guys are interested. This gray glass that you see is actually broken leaded TV glass. Now, I didn't research, but you really aren't supposed to break broken old like leaded TVs because they got mercury in them, so that's fine. Underneath, there's like 3 or 4 layers of glass that are supposed to try and build it up, because I only have about 1.5 inches of space or so. And I'm trying to build as much depth as I can. You can see the red quartz mountains. We've got 3 large lakes on this planet with smaller quartz beaches. And then this is actually the like the North Pole of the planet. That is the only safe landing zone, because the rest of the planet is built in with the purpose of protecting. It's supposed to be not a very hospitable planet if you weren't born there. Oh, geez. And it's not supposed to be very easy to enter if you don't have permission. So a lot of the problems that I've been running into have been the depth, have been trying to build the depth, but it's baby steps, but so fun and so
And you
painful.
want the entire thing to be like glass, and you don't want to like have to build up on like another layer of like tinfoil or something else, right?
Yes.
Okay,
And
so that definitely ends.
I'm thinking that I might actually do like the rest of this in resin, so that I can, because I have a lot of resin pieces where I've used airbrush to kind of push paint around to give like a nice feeling of fog or rain. And I think that would be a really fun thing to add to this and kind of crease out or like smooth all the rough edges. But the problem is this is already very heavy, and it would take, I've done the math, it would take about 10 gallons of resin. So I'm working out that math. I already got the 10 gallons of resin. I'm just going to see if I'm going to use them for this piece. So this has been like 9 months in the making. I'm so thankful to be able to have the time to do it.
God, I love that. And did you also do the words in the background? I see. What is this?
This is my like my art name, Junk Punk, and the tag that you can find me at on Instagram is JunkPunkMPLS. So you can see that I've used like broken CDs, rusted out tape measures, miscellaneous wire. That's an old record that broke, and these are unusable knives. This is the kind of material. This really sums up my aesthetic, the materials that I like to use. And if anybody's interested, I will do commissions of things like this for around $100. Just plugging something. But this is my jam. It's really quick to the point, and you see what I like to make.
I love that so much.
I have a few other of my more recent completed pieces available just to look at. I'm in love with those two. They've kind of become my new children, along with this one. But yeah, I've been doing as much as possible.
For sure. When did you get started on all this?
Oh boy! Like when did I start?
Like doing like ready-made collages.
That's difficult to answer. I think I started toying with the idea when I was still in college, but I was still so like saturated and inundated with that homework. I really pushed in screen printing class to include like interesting material. So these are actually the paperwork that you get with prescription medications. Stripped, and I have another piece that is made up of old medical bills with the quote, "What doesn't kill me should try harder." And I have other like screen prints on fake flowers that I ironed flat. So I've always tried to include weird, unexpected materials because I really love the life that old material has. I don't prefer to use new material. Like even in my thesis, I like made my own paper. So I've always included that in my creation. It's very important to me.
No, I love that.
I do too.
So you mentioned that we can find you at Junk Punk on Instagram and also Facebook.
Yep, and I also have a website. On Instagram, I'm at JunkPunkMPLS. Facebook, you can find me MPLS with or without. My website is junkpunk.space. And that's where you can purchase directly from me, the shop. And then I have a really kind of thorough gallery of a lot of things that I've made. I need to update it with the things from the past month, but those are good places to catch me at.
Great. Oh, that's awesome. So much. I love that you took us through like your world. Is that a piece that you would like ever sell, or is that like a very personal piece that you would keep?
This is very personal. If like someone offered me $20,000, then yeah, I would sell it. But this is a really good crash course in how to make these because I am very interested in pursuing like making more planets. Like if I meet somebody that wants for me to create their own home planet, I would love that opportunity. So this is a really good crash course for possible commissions in the future. So I'd make some for someone else, maybe not this one though.
That's totally fair. Is there anything else you want to tell us really quick?
I think I'm tapped out, but it was so nice to see everybody.
Good to see you. Good to see you again.
Yes.
Kat, thank you. Your artwork is amazing, and I love the materials you use to create it.
I appreciate that.
Now your interview is over. Goodbye. Everyone, that was Kat. You can find them at www.junkpunk.space to find their artwork directly, as well as on Facebook and Instagram. You can also go to hauntedbasement.org/fair. You can find them to connect with them there as well. Excuse me. That was my last part. My other thing I'm going to mention is also going to hauntedbasement.org/donation to make a donation to Haunted Basement so we can continue connecting you with artists and bringing you more and exciting projects in the future.
Hi.
Oh, hello, Guy.
Hey, lady, I am so sorry, but I have to correct you and say we have to go to hauntedbasement.org/donate.
Oh, my apologies.
I'll let it slide this time. So I'm coming in to say we were originally going to schedule an interview with Alberta Mirais right now, but unfortunately they're having some technical difficulties, and it's not going to happen. You should go check out their work at albertamirais.com. We will post a link to that in the YouTube and Facebook chat. So instead, I'm going to throw Ayshia another curveball right now and interview you. Hi, Ayshia.
Oh my God.
Ayshia has been rolling with this very well for the last 15 minutes, and I'm so proud of you. Thank you. So Ayshia, tell us about your work in a way that is safe for Facebook and YouTube.
Cool. Well, I don't know if I'm able to show any of it then.
I'm also no, because I think that the algorithms say, or the rules say that you can't show any nips, but you can show art with nips.
Cool, great. Well, that's a good explanation. I make art with nips in them. I make a lot of nude and erotic art using my body or my friend's body as reference. I started as like a coping mechanism, seasonal depression, like 2019. I think I just want to keep getting my Facebook notifications, and since then I've just kind of expanded upon that. Recently I've been like really into lino cuts, so I've been doing like figuring out how to transfer my nudes into like another medium, which has been a lot of fun. Yeah,
That's
I'm
super
also,
cool.
really heavily influenced by like my graphic design background. So I use like a lot of simple lines and shapes and like large blocks of color to like create, depth and interest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So like your art often has like bodies that are not vivisected in any way, but they're like cut apart. They're bits and pieces of people. And like, can you talk a little bit about your like process there? Like, how do you take photographs and turn them into what they are?
Yeah. Well, so it started because I really just didn't want to draw feet. Which is fair because feet suck.
Feet are the worst thing to draw. That's
Feet are
very
the
true.
worst thing to draw. People
Feet
are always
and
like, "Oh,
horses.
hands. Hands are fine," because you
Yeah,
want to
hands
use
are
your
fun.
hands all the time. But like, who the fuck just looks at their feet? Just like all the time. It's just like I know how to draw this thing, so I just didn't want to draw feet. And then it became like, okay, well, where else can I like, how can I make this not look like I am 13 again and just putting the hands behind the back so that I don't have to draw them. And so I figured out like I would see like where the like muscles are and like someone or like where like maybe like their fat folds a little bit or like if they're putting a little more stress on like one hip versus the other in like the pose that they're standing in, like often those points got vivisected or like pulling apart a little bit. So like, and I also like to like imagine if the body is fluid, and so like you look at like a lava lamp, it would be like how like if the body was like just the case in it, and like it would come into being when like the fluid like moves into that part of the body, kind of thing. If that makes any sense.
That does. That's really interesting. I had like never, I guess like looking at your work and knowing the word lava lamp, yeah, I can see that, but I wouldn't have thought of it.
Amazing.
So you're also talking about doing lino cuts. I've seen several of your lino cuts, and they're not always nude. Though the nude ones are really fascinating. I've never like, I'm sure that they exist, but I have never personally seen a nude lino cut. I guess like no lino cuts wear pants. All lino cuts. So why did you decide to start doing lino cuts?
Oh, so my design professor in college sent me this thing by an artist who does like stamps and mostly stamps and then some lino cuts on Instagram, and she was doing this print December. So it was like make a different stamp, like a small stamp every single day. And he was like, "Hey, this is something that you would be interested in because I know that you liked it in the past, like when I was in college." And I was like, "Oh, hell yeah, this sounds great." And only because he sent it to me, because he was like really important in like, shaping my my college experience. So I was like, "Fuck yeah, I can do this for you." So yeah, and then I kept on it for, so I think like 22, 23 days ish.
Wow.
Fell off around Christmas, which I was kind of expecting, but it's fine.
Yeah, that's okay.
Yeah, that's kind of what I did. So it's a different 3x3 stamp every day.
Wow. For the people who may not know, can you explain what a lino cut is?
Yeah, it's do I have any? I do. So this is so I have some soft linoleum with me. There's a couple different types. There's soft linoleum, there's hard linoleum. So this is going to be the soft linoleum. It's just a block of linoleum, like when you think of like flooring. That's basically what it is.
Cool.
And you take that and you carve an image into it. And whatever you carve into it is going to be what's printed in white, because it's a relief printing process. So when you ink the plate, what's printed is the raised surfaces. So everything that you want to be lighter, you're gonna carve away. You carve it using tools like this. It's one of my favorites.
Nice. That looks dangerous.
Yes. Yes. Although less dangerous than using like your standard speedball tools.
Oh yeah.
Because these ones are going to be duller, so you're gonna catch and then like stab yourself more often than like this tool is like a Swiss-made Fifeful tool. So like this is going to be a lot sharper. You can actually sharpen this often. And so it's going to glide instead of like getting stuck and then jumping and then like now you're bleeding.
Well, the cool thing about like lino cuts and stamps like that is that if you mess it up enough and you stab deep enough, you can just rub the blood on the lino cut, and then you bam, you got
it in blood.
There you go. That's so metal.
That's so metal.
So like, what do you do? I know that you do work that's not nudes. The nudes are certainly what I see you get the most attention for. And can't you say that about a lot of people? But like, what other things do you do? What inspires the things that you haven't already spoken about?
Yeah. What else do I do? Oh, hi, baby.
Oh, good.
The cat just jumped back on my lap.
Having a cat on your lap does count as an interview question.
Excellent. Well,
Oh, good. I need to see the cat's face, and I need to know the entire history of the cat. Oh, baby.
That's Barry. We accidentally got him, as well as his brother.
Oh, good.
Yep, that's basically it.
All the best cats are cats that you got accidentally. All the best cats are all cats, but it's also pretty good when you get them accidentally.
Absolutely. So my other work that I do, I did some embroidery like early in the pandemic. You can see it. I made that. I made your face.
Yes, you did.
I really like portraits. I really like drawing people. I don't do a whole lot that's not like a portrait of like anyone. Yeah, I don't. Especially now that I'm in school, I don't really do a whole lot anymore.
Oh yeah, school makes it real hard. That's like, I don't think you're in school for art right now.
No,
if I remember correctly.
Clinical psychology, so something very different.
Yeah, it's like both a similar and quite different direction depending on how you do it, right?
Very much so. Yeah. And none of my credits transfer, so it's like I have to do it all from scratch.
Oh no,
fine.
That's a bummer. Maybe you can take some art courses. It'll be easy.
Right. I mean, I'm taking one right now. It's early modern medicine in the arts and literature.
Oh, that's super interesting.
We review like early modern medicine and how it related to like art and literature. So like let's look at how people wrote about this early modern medicine. Let's like learn about how people depicted it. Like let's look at anatomical drawings from the time. So it's pretty cool.
My final question before I start asking you to just start plugging things left and right is like something that I see talked about a lot and that I have always considered doing but never do is to like when you're having body image issues to like consider to create a piece of art about how you look and then to look in the mirror and then actually draw what you see. And then like, do you think that that kind of process is translates to what you do? And if you find a similar kind of like, I don't know if the word would be catharsis or relief maybe in doing it.
Totally. One of my favorite things to do when I'm upset, or at least before, I don't like deal with like such terrible depression anymore.
That's great.
But like my favorite thing, right? My favorite thing in the past was just like sitting in the bathroom on the floor for like an hour and like taking a bunch of nudes. Because I'm like, yeah, this is great. Look at me, I'm fucking hot. And then I started drawing them. So like, and like at least a few times, like when my friends are just like, hey, I'm having some body image issues. I'm like, it's time to take some nudes. And then they take some nudes and then usually they send them to me and then they're like, I feel so much better. And I'm like, I told you.
Right. Plus you get it's always a very particular kind of warm fuzzy feeling when somebody draws you, especially when somebody draws you naked and you look real good.
Yes, absolutely.
Word. So where can we find your art?
Well, you can find my art on Instagram at Ayshia Designs Things. But my name is spelled weird, so it's AYSHIA Designs Things. Yeah, and then it's also the same thing, Ayshia Designs Things on Etsy, if you want to buy anything from me.
What kind of things would we find in your Etsy shop?
You would find prints from my first series of leaked nudes, which is where I was drawing my friends. And then my second series of leaked nudes, which is the same thing, just on different paper. The first one was risograph printed. The second one was digital prints. And then you'll also find some lino cuts. One of my favorite ones. Do I even have it over here? Okay. So this was just a test print, but this was one of my favorite ones.
Oh, I love that one.
Mm-hmm.
That's so cool.
See, except it's gonna be like fully gold, not like super gold.
Oh, we have a visitor who, and I think that means that it is time. Thank you so much, Ayshia.
Yeah.
I'm sure links are in the chat. If not, could somebody put links in the chat? They are. Thank you. Yeah, just you're great. I'm gonna let the Pale Lady take over now.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Be gone, guy. Ayshia, thank you so much for doing the curveball interview and being taken by surprise there.
Absolutely.
As always, your work is fantastic.
Thank
yes. Own it. Yes.
Do you want to take my cats now? Should I head out?
Yes, I will take your cats now. Please say your goodbyes, and I will be there shortly to collect them.
Goodbye. Goodbye.
Thank you so much, Ayshia. You're wonderful.
Stop it.
Okay, my beautiful ghouls who are still here with me. Next up, we do have a panel going on. It is with CCBC Radio. That's Catacomb Collective. Oh my goodness, I can't remember what the B is. Somebody come in here and help me out. I am struggling. But this will be a fun group. We have a radio show that has been created, and it's going to get bigger. And we have our creators here, as well as another creator who is also an actor in it. And they are just going to talk more about what is in store for our radio show. They'll join me soon enough. Until then, you can all go to hauntedbasement.org/fair to check out all the artists that have been taking part today. There is some lovely artwork. Not only artwork, you have people who make clothes, there are jewelry, there's paintings, prints. You're going to find everything you could possibly imagine with art there at your fingertips. I see they're joining me now. Taking their sweet time, I see. Oh, look who has joined us. Hello. Oh, look. Another one has decided to appear. Still waiting.
Matt.
Typical Matt. Oh. How good of you three to join the Pale Lady. Welcome.
Yeah, it's not like we don't see you once a month.
It's true.
I know, but you usually see me after dark. Much better hours.
That's
daylight.
true. We've never actually seen you in the day. I thought you couldn't exist in active daylight.
I thought you just slept.
You know, I thought that too. I'm proving everybody wrong. All right.
Hi.
All right, you three. You've been part of this project since the beginning. So let's talk about it. Tell me about this radio show. I mean, I already know. Tell everybody else about this radio show.
I was gonna say, Matt, I think you got a start of how this all started, because we wanted to not do this originally.
Because we did, well, so it originated out of our Vladvent event that we had in December with Haunted Basement holiday, like special extravaganza thing. I wanted just to try to do a audio play, radio play, because COVID forced every artist to kind of go to this virtual world. And I've done some audio plays with another company and radio style shows. So I spent time trying to get rights, trying to move forward. That became a little bit of a roadblock due to a lot of artists. Currently, a lot of plays also aren't allowing rights for audio plays or visual plays this way, which it's still kind of in that process. So I talked with Liam, and then we brought in Heather Joe and a few other people, and we decided to try to do it just as a classic radio show, because rights are not really there for the most part, and do classic horror, classic mystery, thriller kind of stuff from 30s, 40s, 50s, updated so it's not as so the language is a little more updated and not as outdated as it was, and kind of started going from there, and just kind of spawned from that of having a heck of a lot of fun with it and wanting to do more of it. So we decided to just start doing a monthly version of it. And Liam started creating this whole world of characters and titles, and has been really working with the scripts and making things, great.
We originally explored comedy as well when we first started out, but we were reading through and listening to some old shows, and we're like, there's no way we can update this joke, because who's going to laugh about a 1950s politician no one's ever heard of? Like, we realize comedy just doesn't age as well in 99% of cases, but horror is kind of classic. Like, you listen to a lot of these old shows, like we just did Slurp Goes the Amoeba, which is kind of a ridiculous story about a scientist who makes a man eating protoplasm, but it turns into this like shape-shifting horror that absorbs like whoever it eats and then like spits out their bones and takes like shapeshifts into them to keep consuming victims. And like, that's horrifying. Like, that was scary in 1934. That's still scary today.
Well, yeah, look at The Blob, The Thing.
Yeah.
Hey, classic horror still.
Very.
I mean, our first show, we even did Frankenstein.
Yeah.
You know,
that one was bonkers, though. Let's be honest. That was like the most bonkers Frankenstein that we could find.
It was weird.
Heather Joe, you were a wonderful, very homoerotic older doctor.
I know. I love that. Was fun. That was the doctor was fun.
Yeah, so
I have enjoyed watching Heather Joe in the parts that they have played. Very talented, Heather Joe.
That's part of what we try and do with it too. Is like we find the old campy horror stories. Like we paired Slurp Goes the Amoeba this last month with Mars is Heaven, which is based on a Ray Bradbury story where astronauts land. They're trying to colonize Mars, and the Martians fight back by projecting themselves as the images of the people you love who have passed away, and then use that to murder you in your sleep. Which absolutely like dark, terrifying, very serious. So like, okay, what can we pair this with that's like a little more goofy, a little more campy? So it's not just always like that flat line, like sheer horror, completely unfun. Like Cat Wife. Oh my gosh. I think Joe, you're fun. Meowing and Cat Wife.
Jeez.
I think horror it's a really fine line between horror and comedy. At least, dark comedy. It's really easy to fall into that. So I think even though we couldn't go that comedy route, this still is such a wonderful expression of a lot of dark comedy, which the Cat Wife to me was complete dark comedy, but horrifying.
Who doesn't love a little misogyny that ends up with suicide and a woman transforming into a giant cat? Exactly. With a very Irish policeman and a very German butcher. What's not to love?
Yeah.
Where are you hoping to go with the radio show?
Well, I think eventually we want to do it live when we can. Because like that's part of why we've been doing it as a visual podcast, quote unquote, just to help, like, because the Hot Basement's always been like very improv, immersive. So we're like, okay, this is a good first step into more traditional theater. And because I'm an amateur actor, a lot of the volunteers are amateur actors, it's that easy first step for people. It's like, okay, you don't have to move, you don't have to do anything, just read your lines, sell it. Like, don't worry about it. I don't know.
We'll fix it in post. Is that the answer? We always fix it in post.
Yeah, even live. Like we'll go, like we'll make people sit there as we edit it.
I mean, I'd love to get it live long term. I think there's like a place to do a visual full on podcast at some point once we get to that level. But that's a whole different beast once we kind of get there. We're still trying to just kind of swim in the waters of this monthly show and get have the group together to get it done and put it up for people to enjoy, which goes up on the YouTube page, which you're on right now. So I don't know if the old ones are there right now. If they are, check them out. We should also like mention that we have a local music artist as well that's been graciously enough writing us music for the radio show as well as using one of their already recorded one. It's Carnage the Executioner. If you've not heard their stuff, go listen to it. It is really good. You should listen to it and follow their work as well.
Dog.
Yeah, there's a dog.
Where?
My apologies. My hell demons heard something.
Heather Jo, where do you want to see it go?
Oh, I love the idea of a live performance. I'd also, within that, I'd like to do, within the live performance idea, having live sound effects at the same time, which would be a little bit more of a beast, but I think it'd be worth exploring, like actually doing a radio show in front of people.
Yeah.
And those who do not want to move do not have to move.
Yeah, oh my gosh. Well, I've been trying to research that stuff. Like, it's insane what, like, just random sound technicians would build in each broadcasting studio. There's some general, like, oh, everyone uses this thing. But the history of the sound technicians is absolutely fascinating because it's just individual people being like, I have these materials I pulled out of the trash can. What can I do with them? Like, gosh.
What sounds can they make?
Inner Sanctum. Amazing show. Absolutely bonkers. We did an episode in the second show. But the original one always opened with a creaking door sound effect. And they tried like 8 different doors and hated them all until the director and show writer finally sat down in an old chair and it made this horrible creak. He's like, found it. So every show they just have to creak this old chair and like they replaced everything but that one chair. And there's a story of someday some poor hapless intern oiled the chair thinking they were fixing it. So they went to creak it and it wouldn't make the noise. So the poor sound effect guy had to like sit there like wobbling a chair back and forth going creak, creak for that one episode.
What an unforgivable
like
mistake.
The history of the sound effect. The history of the sound effects is so interesting and would be such a thrill to be able to like get our hands in.
Yeah, and finding I know there are people that still do a lot of hands-on sound work, but it's still like it's such a skill to do it live.
Practice.
Yeah, definitely would have to rehearse the live show quite a bit just to get the cues down and let the sound effect person play and discover. As much fun as it would be like, here's your box of stuff, figure it out as we go. But what does this sound like? Which is a different type of show, which we probably should do too. But
yeah, random sound.
Guess the sound.
Radio featuring the randomizer. Oh no, they're breaking down the door. Honk, honk. Oh God.
We'll make this happen. Done. Next month.
All right, next month, every gunshot sound is just gonna be a kazoo.
Or a slide whistle.
Oh God. Oh man.
Slide whistle. I love that.
I still think everybody should have a crash box of their own at home. So every time they stub their toe, they just drop the crash box.
That's an excellent idea.
Yeah. Make it epic every time you hurt yourself.
Oh my God. Geez. I suppose we should talk a little bit about the world we're building with it too, huh?
Yeah, let's do it.
Oh my gosh. So, as the main writer for the show, I took a lot of inspiration from Inner Sanctum's ad breaks, because there used to have the show host Raymond, and he'd always talk in this creepy voice. And he was always very over the top with it. And for a while, they're sponsored by Lipton, like teas, soups, all that. And the lady that was like the Lipton lady was just the most cheerful Midwestern woman, don't you know? So you have like, this Lipton tea sure is delectable, almost enough to the grave. Oh, yep, I sure do love them Lipton teas, like just fucking bonkers. So, drawing from that inspiration, we created the Pale Lady, who has now become a physical embodiment of our imaginations, much like the Horla. And so, to, I guess, pair off against her, we started creating this absolutely insane cast of like advertisers. Like the first show features Monsieur Skelette, who only sells a pile of bones and never goes into further explanation about the pile of bones. And
Yes.
recently was Farmer Stone, named after Lucy Stone, the first woman to be cremated in America, selling Cream Nation dairy products. And just stupid, but it's so much fun. Because the Pale Lady is so spooky compared to all these idiotic characters we come up with.
But even that's so it's that comedy again with the horror. Like it's still unsettling yet funny yet unsettling, because there's always like this feeling that there's something else. One, that these people are real, which is also terrifying all alone. But yeah, it's I've been loving the little commercials that you've been writing and adding. It adds such a unique style and feel to the show. It makes it our original project.
Yeah, because there's only so much we can do to the actual scripts before Lord Chaffin will break down my door with an axe. Because he's a huge old-time radio fan as well, and I don't need an angry mob of the elderly coming to get me for modifying the Chicken Heart script.
I mean, that also leads to like the future idea too. I would love it if eventually we're all at that point where we're writing our own radio shows, creating our own horror stories, beyond and even if it is inspired by all the 30s and 40s and 50s, but as we get farther along, probably, I mean, it's going to take some time, but yeah, then we can sit down and write more. Or bring in other artists that have written such radio shows as well.
Yeah, Brian, I am watching the chat. I will not take that as a threat. But that said, anyone watching, if you have any questions, go ahead and throw them in the chat while we're here, and we'll do our best.
You'll have to read them out loud.
Yeah, Brian, so far we have Preston saying slurp with the little asterisks. So I assume that's the sound effect. And then Brian, Lord Chaffin, is simply honing axe now, ... So we better watch ourselves. I don't know if it was the elderly joke or what. what else we gotta talk about? We want to talk about the upcoming scripts? Oh, what are the Pale Lady's makeup secrets for her trademark complexion?
Ah.
Pale Lady, do you have an answer?
As I've mentioned before, I don't usually come out in the daylight. So my only tip is that I usually come out at night, sometimes under a full moon. But even that's too bright for me.
She's an Avon fan. Avon calling.
Oh, that's classic.
All right. So next month's show,
Finest of dreams.
it's Three Skeleton Key and the Lottery by Shirley Jackson.
Oh.
Which means, Pale Lady, you are definitely going to meet just the Avon Lady. The amorphous figure that is the Avon Lady. Gonna be your ultimate arch nemesis.
It should be a fun time.
I'm actually excited for this one with the lottery being one of them.
I know. I was like, we really gotta do the lottery because it's Heather Joe. You've read Shirley Jackson, right? Yeah.
It has been a long time though.
Okay. It's sunscreen SPF 666. Thank you, Sal.
Thank you, Sal.
Yeah, so the lottery, for all our listeners at home to get them excited, the lottery by Shirley Jackson proposes sometime in the future in some small town. Once a year there's a lottery where at fall time, I want to say, it's like height of summer to the fall. Everyone in town puts their name in a bucket, and then someone's name is chosen. Or depending, no, it's family draws, something like that. Anyway, everyone in town draws the lottery, and if you get the black spot, you're stoned to death. And like it goes into it doesn't really go into why. Other than that, it's how it's always been. They've always done this. Everyone around them always has.
Who needs a
It's
reason
simply the
why?
thing. Note to self: don't give the Pale Lady any heavy object.
Wait,
Put your name in.
Liam, this is sounding very much like a terrible purge.
Well, the purge is just like a shitty version of a lottery, if you ask me. But so the original radio show is horrifying because you have like these little kids who are going to stone their mother, being handed rocks. And like, okay, make sure you throw hard, and they're like, okay, like horrifying. And then Three Skeleton Key is three men, two of whom may or may not be figments of a madman's imagination, climbing up a lighthouse to escape from a giant swarm of rats. It is just absolutely bonkers.
But still terrifying.
I hope the rats win.
Feels
All
it
the
does.
odds are in their favor.
I will say it feels very like every time I do a show, or we do our show, it does feel very Grand Guignol in the way it's set and just how it is. I mean, less violence towards certain individuals, but and less gore factor because we clearly, I mean, I guess
this next show we're gonna have to
good, but
We'll get a lot of blood.
I'll just wrap my screen in like plastic wrap so I don't ruin my laptop, and then just like start slamming buckets of blood against it.
Just American Psycho it.
Little Dixie cups of blood just splashed across.
We could do it. We really could.
All right, my fellow CCBC radio peeps. Before we are nearing the end, and before we do get to the end, I want to hear from each of you about what has been your favorite character that you have played so far or seen someone else play so far on the radio show.
Let me look at my scripts. I can't even remember what we've done.
I've got a few that I thought were really great. I
Go ahead.
really loved Garrett in was that the Lahore?
Oh, the Horla, yeah.
The Horla. Okay, he was great. I loved his performance there. I really enjoyed Brian Watson Jones on the most recent one we did, where he was the captain of the ship. That was fun. I thoroughly enjoyed doing the cat sounds, primarily because it tortured my cats so much. And I always love Liam's all of the advertisements are always really so fun to listen to. I love those. There's a lot more, actually. I'm lying. I'm just gonna stop there. There's a lot more. I enjoy this show.
I'm kind of the same boat with Heather Jo. I really enjoyed the Horla. I actually just liked the Horla both Heather Jo and Garrett. It was good. And then I like this past month. I really enjoyed. I really enjoyed both. I'd say like my favorite stuff was definitely Heather Jo's Doctor in the most recent one in the Slurp, and Brian Watson Jones's Captain, and just their discovery throughout it. Like I said, Liam, they're both very. As much as they want to be campy, they're uncomfortable. They're very uncomfortable.
Yeah. Before I answer, Lord Chaffin asks if we have any first aid tips for axe wounds, asking for a friend. My tip is to not get hit by an axe in the first place, which is what I will be avoiding in my full suit of armor. Metal plating, obviously. Gosh, my favorite characters. I don't know. The Horla was a great show. That one was super fun. Mike Deneen as the butcher and Catwife was just so fun. So bonkers. That was great. Sorry, Wrong Number. Again, like everyone in Sorry, Wrong Number, that entire show was so nasty. Just that uncomfortable, like, this woman's going to, like, she keeps hearing people on the phone and no one believes her. And her desperate plea for help, it just being ignored. That entire show was hard to listen to. I forgot. Oh, yeah. But I really just love playing the announcer. It's so much fun. It is. Being the one who interrupts everything. Like, being like, I know you're on the edge of your seat, but we have to cut for ads. Like, I don't care. There's money to be made from these fictional people that we sell. Plus, I can never get CCBC down right and that, like, North Atlantic accent. I always throw in too many C's.
Just keep making it. Just throw C's everywhere. Just in everything you say.
You're listening to the CCCCBCC's BBBBC Catacomb Collective. I see that you've seen the sea.
But they are free to watch right now. So for those that are worried about like spending money to watch our radio shows, they are currently available for you to just enjoy.
On our YouTube channel.
Yes, our hope is to be able to keep doing 90% of the shows free, even if they're in person, to have a recording we can post a month after. Because finances are always hard, and we understand. So, but if you do like them, please donate, because it means the world to us to have someone say, I liked you enough to send $1 or $2. Which, if you liked us that much, like, if you want to If you want to get a new hobby, you're more than welcome to. I know times are hard, but come on. Oh, was there anything else there?
Yeah.
I know we're like 2 minutes out. We can just riff for 2 minutes.
What kind of character are you hoping to play in the future? What are you looking for?
Pull up got a whole list of shows compiled.
Liam, wasn't there a discussion that we want to try War of the Worlds at some point in our existence?
Oh my God, yes. That is like a year from now when we actually know what we're doing. Because that show deserves a good production, and if we can't get that, I will personally grind an axe for Chaffin to find everyone.
That might be a good live one to do.
That's what I was thinking. Well, that show, like, as an audio bit, is so painful because the piano music just keeps going, and occasionally it's like, we just got a new update. There might have been a bomb. We don't know. Back to the music. You're like, what's happening? Like, because you can't see anything. So maybe when we do that one live, it'll be behind a curtain, so no one will see what's going on for that first half hour. Dal, back in the before times, we did 3 different runs of World of the World. Jesus, dang, Dal. I don't know. I'm personally looking forward to the Masks of Ashore. That one's gonna be fun. Heather Joe, you want to play a contemptible spouse?
Yes, of course I do.
No hesitation.
How mean do I get to
The character we give you is the contemptible spouse. It's either the homoerotic actor or
Wait, does Heather Joe get to
spouse.
meow the entire time still?
All right, April Fools. I know what our show is going to be. It's going to be a completely randomized radio show. Look for it. Put it on your calendars, kids. April show.
All right, our CCBC radio panelists, thank you for joining.
Yeah.
This was
thank you.
Enjoyable to discuss. All right, 2 of you can be gone. Goodbye. Heather Joe, you're staying.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
Goodbye. That was CCBC Radio, Catacomb Collective on the air, talking about their projects as well as future projects. You can go to hauntedbasement.org/donate if you'd like to donate to help us with future projects like CCBC Radio on the air. All right. We are here with Heather Joe, who was joining us for the panel, and now we'll also be doing some interviews. Looking forward to this, aren't we, Heather Joe?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
You have your questions ready?
I do have some
Excellent.
questions ready.
Some.
Well,
I enjoy that. Half prepared. Excellent. All right. The first person that looks like you'll be interviewing is Rowan. Hello, Rowan. All right. I'm going to leave you to it.
alrighty. Hello, Rowan. It's so good to see you. So, you have been very busy recently, like horribly, mind-blowingly busy, putting together an amazing event that we're going to be having soon. And would you like to explain what that is to our audience?
Works to it, or items, I should say. There's both artwork and some other miscellaneous items. Some of those artists are here today for the Makers Fair, but there's also some of the Hana Basement artists that donated too.
Oh, phenomenal. Excellent. So, since we are talking about the artists, what are you very excited about, and what pops out to you in your plethora of items that we have to look forward to?
We do have some one-of-a-kind items and some original works, like Spiral King is here today, and they have their collected works in print here today, but in the auction they have a couple of original sketches. So I'm definitely going to get into a bidding battle over at least one of those with people, I'm sure.
Fabulous. Okay, so how do people participate in the auction?
So you can, we have a Facebook event that is up now. If you want to go click on that and say that you're going to it, that way you'll keep updated on anything that happens. Or Instagram, we'll be posting on it there. But if you don't have an account on either of those things, you won't need an account on either of those things. It'll be on a separate platform. Just keep an eye out. We'll be going live on March 6th. So on that day, March 6th at noon. So on that day, get the link, and then you can go see all of the items.
Excellent. And so, is there a link on a web on the Haunted Basement page as well, then, and not just Facebook and Instagram?
Yeah, they'll be posting all over that day. So they'll be even before March 6th, they'll be posting some teaser photos of items. Yeah. And it's not just scary stuff either. Like it's, yes, we bring you the Haunted Basement, but a lot of the artists that are in this, even if they are basement artists, and some of them are not, many of them are not, they produce a whole plethora of art, kid-friendly items, wearable artwork, things that you can put in your living room and not worry about your grandparents seeing. And then maybe also some things that you don't want to put in your living room and have your grandparents see.
Right. There's always another room for things. Well, excellent. How long is it going to be going on?
It'll start Saturday, March 6th at noon, and then it will end noon the following Saturday. So you don't necessarily need to be, if you're busy on Saturdays, that's fine. You can bid in the days between that. So those 8 days.
It is a war. 8-day battle.
An 8-day battle, yes.
And goodies. Excellent. Oh, that is so exciting. Okay, so we've talked, there's a little bit of art, there's a little bit of horror. What other delightful things are there in the auction?
There is jewelry, books, gift cards. There also is some Haunted Basement merch. Some items that are no longer available should you come to want to buy them next time you're buying merch. So it's kind of like limited supply items. There's also two mystery boxes. So these are collections in of themselves of some
goodies.
Yes, some goodies.
Goodies.
Mysterious goodies. Yes. If you're a fan of the Haunted Basement, you will love those mystery boxes for sure. There's also one item. We've never sold anything from the basement before. We've sold posters and t-shirts and things like that, but we've never actually sold anything from the basement. And we actually do get questions at front of house about people wanting to buy stuff from the show. In some of the ways that some of the theaters will resell things in order to clear out room. But this is a specific item that we chose to sell, and it's the first item we've ever sold from a basement before.
Is it a secret, or do we get to know now?
It's a secret.
Okay. We'll have to all go and visit the site to be able to see it.
That's
March
right.
6th at noon.
Go click on the Facebook event and say that you're going, and then it'll help you remember if you don't remember March 6th.
Fabulous. So maybe we should talk a little bit about you, Rowan, and your
goodness.
part in haunted basement in the Catacomb Collective?
So I would not call myself one of the artists. I appreciate curating the art. That's how I came to the basement. I was an art history student at the U of M, and so I started working at the Soap Factory because it is a gallery. So curating art is up my alley, but making it is not so much. I also have a history in costuming, which is how you know me.
I was going to say, I have to disagree. Costuming is quite an art, and you have done it very well for many, many shows.
I don't make many of the pieces. Sometimes the room designers will make them, or we have a lovely costumer named Rhiannon Fixraditz, who you can follow on Instagram. But I do help you all get dressed, and that is a job in of its own, okay?
Quite. It is a nightmare back there. Or chaotic. It's not a bad dream.
I miss it so much. I want that chaos back.
Me too. I know. Me too. Oh my goodness. But so what else are you doing right now? Because obviously the auction has taken a lot of your time, but what other fun things do you have going?
I mean, mostly I work, and then I do this. Isn't that life?
So my life is.
So I'm very excited for the radio shows that we have. Those are probably my favorite thing that are happening outside of the Makers Fair, of course, and the auction.
Oh. Well, thank you. That's lovely. They're very fun. You should maybe try to join us one day and share your voice with us, maybe.
Yeah, we'll see. Usually I'm a behind the camera kind of person, set and crew only.
I hear you. But it's not a bad place to branch out. Cool. I'm sorry. I am obviously not prepared enough. I don't have any more questions right now, and I'm feeling bad about it.
That's okay. I could talk about more items that are in the auction.
Please do.
Your own sneak peeks. Don't tell anyone that I told you about them, though. Yes,
My
thank
lips
you.
are sealed.
So if you're looking for some of that haunt vibes at home, we do have 3 board games that will be in there. I'm not going to tell you what they are yet, but there's one that is a haunted house, and it's a trader game, which means it's like Among Us, in which one person turns out to be the
I love this.
The creature that is haunting the house. Yep. There's another one that is more of a seance with a ghost. So that's more family friendly. And then the third one is escape room game. So a lot of the people like that sort of element of the haunted basement where we don't give you a whole lot of direction. You kind of have to figure out and explore it yourself. So we thought that those would be good. and get lost. Yeah. But we thought that those would be fun games for people who, if you like the haunted basement, you'll like those games.
Absolutely. Those sound excellent. I would enjoy all of those.
There's also a lot of things that you can buy as gifts. So if you want to take a peek on there and share them with your friends or your family, or don't share the link with your friends and family and just buy it for them, that'd be very nice. I would appreciate any of the if anyone I know is watching, I like all of the jewelry and all of the artwork and all of the books and the gift cards and the mystery boxes. I like everything.
You heard it from Rowan, everyone. It's all good.
It's all good.
You'll only miss out if you do not go and
That's
participate.
right. One of a kind, limited edition items. So come and see it.
This all sounds delightful. I'm looking forward to it myself.
Great.
Tell too many or tell everyone, depending on how much of a bidding war you want to have.
That's right. Don't share the items that you want. Share the items they want.
Exactly.
It's a good game plan. All right. Rowan, thank you so much for sharing about the auction.
Thank you for having me.
Of course. If we can share the dates and times one more time before you go.
March 6th at noon until March 13th at noon.
Excellent. Plenty of time for everybody to peruse all the exciting goodies.
That's right.
Well, thank you so much, Rowan. Have a wonderful night.
Thank you.
Oh, look, who's coming back to join us?
It's me.
Precious.
It is.
Yay.
Well, then, I shall leave you two to it. Enjoy.
Hello, Guy.
Hi, how's it going?
It's great. It is fabulous to be here with you to
I
talk
agree.
about you.
Oh, that's one of my least favorite things to talk about, or so I claim.
Well, we're gonna have a great time.
I know.
Even if you don't.
I assume that we will. That's why I asked you to do this.
Okay, so you make a lot of art.
I make a lot of things. I make a wide variety of things. I like to say that my inspiration is whatever I happen to be interested in at any given moment. I actually have a little bit of my art surrounding me right now. I have recently been playing with texture stuff and have been making things like this.
I saw those on your Instagram last night, and
Thank
I love every single one of those pieces, and it's really cool to see the actual size of it.
Yes, they're not very big, but they're bigger than you think.
Yeah.
So the idea behind this was I was just playing with texture for a different piece, and I wanted to have a way that I could like actually show that a little more. Here, I have another one too. And I just I went to the Joann's and I found a dragon fabric, and I was like, I am going to ruin this. And I covered it. I covered it in liquid latex and something else, and a bunch of doll eyes, and just kind of made a big mess in my apartment for a while. The person who was most patient with it was my cat, because I took over one of his little napping spaces.
Wow, I'm impressed that the cat didn't just decide to eat them, because
I
that's what my
also
cats would do.
I also am impressed with that, and I'm very glad that he didn't. Though I'm pretty sure that he did once, but don't tell anyone, especially not my vet.
Let's see on that one.
I'm a very good cat
As
parent.
long as nothing happened too nasty afterwards, you're in the clear, right?
You know, I had to clean it up anyway, so
Okay.
yeah. But what
So
I'm
you're
not
saying latex?
Yeah, liquid latex.
I'm sorry, I'm super interested in the texture of that, like especially the one that has the teeth. in
Oh,
it.
one of my teethy boys. So the teethy buddies are. Here's one of them. This is a big one.
Okay, that's huge. I love
Yeah,
that. Is that the
it is-
same dragon fabric?
Yeah, it is. It is 2 feet tall. Parts of it like to stick to each other because of that latex. He has teeth for feet, and it has a mouth in the back. It looks like a vagina, but I did not intend that. It just kind of happened.
And there you go.
And it has a little eyeball. Also looks like a penis, but I did not intend that either. I was really just like, I want to put an eyeball at the end of this tentacle.
I love it. I love it.
Thanks.
I love all of it.
Me too. It's called a tooth fairy. It has teeth at the end of these things too. It was very much a I'm in a pandemic and I went to Joann's, and what can I do with all of these things that I did?
That is
There's
true
a-
art.
There's a little one too, but it's not actually. This is available on Etsy for $200 because it took me a long time to make. There's also joints in the legs. They don't work as it was supposed to be posable, and it didn't work as well as I had hoped. So like it has some posability, but maybe not as much as oh my god, not as much as I hope.
It looks
so there's
amazing.
a little. It's gonna stay with me. It's got a little.
Okay, that's the one I was talking about. I love that one. It is so adorably creepy and just kind of cute.
I want to make. That's why it's gonna stay with me. I want to make more of them. I called this a Behelit, which is named after the egg of the king from the manga Berserk by someone.
Yep, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
I was going to ask if you had seen
Kentaro Miura. That's his name.
Parasite.
Parasite the anime or Parasite the movie?
The anime. I want to see the movie. It looks really weird. I want to see the movie.
Oh, I bet it is. I have not seen the anime. I'm not sure if I've seen like the Bong Joon-ho movie, but I have not seen the anime movie.
Okay. Well, I recommend it. The eyes definitely made me think of it.
Oh, good. I will have to check it out. I'm sure that it's a really good time.
Of animation, let's talk about your comic books.
Okay, so I also make comic books. That's why you're asking me that question. My comic books, much like all of my work, are inspired by something that I happen to be interested in at the moment. I have made a grand total of 12 self-published comics so far. One of them is hopefully getting a print edition this year. We will see. The first 10 are simply called Spiral King Comics. They are about a lot of things. A lot of times I would talk about mental health because I was going through some stuff. A lot of times I would talk about music or about art and creativity itself. I usually say that when you take these 10 issues together, they become about growth, both as a human being and as a artist, which is my nice way of saying I learned how to draw while I did these. So more recently, I have been experimenting a lot with digital. I usually do a hybrid of digital and traditional inking techniques using this little pen, squeezy pen that I have that you're supposed to put watercolor in, but I put this kind of gray ink wash into it so that I can put it in tiny little spots. I have done 2 issues using this technique in which I add color digitally later. They are an adaptation of H.P. Lovecraft's The Music of Eric Zahn, which was such a fun, incredibly fun thing to make. I wanted to do that. If you're unfamiliar with the story, it is about a young person who moves into a new apartment and begins to hear a mysterious and otherworldly music. And at the time, I was really interested in the idea of trying to depict music visually, especially music that can't really be heard, that is so otherworldly, so strange that it can't be described. So I was, this would be fun. I represent it with purple music notes. You can check that out. Also at my Etsy store that I set up last night, which is etsy.com/spiralkinggdt. After that, last year I created another horror adaptation comic of a Clark Ashton Smith story called Ubosathla. Ubosathla is about time travel, I guess. It's one where I read it and it was so weird that I was just like, I gotta try it. And I think that I did it pretty well, but it also, I finished it at the very beginning of the pandemic, which is why there is not currently a print version of it. Hopefully that will happen this year. I am just now starting to get to work on my next comic, which is another horror adaptation of The Yellow Wallpaper.
I love that story.
It's such a good story. It's
I'm
so scary,
Yeah.
while being it's such a different kind of scary. And
It's suffocating.
yes, that one's been really interesting to try and adapt because, like, I want to capture the abuse that she's going through. So for those who are unfamiliar, the Yellow Wallpaper follows a woman who this came out in about the teens sometime.
The teens.
I want to say like between like 1912 and 1918, but you shouldn't quote me on that. But it follows a woman who has been brought to a large estate to recover from her illness, but really her illness is that she's bored. That she is given nothing to do, that she just keeps being told she's ill, she's weak, she's incapable when all she wants to do is write and be creative and have an outlet. And this wallpaper in one of the rooms, a nursery, if I remember correctly, kind of begins to shift, come alive, and represent how trapped she is by her husband, by society, by her own ingrained traumas and misogyny. It is the only horror story that Charlotte Perkins Gilman ever wrote. And she didn't actually intend it as a horror story. She wrote it as part of her life experience. And that really is kind of one of the many things that makes it into a horror story. The way that...
It's so horrific.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. I highly recommend it. Obviously, because I'm trying to draw it out. Like, I wouldn't do that if I didn't recommend the story. But yeah, that's what I'm working on next. I would really like to do 5 of these horror story adaptations. But we'll see. We'll see.
Do you already have your other ones selected, or?
I have an idea of what they are, but I'm not really positive yet. I know that I really want to do The Willows. The person who wrote that's name also escapes me right now. But it is very much a story about the environment and the environment being scary. And it's something, each of these books that I am trying to create, like, is meant to challenge me in some way. That Ubo Sothlo was such a vague story that's kind of about time travel that, like, it was a challenge to create something coherent out of it. The Yellow Wallpaper, I never want to show her face because she is so pushed aside, belittled. She's so her personality is so shoved down that, like, I feel that I could represent that by not showing her face, kind of thing. I want to do one about where I need to make an environment that is alive, and that's probably going to be the last one I do. And it's really, who knows. Every now and then I will pull out this big old book I have of old public domain horror stories and flip through and see what I got. I actually should ask one of our board members, Brian Chaffin, for some recommendations, and I will likely do that when I am ready to start working on another one.
Exciting. I'm very excited for your Yellow Wallpaper. I cannot wait to see that.
I really hope. My goal is to get it done this year. My current comics goal is to try to do a comic a year on top of everything that I do with the Haunted Basement and with the Science Museum, and that I just kind of do because I get bored and I don't handle being bored very well.
Well, that is very lucky for us because you are a very large part of the Haunted Basement. You get a lot of things done. And that's a great way to segue into talking about your role in Haunted Basement and the Catacomb Collective. And where
this has actually been my big project for the last couple of months, and it has gone so incredibly well. Thank you all so much. Thank you to the people who are watching and all of the people who have participated and helped us make this happen. But I really want to do more makers fairs like this. I'm involved with the CCBC Radio show with you. I originally came on to the basement. I guess I originally got involved with the basement as a maker, just being at makers fairs. And I remember driving home after my first makers fair, and I turned to my now spouse and was like, "Oh my God, I need to get involved with these people. This is everything that I've ever looked for in an art collective. And here we are. So I actually got a gig as a room designer in 2019. If you went through the 2019 haunt, I created the video room, and that's my favorite thing that I've ever created.
It was so fun. I played in that room many nights and enjoyed
yes.
every single time.
I was always excited when I went through and you were in there. You do this thing where you smile kind of like that. And I just love it. It was so good for the character that was in there. I also co-created the Birds room with another artist named Taylor Robers. That was also a whole lot of fun. In particular, the nest was my baby in there. That was one very long day. Thank you. I also continued on to make a couple of rooms for the winter haunt. I did the family room. That's actually another one that I liked. I liked all of them. But that one I liked a lot because I managed to shove a metaphor into this haunt room, which was that this was a room in which you walked in and your impossibly old family is just talking to you, asking you the most obnoxious questions. I believe that Ian F., I don't remember how to pronounce their last name and I don't want to butcher it, was the elder in that, and my spouse went through, because I was too busy acting, I never got to go in there. My spouse went through, and my favorite story is when he looked around and was like, so how did everybody lose their virginity?
Oh, God.
So this room had like a couple of very old family members, but also a couple of younger family members who are cultists, and a like cult room in the back that they have all been told to completely ignore, with the metaphor being the big, scary thing that everybody knows about your family that they don't talk about. I also created the retail room for that haunt, which was basically, it was a rethink of video where, the scariest part of the holidays is working retail. So, yeah. My favorite thing in that room was, so the video room had a large wall of videos that had a bunch of like loops of extremely violent scenes from horror movies. So I took that and I recut them so that they had commercials in between like every 5-second loop. And I upped the volume on the commercials and just made them as obnoxious as I possibly could. And my favorite thing was seeing Santa Claus murder somebody, and then it turns over to a Kingdom Hearts commercial. It's Santa Claus covered in blood, and then when you walk away. Yeah. I don't know if that was anybody else's favorite part, but I loved it. Oh, we have a new friend.
I've returned.
Hello, Pale Lady.
Oh,
Guy, thank you so much for sharing your artwork and the rooms that you've designed. We look forward to future room designs with you.
Me too.
Heather Joe, thank you for all the interviewing.
Oh, my pleasure.
Oh, yes. Where can they find you, Guy?
I am going to answer that question. You can find me at spiralkingcomics.com or on etsy.com/shop/spiralkinggdt. My Instagram is also spiralkinggdt. I am very bad at updating my Instagram, but I'm there. It exists, and you can see stuff that I've made.
A lot of wonderful things.
Thank you. Cool.
No, Guy, thank you.
This has been a lot of fun. Well, Pale Lady.
And thank you both.
If you don't mind, I would really like to introduce the next segment.
That's just fine, Guy. You wrote it that way, and it's time for me to return to the dark.
Oh, I sure did. All right. So the next segment is our PowerPoint party or our presentation party, or I'm not really sure what we're calling it. I never actually landed on a title. And we are going to show you a few short videos and a few short live pieces from the Haunted Basement members. Our first one is going to be a video from our makeup and FX wizard, Craig, who will show us how to make the blood at the Haunted Basement.
make sure it's all good.
Hello, I'm Craig Cosson, and I'm going to talk a little bit about the blood we've been using in the haunted basement over the last number of years. Now, I started with the basement strike for the 3rd year, and then build, and officially the 4th year. Now, the 4th year, my first recollections of blood was we had a nice blood splatter booth. We were using a standard, what looked like a standard stage blood, corn syrup based. We had a bucket and a paintbrush, and we were flinging it on the actors, and it was great fun. Then after that was Lisa Lee's period room, and we used just a standard off-the-shelf blood, more the Halloween store type. And we stuck with that all the way through until Crime and Punishment. Now, for Crime and Punishment, Noah Bremer brought in Tyler Olson, a local director very familiar with working with blood, and Tyler brought in his own blood recipe, and excellent, good consistency, washed out nice. And it became very popular with the basement and with the actors. So we decided to continue using it. However, the next year, peanut butter was an issue. So Sarah Salisbury approached me and asked me if I could create a blood that did not contain peanut butter and also was non-staining. Well, I didn't exactly hit the non-staining, but for an edible blood, it's relatively low staining, and it most of the time will wash out with Dr. Bronner's Castle soap. And we've been using that particular blood since the year after Crime and Punishment up until the present day in 2021. And now let's make some blood. All right, let's make some blood. Now, the first blood I'm going to start with is our standard, what we call basement blood. This is what we go through gallons of this a night during the run. And it's pretty simple to make. It's 3/4 ounce FD&C red number 40. It's a powdered food coloring. It's very, very concentrated. You spill this, I mean, you'll be cleaning for a while. And you think you won't even spill it, and suddenly you'll get a little water on the counter, and your counter will be bleeding, and you'll realize just how concentrated this stuff is. So now we have our basic blood color. But blood, of course, is not transparent. It's actually opaque. So we'll add a little cocoa powder. That makes it a bit more opaque and adds a bit more color to it. So we add 3/4 ounce, or rather 1 ounce of cocoa powder. And just use the cheap stuff. The generic works perfectly fine. And now, the blood color is not bad, but blood being a non-Newtonian fluid, it has a certain way of moving. So we add a thickener. The thickener that I like to use is guar gum. Other people prefer xanthan gum or other thickeners. I find that guar gum has a nice gooey texture to it. Like xanthan gum tends to be a bit more springy. So again, we'll stick with the guar gum. And we add 1/4 ounce of guar gum. And something I forgot to mention is we start with 1 quart of cold water. So at this point, the blood is still pretty thin, but what we'll do is we'll let it sit for a while, and after about 2 or 3 minutes, it will start to thicken up. If you want, put it in the refrigerator. It'll help thicken it up quicker. So now I'm going to go to another blood that we use. This I made by accident. I was about to throw it out when one of our makeup artists, Angela, came up to me and said, well, Angela gave a name to it, but we'll call it thick blood. So for thick blood, it's the same ingredients, just a bit more. Again, we start with 1 quart of cold water, and to that we add 1.5 ounces of cocoa powder. The order isn't that critical. I tend to add the guar gum last just because it makes the mixing a little bit better, easier. And we'll add 1 ounce of the red number 40. And we're going to add a full ounce of the guar gum. We can see this is already a fair bit thicker than the other blood we had been using. We mixed up. But let's set that aside. Note the color scheme for this blood works very well for the lighting that we have in the haunted basement. It was designed for the haunted basement, but this has been used for some other some video projects, some other stage productions. Check it under the lighting. Some video lighting, it works perfectly fine. Others, it can have a slight orange tint, so you're going to want to add the blue and green to compensate. So let's take a look and see if we're thickening. So now you can see that the first blood that we made has already got thicker texture. So now we'll give it a quick test. And so we get a nice, respectable blood. Pretty good for stage applications. Now let's check our thick blood. And that looks like it's thickening up rather nice. And as you can see, it has a nice, more of a splatterable texture. And this covers the basic bloods that we're currently using in the haunted basement.
No, I'm not. That was super fun. One of my favorite memories of the haunted basement was the day after I splattered up my robes and went into work with my arms covered all the way to the elbow in blood. They were red for several days, and I got a great deal of questions about them. Now, next up, we're going to present a short video, I guess a 10-minute long video from our interim executive director, Walker, about a collection of their oddities.
Hello, my name is Walker, and I am interim executive director of the Haunted Basement, and I collect oddities and dead things. Today I have an oddity for you. This is a recent acquisition of mine. This is the Electreat Mechanical Heart for relieving a number of conditions that we'll go over in a little bit. This kit comes with a number of different accessories. I am lucky enough to have almost a complete set of goodies. Although these are not particularly rare, they estimate that they sold like 250,000 of these things. Mostly in the United States, but they brag about selling internationally also. These cords are how you plug the accessories in. The plugs could not be simpler. They are a steel slug that goes in a hole. Yeah. Everything in quite nice condition. This is the actual Electreat here. This is what does all the heavy lifting. I have 2 manuals for some reason with this, but they don't make manuals like they used to. There's gorgeous illustrations in it. Yeah, you can see here. And they usually refer to them as cuts. There'll be lithograph cuts, most likely. So modern day manuals will say see figure 1 and 2. This manual says see cut 1 or cut 2. Which is just one of those fun little dated things. In this, my unit is from the late 40s, based on the manual and based off the patent dates that are stamped on the bottom of the unit. It's very simple. It has one little control switch, off, low to high. Really can't ask for much more than that from this thing. It has a little transformer in the top of it, which is how you will get from a couple of batteries to enough of a shock to actually give you a zap. The manual says to use 2 flashlight batteries. It does not specify what size batteries, but these are D batteries in case you were wondering. Some of the units use 1 battery, mine uses 2. All depends upon when it was made. And this is the only part that I was missing from this kit. With it came a little cardboard disc that is meant to isolate the batteries from the rest of the unit. Even though the switch does turn it off, they recommended for long-term storage or for traveling to insert this cardboard disc so that it didn't accidentally turn on and run your batteries dry, or it specifically mentions in the manual about your batteries leaking inside and ruining your electrete. The ailments the electrete claimed to cure ranged from vague statements like regulating internal organs or breaking up chronic conditions to enriching hair color, curing goiters, stomach ulcers, asthma, hay fever, piles, bruises, hearing loss, all the way to curing childhood paralysis. It ranged the full gamut. So this here is one of the most basic of the accessories. It's a little sponge pad that hooks in. You would need to wet the sponge, obviously, to get an electrical connection through your skin. And the way the unit makes that connection is you holding the unit in the one hand, and then it conducts through your body to wherever you place the accessory with the other hand, so that the body of it is one pole, and then the roller and what you plug into the roller is where you get the zap. After being sued by the US government, they said, "Our device works so good on everything, we cease to recommend it for any particular disease or ailment." And this is the massaging roller. They still make things similar to this day. Not nearly as interesting, though, and mostly not claiming to cure everything under the sun, from deafness to childhood paralysis, piles, goiters, hair loss, any and all conditions this thing claims to cure. I think it stopped short of cancer, but everything outside of that. Here's a little illustration of all of the things that came in this kit, and based off of this, it appears I have everything here, except for that little cardboard disc that I imagine is lost in most of these kits, because this is the tiny cardboard disc. I just made a replacement one just to show what a complete kit would look like. I do not store it with the batteries in it, especially batteries like that. You really don't want to store batteries in your devices. This is the hair and scalp tool. If you want to grow luxurious hair, if you want to get rid of your dandruff, that's your tool. This is a tool that you'd wet that sponge again, and you just hold this in your palm. This is the one tool that has its own cord, whereas all of the other tools you use the same cord to plug them in. And the cord is the same on both sides. here is the internal probe. There are no illustrations in the manual on how to use this. It's a little big for like your nose or your ear, so your guess is as good as mine on that one. Yeah, but it was primarily used with the roller or that sponge, that first smaller round sponge. This is the switch to turn it on and off. It's a very simple slide. The bottom, you know, gotta remove that storage disc. A little tricky to get the bottom on, and I actually have it on the on position now, which probably should have turned it off before connecting the batteries, but such is life. And the range goes from nearly non-existent to what I would consider uncomfortable. You can feel it through clothing, but really, to get the full electrete, you want to apply directly to your skin. And it gives you a surprisingly good zap. Yeah, it's only got 2 D batteries in there, but, you know, if you think about those trick handshake buzzers, yeah, they got a couple of button batteries in them, but with the transformer in there, they can give you a good zap. Yeah, so that's the electrete. Thanks for joining me. Happy Makers Fair.
I was muted. Almost every time I've walked into Walker's office, they have pulled out something strange and interesting, and it's really just one of my favorite things about them. So next up, we're going to be having a short piece on racism in the work of H.P. Lovecraft from Mike D, who seems to be getting ready. I'm really interested in this. Mike always has a good take on Lovecraft. Hi, Mike. How's it going?
Hello. How's it going?
I'm doing really well. I'm very excited to hear what you have to say about this. I'm sure it's going to be well researched and fascinating.
Yeah, as I was joking with Walker, I kind of went a little ballistic and research papery on it, so.
That's okay. So are you ready to go?
Yeah, give me just 1 second here.
Yeah, totally. You have some slides you're going to share, if I remember correctly.
I do, yes. I was told this was a
Super.
PowerPoint party, so I went PowerPoint party.
Thank you.
All right.
That's exactly what I want.
Give me 1 second here.
No, totally. Take your time. Take your time. Did you use actual PowerPoint?
I did use actual PowerPoint.
Oh, good. Good. Even better. See, I can tell you PowerPoint, and you do PowerPoint.
Heck yeah, I do.
I don't. Heck yeah. All right, let's make sure we're looking at
Can
your
you see it?
screen. I see a white, and I see a thing that says
Oh.
comments.
That's not what I wanted to show. Hold on 1 second.
You can do it. I believe in you.
Sorry about this.
If you know, of all the technical errors we're having, this is no worse than any of the other ones.
Here, this should work. If I just share the second screen. There we go.
There it is. All right. And take it
All
away,
right.
Mike.
Hooray. All right. Excellent. All right. Well, thank you, everyone, for giving me some time here to go through this here. So what I kind of wanted to do was kind of go through some stuff regarding racism in Lovecraft. And what I actually wanted to call this is how I learned to reconcile with the Elder Gun. So I want to start this piece off with 2 quotes that kind of summarize to me why I kind of passionate and feel so strongly with the subject here. So I'll take a quote from Jordan Peele, who, if you know, unfamiliar with, one of the two members of Key and Peele, who's also produced arguably what I feel like some of the best horror movies in recent memory, in the movie Us and Get Out. I love the ever-loving, you know what, out of both those movies. And so, you know, he said, like comedy, horror has an ability to provoke thought and further conversation on real social issues in a very powerful way, which is kind of a quintessential part of what I'm going to go through in this piece. And then the other quote I had, which I felt was equally important to kind of get into some of the issues here with Lovecraft, is the oldest and strongest emotions of mankind is fear. And the oldest and strongest kind of fear is fear of the unknown. The next couple slides, I'm not going to get as in depth with them as my notes will say. I do know that I will be providing the link if you would like to publicly kind of see more of my notes here and whatnot. But we'll get into the nitty gritty of it now. All right, there'll be plenty of monsters on the left-hand side of my slides here. So for those of you who are not in the know, this is an illustration of Shub-Niggurath on the side here. So kind of starting off here to explain where some of the problems in Lovecraft's works lie. It's easy to, and I've done this too in my reading of Lovecraft works, just kind of ignore a lot of what's in there. And if you start reading into his works, I mean, there is a lot of descriptions of what he calls the other, which in his, I'll explain more in the next slide, the other is almost always a reference to someone who is not a white male. So examples of that is, you know, calling people of African descent, they are referred to as savages a lot of times. Neighborhoods who are predominantly of people of color are just always referred to as bad neighborhoods, such as the Horror of Red Hook, which is going to be an important story I'm going to reference a couple times. There's lots of anti-Semitic references. The shadow over Innsmouth is an example. The description of the Deep Ones is referred to as people, you know, creatures with the elongated noses and beady eyes, which is often used as a stereotype of people of Jewish descent. In the Dunwich Horror, women were even seen as kind of the other. And those are just kind of some of the big examples there in those stories. There's countless other ones. If you go through the literature, there's even some, you know, just subtle references to, you know, the power of, you know, white males being superior and whatnot. But I'm sure there's countless other examples of those. Those are just some of the ones that were the most blatant. The thing with his viewpoints, in what it has, while Lovecraft himself has been kind of the inspiration and the beginning of like modern American horror, is that a lot of what he's put in there, the racist, sexist, problematic tropes, they're heavily prevalent in horror today. We see the hero always being the white cis male. The people who I'll call them as cannon fodder, are people, you know, who are women, people of the LGBTQIA community. Sorry, there's a typo there. People of color. You often see them as being kind of the first ones to die. I make a notable reference here as the actor of Dwayne Jones, who was kind of the protagonist in Night of the Living Dead, is being kind of the first time we see a character who's a person of color who is the hero of our story. Though Romero claims this wasn't done in any sort of political motivation. It was just more that he felt Dwayne Jones was the best person for the job. A lot of his stories, or a lot of what happens in horror too, is stories are taken from other cultures and they're kind of whitewashed. Sometimes some of even, you know, the cryptids that we see in American culture are taken from people of indigenous cultures and First Nations, and kind of like not really given those credits. You're just kind of assuming, like, you know, the characters that you're familiar with, such as the, you know, the Wendigo. It's like we don't really get into the history of those characters and whatnot. And then just kind of, you know, the views that are reflective in art can kind of influence a person's worldview. I mean, take any sort of art that you consume, it's often a reflection of the personality or it is something that, you know, over time kind of influences one's kind of takes on the world and whatnot. And so we have to be mindful of what kind of art we consume or what is out there, because a lot of times that can be influential on us. And a lot of these issues are stuff that it's easy to ignore these, especially when you are a person like myself who's born kind of into a world of privilege, who, you know, as somebody who is a white male, can easily just overlook a lot of these problems and not kind of realize it. And it was only through kind of some other literature that I began to really expose myself to some of the problematic issues. So Lovecraft himself, if you really get into him, was a extremely problematic person for most of his life. There's often things discussed where people are like, "Oh, he was just a product of his time and whatnot." That's actually not true. If you read a lot of accounts from other people who knew him, he was very racist and bigoted even for the 1920s and 1930s. Now, the behavior of his racism and whatnot is theorized to have been a learned behavior. He was the product of a very wealthy family who had kind of lost everything and then blamed immigrants and others for the problems. He actually was married to a Russian Jewish immigrant, Sonia Green. They had been married for about 2 years before they had separated. She often had to remind him of kind of her background, and he still ignored that when every time he brought up any sort of anti-Semitic or anti-immigrant behaviors. He even went after groups we consider white today through the series of whitewashing, such as Italians, Polish, and Irish immigrants. He's got a lot of letters with Walter Coates at the time, who talks about how bad Irish immigrants were, among other things. He even had fondness for the Nazi Party at one point in his stuff, also having beliefs about India and anything that was a threat to the superior white race. And also, I won't ignore the cat name. I am not going to repeat that. You can look that up at your own peril. Now, while again, this isn't going to excuse his past beliefs for most of his short life, towards the end of his life, I think this letter appears in about the last year and a half of his. He had some correspondence with Janine Plazer, and he had quoted it saying, "I realized what an ass I had been. The liberals at whom I used to laugh at were the ones who were right, for they were living in the present while I had been living in the past." It was also quoted that Lovecraft began to accept things like the New Deal, and even started to accept that socialism may be a viable economic system, which is a large contrast for a lot of his viewpoints throughout most of his life. But there is a reason to, while he is a terribly problematic human being, there is worthwhile to keeping his works alive. And I will bring this up as a struggle I'm sure a lot of people in our time have currently, you know, who are dealing with a living author, in dealing with J.K. Rowling and how to accept that in, you know, the Harry Potter fandom. Like, obviously, there's a love for these works. It has been a lot of been a big inspiration for folks. But it's still relevant to keep that work around, because it has been such a giant influence to people. I mean, again, kind of inspires modern American horror with a lot of these creatures. It's been expanded into pop culture. People have found ways to separate the person and the problematic issues of Lovecraft and take kind of his works and take their own takes on it. I mean, there's probably more of a volume of work that has been inspired by Lovecraft than what he has written. And again, this does not negate that some people will struggle with his work and may not feel a need to consume it. And I personally will not fault a single person for doing that. It is, again, has inspired a lot of people to create, take his sandbox and turn it on his head, which I'll talk about some more in the next slide here. One of the books I'm going to reference is The Ballad of Black Tom. I'm going to talk about that in more extensive stuff. In Japan, even, the Lovecraft mythos is used to inspire a lot of their work, and their modern literature, anime, other pop culture. Guillermo del Toro, whom you'll know is the director behind Pan's Labyrinth, Hellboy 2. He is a huge Lovecraft fan. If anybody saw his museum of stuff he collects when it was here at MIA, Minnesota, you obviously know he had a Lovecraft kind of wax figure, and a lot of influence of those creatures are within his work. But he is a Mexican filmmaker who was able to kind of take that sandbox and be influenced by it. So there is something to still be said about his works, despite the human being. So how does one reconcile with this? And again, I want to preface I am coming at this from a privileged perspective. This will not work for everybody, and I will fully recognize that. And it's not an easy answer. It's something that in the literary world they are struggling with as of recently. So the World Fantasy Award, which is a award for works of fantasy, up until 2015, the award winner had a bust of H.P. Lovecraft. Now there was obviously that's been changed due to his viewpoints about people of color. This did not go over universally well, and there has been some authors who have decided to boycott the event over this move, while other people did not want anything to do with it while the bust of Lovecraft was given away as a prize. So how I've kind of, in my own time, been able to reconcile with his work is that we need to make our spaces, even whether it be in the world of horror or any other art form, we need to be aware of those spaces that we're giving disenfranchised and minority groups equal opportunities and within those spaces. We need to be able to support those works of authors who can take inspiration of something like Lovecraft and kind of tackle those subjects within those works. There is a whole slew of those books, which I'll get into here in the next slide. We need to also be able to recognize the problems within those works. While we can make a lot of arguments through a whole series of literature, take anything from Mark Twain or other authors who use terrible, terrible language and problematic viewpoints, you need to be able to recognize that that stuff is, it's shitty. And also recognizing that, being somebody who's anti-racist or, against any sort of bigotry, it's a lifelong process. It's not something you just become overnight and just no more work has to be put into it. So there is a constant struggle to and work to be done to be able to examine this and to work on it. And then also we need to, as I stressed in a previous thing, recognize that this is fiction and that as there is problematic stuff in here and whatnot, that it should not necessarily be defining a worldview or just using that as an influence of one's personality or viewpoints. So I've kind of talked a bunch about a lot of works of literature that are either centered around people whom Lovecraft would have seen as, as not the people he appreciated within his works. All these books here feature either characters or authors who are, are people of color, LGBTQIA persons, or just are therefore inspired and kind of take his works and flip them on their side. The one most people will be familiar with here is Lovecraft Country, due to the HBO series. But the one that actually got me thinking on this path was The Ballad of Black Tom. So as I referenced before, the story of Red Hook is the story of kind of Cthulhu rising within a problematic neighborhood, as Lovecraft describes it, which is really Harlem that he references. So in this novel particularly, I don't want to give too much away, but it comes from the perspective of a person of color who is just down on his luck and is fed up with the institutionalized racism of the 1920s and 30s. I can't remember exactly what year it takes place in there again. But why one would be driven to the occult and whatnot, what somebody would do, what lengths they would go to in order to fight that system. Another one I'm actually in the middle of reading it right now is The Deep. It's a shorter story. It was based on a song from River Solomon, David Diggs, that you'll know from Hamilton and Snowpiercer, also is in it. I'm actually listening to the audiobook, which David Diggs narrates, and I could listen to him narrate the phone book, and I'd be cool with it. A lot of these other novels I have on my list of ones that I need to get to, and there is a bevy of other ones out there. So, yeah. So this is kind of how, again, my personal journey of how I have kind of come to grips with some of the problematic elements of Lovecraft. I recognize that may be for everybody. My last slide, and again, this will be out there for folks to see, is just a whole bunch of resources and articles that I've kind of taken inspiration from. Use some of the stuff within these slides as well. So, hopefully that gave kind of people some insight. I know a lot of people are familiar with the racist stuff within Lovecraft literature, but once my world was kind of exposed to where the influences could go, and people of color, women, and LGBTQIA persons could take a problematic person and create a whole universe. I love that, and I love supporting that kind of work.
I keep saying things that are really interesting and well said, and then I realize that I'm muted, and then I just stumble over all my words. But thank you for that, Mike. That was very well said, very well researched, and you're very right that as white people, and horror is a very overwhelmingly white genre of fiction, and we really need to deal with why. It's also really worth saying that ignorance is at the basis of fear, and there are very few people who are more afraid of literally everything that ever walked the earth than H.P. Lovecraft.
Yeah.
But so again, thank you so much. I'm going to turn this in a drastically different direction now. And we're going to join another one of our makeup and effects wizards as they show us some stuff we can do with UV makeup.
Hi, I'm Reagan, and I've been with the Haunted Basement's makeup department since 2017, and I'm going to go through a basic blacklight makeup tutorial. First, I'll go through the basics that can be applied to any sort of makeup or special effects makeup application, walk through some techniques, and then do a demonstration. To start, you want to make sure that you're using the proper materials, so this means products that are specifically meant to be put on your skin. These things are cosmetic grade, they tend to be FDA tested and approved, and they're hypoallergenic. I've been to some art shows where I've seen people painting on their models with acrylics, which is a super terrible idea. It can cause irritation, allergic reactions, rashes, and something like as serious as scarring. It coats your skin so it can't breathe, and it's also really difficult to remove. So make sure that you're getting products that are meant to go on yourself. Today I'm using Krylon Aqua Color, but other good brands are Ben Nye, Paradise, Mayron. You can also get cheaper things at like Halloween stores. They're not as effective and they don't like apply quite as nicely, but there's nothing wrong with using them to experiment with. They're still safe. For techniques, UV tends to be the one makeup where it's either 100% on or off, and you can't blend it in the same way that you can with, say, eyeshadows or bruise palettes or grease paints. So a way to break up the lines and create like a softer effect is to splatter. And you can do that with a couple of different brushes. What really works is anything with short and stiff bristles. Chip brushes and acid brushes are really cheap. You can get like boxes of them for like $3 or something, and a toothbrush is also pretty effective. One thing to consider while choosing your design and techniques is the environment that your final look is going to be in. Will it be a completely dark room where UV lighting is the only source, or will it be more spot concentrated with regular light mixed into the environment as well? For the demonstration, I'm going to have both my lamp on so that I can see what I'm doing, but also my LED strip light is on, so I can see like a bit of the effects, as you can tell with the green in my hair that's popping. And that right there is Krylon Day Glow. It just sprays on and it's very effective. For this look, I'm going to do half of kind of like a rave, very simple, and the other half will be a little bit more surreal and abstract. The Krylon aqua color that I'm using is water-based or water-activated, so that means you need to have some water to dip your brush into before applying. I don't like going in completely blind, so I just have like a little sketch that I'm going to follow, and that's where I'll start. So I'll just do like some green eyebrows, a green wing, and like some freckles and splatters. So here we go. Oh, it's backwards. I should get a mirror.
Okay. Apparently we lost sound at some point. Oh. So, I really want all of you to see Reagan's excellent video, so we're actually just going to start it over from about halfway through.
Hi, I'm the green in my hair that's popping. Look, I'm going to do.
Oh, this is the most entertaining part.
do half of kind of like a rave, very simple, and the other half will be a little bit more surreal and abstract. The Krylon aqua color that I'm using is water-based or water-activated, so that means you need to have some water to dip your brush into before applying. I don't like going in completely blind, so I just have like a little sketch that I'm going to follow, and that's where I'll start. So I'll just do like some green eyebrows, a green wing, and like some freckles and splatters. So here we go. Oh, it's backwards. I should get a mirror.
Well, it seems that this is actually an issue with the sound in the video itself. Technical errors happen sometimes. It is just the nature of everything. I can narrate for Reagan. She did some stuff with some UV things, and it looks really nice. It's really impressive. Reagan is one of my favorite makeup artists to work with. She always draws something really wild on my face. One of my very favorite characters that I ever got to play was a character where I walked into makeup and I was like, I don't really know what I'm going to do, so paint my face. And Reagan ran with it, gave me an excellent demon skull, and I really ran around and scared a great deal of people that day. It was really fun. All right. So thank you, Reagan. Reagan is, as I said before, one of our makeup and effects wizards. We are actually at our very final piece now, which I have written down was supposed to be from the vice chair of the board, Alex DT, but it's kind of been scribbled out really poorly with what appears to be a crayon. And it just says that this is from Dr. Philly Chio. I hope I'm pronouncing that. Something like fellatio?
Hello?
Oh, goodness.
Can you hear me?
All right. I can hear you, Dr. Philly.
Thank you.
How are you doing today? What did you do with the vice chair of our board, Alex?
Well, they're out running an errand for me at this moment.
Oh.
But I'm doing fantastic. You know, normally at conferences, I'm the one getting bumped off the schedule at the last second. So it's pretty exciting to do the bumping myself.
You look like you've done a lot of bumping in your life.
It's true.
So do you have a slideshow you're going to share with us as well, or are we just going to look at that glorious mustache this whole time?
I do indeed have a slide show. Let me bring it up. Screen. Oh goodness, technology. You know, I prefer analog things. They're much more trustworthy. Oh God. Okay. Let's see. We're almost there.
You're getting there.
Can you see the beginning?
Hold on just a second. It's loading. It's coming up. There it is. This application may not support screen sharing. I hope everybody at home gets to see that too.
I hope that it does that over and over again throughout my presentation, just to keep me on my toes. Well, As the lovely Guy DT said before, I am Professor Felicio, and today I am here to present a brief summary of my long life's work, How to Seduce a Monster. So, why should you trust me? There was supposed to be a picture of my doctorate here, and a picture of me shaking hands with Justin Trudeau. But, you know, these things happen. It's probably because of the discords. Let's see if we can get this video of my fieldwork going. I probably should have seen that one coming. All right. Well, you'll just have to take it from some former clients. People who I've worked with to get them into the relationships that they want. People who recognize my expertise, even if they don't want me there. People who need me. So if you are going to seduce a monster, any monster in this world, you must follow the 4 racy steps. And you must do them in order, or else. First is research, ethics, anatomy, psychology, expectations, knowing what you're getting into. Second is accoutrement, the items that you will take with you on your journey. Third is communication, the sexiest thing of all. And fourth is the enthusiastic consent. So, starting with research. I can't believe I have to say this, but only attempt to seduce monster species capable of communication. Please. On the left, here, I assume I always get those mixed up, but you will see a banshee, a vampire, a yeti. These are all species that can communicate. People think that yetis can't communicate, but they are just shy, and if you get to know them, they will start communicating. On the right here, we have monsters that cannot communicate. The bunyip of Louisiana, the cockatrice of England, and the Loch Ness Monster of Scotland. The left is good to seduce. The right is not good to seduce. You could maybe befriend them, like one would an elephant or a moose. This is a good way to think of all monsters, this dichotomy. Dragons versus wyverns. Dragons value many of the same things humans do. They understand commerce. They can make deals and trades. Wyverns guard their territory and their eggs. You see the difference? Magical beings with thoughts and feelings and magic. Beasts. One is like an animal, one is like a person. Okay. I just need to make sure we got this. Okay. So next is the basics. Please do not try to seduce a monster that will kill you in the act of kissing them automatically. It's just a bad idea. You know, unless you've lived your whole life and this is the way you want to go, then I suppose, I think that should be legal. Now it's the basics. Where are you going to do your research? And there is one answer, a library. Go to your local library. Do not Google the name of whatever monster you want to get sexy with. You will find blogs with lots of misleading information. Go to your library. Go to a librarian and say, "Pleasant librarian," but say it correctly. I would like to see your restricted section, or your forbidden section, or your semi-legal section, and they'll probably show it to you. But if they don't, just look around for like some strange candelabras or scrapes on the floor where something might move secretly, and you'll find a secret entrance. Every library has one. So now the generals of research, the things you need to cover for every monster. You need to understand anatomy, what the body is, what the insides and outsides are, psychology, what is their culture, is there things that are carrying with them or for generations, and expectations. What could go really well? What could go really, 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 really badly? So I wanted to kind of walk through this with some examples of common monsters that we like to seduce. First, vampires. Everybody loves vampires. vampires are one of the most sexy monsters. Their anatomy is, there's a lot of different varieties, but there's some consistencies in anatomy, like fangs, gaunt, cold skin, UV light and garlic intolerance, and depending on the variety of vampire, that can be more or less intense. They all have blood cravings, are very possessive, very nostalgic for the time period for which they were turned into a vampire. That's why you get so many who have the strange fashion sense, and you just go with it, make them comfortable. What you should go into expecting in any vampire scenario is, really high risk and high reward scenarios. Potentially immortality, potentially death. Also, you can't take selfies with them and you can't record sex tapes, so take that or leave it. Next, we have another popular friend, merfolk and fish people. These also come in many varieties, but also like vampires have some traits that are consistent. Scales, slimy, gills, dependent on water. Some need just like a bucket nearby that they can dip into and feel okay. Some need to be in it all the time. It's, communicate. Well, obviously. They're also tend to be pretty aggressive, narcissistic, and travel in packs, which leads to the expectations. You can almost always expect an orgy with a mermaid, but you can also almost always expect drowning. So, it is, again, pretty high risk, high reward. That is a pretty common thing here with seducing monsters. Third, we have ghosts. Ghosts are not maybe the most sexy monster, are the most common monster. So the easiest to find access to if you're just looking to start dating some monsters. They're all semi-corporeal. Some can push things over, some can just pass through things. They're all very attached to the culture from their time of death, very attention-seeking, and very possessive. So your expectations should include possession and finishing whatever unfinished business they have. Finally, we have my favorite, dragons. Dragons are big. They have scales, they breathe fire, they have horns. They're very greedy, vain, dominant, but also protective. Your expectations include burns, crushing, BDSM, and being a sugar baby, because they all have so much treasure. And I've included one of my favorite monsters from pop culture here, the dragon from Shrek, who made a very, very big impression on me as a child, as you can probably guess from how many times I've included her. So. Next, we've got accoutrements. What will you bring with you on your journey? Well, you just have to remember the acronym ASS. Accoutrements, standard satchel. Water, snacks, medication, bandages, breath freshener, lip balm. Standard first aid things. Also, lube or massage oil. You don't have to have sex with things that you seduce. You can just hang out and have a nice time and cuddle. It's important to have safe touch barriers, condoms, gloves, dental dams. Make sure that you have latex and non-latex options. An inflatable pillow so that you can, have something nice to lay your head on in any cave that you wind up in. Scented candle and matches to light the mood. And binoculars to find the monsters. Now, when you're going after whatever monster you're trying to meet, you also need situational specifics. You can remember this with the acronym ASS. There are gifts, treasure, knowledge, music, flesh, blood, novelty mugs. This is very important for the meeting of a monster, which we'll go over later. You'll need travel equipment, and this depends on where you're going to. It could be maps, compass, hiking boots, climbing ropes, ice skates. Whatever it takes to get to where the monster is. Your clothes should be both weather and culture conscious. If it's cold, wear mittens. If you're going to a club, look sexy. And it's also very, very important to have your emergency accoutrement. Sometimes a monster will be very upset for you even just coming into its territory, and you're going to have to get out fast. So have everything you need, and then some to heal after. Now we come to communication. In all seduction, clear communication is the most important. But with monsters, it's especially important because most humans, when they're going out looking for monsters, are looking to slay or capture them, or skin them, or trade them, or other terrible, terrible things that aren't kissing them. So that makes communication even more important than usual. When you enter any monster's area or lair or cave, it's important to make a friendly and loud greeting. Be as loud as possible and be very clear that you want to do nice things. This is a good time to present the gifts that we talked about earlier. Never try to enter a monster's lair or cave or house through a back door. It will end badly for you. It is also important, as with all beings, to respect boundaries. Don't try to steal a dragon's treasure. Don't try to go into a cyclops' cave without their permission. Don't go into a heart's territory without being explicitly invited. These are obvious things, but the stakes are so much higher with monsters because they will kill you very, very quickly if you do not respect them, and you will probably deserve it. So, take this one seriously. Finally, we come to predator and prey dynamics. If you're somebody who is interested in monsters, you probably have some familiarity with this. In humans, many humans like to play predator and prey, but when it comes to seducing monsters, you have to be careful because they have actual predatory instincts. So you need to be sure that they know that you're just pretending to be their prey. This comic here is a great example of how that can work. You see the lady, she comes around the corner, and then he smiles and says, "Ha ha, oh no!" It's playing. Finally, enthusiastic consent. Once you meet your monster, you trade your gifts, you respectfully enter their territory with their consent. Then you have a chance to ask, could I hug you? Could we hold hands? Could we kiss? Could you crush me? And if you've done everything right, they will scream, "Yeah!" Now go forth and seek romance! Dragon from Shrek. I'm so glad that I got to be here today. I know this is the last night. I don't have like extra notes, but I just wanted to talk about how excited I am to be at the haunted basement, and to be a part of this festival, this conference.
Dr. Chio, I can't see your incredible mustache, and that makes me kind of sad. But it's also just about the end of the stream. So I'm also so glad that you were here with us. But unfortunately I believe that I need to cut you off.
It's time for me to take some questions.
Oh, you want?
I read some.
You want some questions?
In the chat. Yes. Here, bring up
you
my.
Did. Doctor,
we had a question here from
Doctor. I really just don't. Doctor, okay, you know, I can do something about this. I can do something about this.
To know where is the closest dragon, and how big is she?
Doctor,
and how big is her?
Excuse me. It is time. That is actually. I'm taking this, Doctor. This is our show. Thank you. Oh, where's the camera? That's our show. Thank you all so much for watching. I have no say. I bet you do. Thank you all so much for watching. I want to thank all of the people who helped make this possible. And I have a document where I listed them all, but you know, I can't find it. And isn't that how that always goes? This really went so great. I'm so happy. And I need to give thanks to Liam Lewandowska, Brian Chaffin, Mike D, Reagan, Brian Watson-Jones, Nikki Weiss, Logan Weiss, Alex DT, Heather Jo Rader, Ollie Schminkey, Jenny Stice, Bryce Burton, Rowan McKinney, Walker Friend, Craig Cosin, Preston Irish, Ayshia Yaeger, Gail Estelle, I'm Guy DT, and of course we couldn't have done this without the Pale Lady. Thank you all so much. Please remember to go and donate to hauntedbasement.org/donate.
I'm still here.
Are you still here?
I'm still here.
Oh, God. Oh, why? hauntedbasement.org/donate. Thank you.